3, 2.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, May the 28th. We welcome everyone here, and as just a reminder, we do have decorum in the chambers, meaning if you've got cell phones, please turn them to vibrate. We ask that there not be cheering or signage and things like that, but you'll notice, I know we do have it on the screens, and there was a sign when you first did come in. Do we have that on the screens available just in case? Okay, we do have it, okay. Oh, great. Thank you very much. So just some reminders. Now, before we get started, the first thing that we like to do for our council meeting is the singing of O Canada. So first I want to make sure Ariana is here. Is Ariana here? Okay, I'm going to introduce you, Ariana. And is the little red light on the microphone, can you tell? It is? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rizzullo. Ariana Sanchez. Ariana is 11 years old and she attends Notre Dame Catholic School in Niagara Falls. She's currently in grade 6. She is part of the Notre Dame School Choir as well as Our Lady of the Scapular Children's Choir. Ariana has performed the national anthem for the Ice Dog Games at the Meridian Center for the past 2 years. She's joined her school choir singing Christmas carols at the Penn Center as well. And she's been singing all of her life. And if you ask her what she wants to be when she grows up, she'll tell you she wants to be a singer. She also loves ballet, soccer, swimming, and many creative activities. So please help me welcome Ariana Sanchez. Stand as we listen to her rendition of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see to rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ariana, that was fantastic. You have a beautiful voice, and I'm guessing your family's here to cheer you on, and they're videotaping you. On behalf of all of us, we're really proud of you. We're sure that you have a very bright future with your singing talent as well as all the other talents that you have. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. Very well done. Thank you. Now you're welcome to hang around. It's going to be an exciting night. We've got some orders of business here. Next on the agenda is our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this City of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even to utilize space a common space so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs that drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening in our communities, to build that bridge. And I can see that the City of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Now,
we're grateful together for the land that we share, and thank you to Jackie Labonte. Okay, moving along to the adoption of the minutes from our April 30th meeting. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are approved. Now we're to disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of councillors? Okay, seeing no conflicts, we'll go to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's announcements and reports. First off, we start off with some obituaries and offer our sympathies to the families of William Moyer, father of Vince Moyer of our fire services. Also to Christopher Klauck, stepson of Mark Dunseith of our fire services. Deborah Ioannoni, wife of Carm Ioannoni of our HR department. And Trudy Fonsolato, mother of, Wayne Fonsolato, who retired from our fire services. We'd also like to wish happy birthday to Margaret Corbett, our city clerk's office, who's pink in the corner today. Wave, Margaret, so we can see. Happy birthday today, Margaret Corbett. Also, on Wednesday, May the 15th, was Councillor Tony Baldinelli's birthday. Councillor Baldinelli, happy birthday. I hope it was a good one. It was? Good. And also to Tiffany Clark, our Director of Finance. Hers was on Saturday. Was it a good one? It was all right. All right. I'm getting too personal. Okay, let's talk about events that took place in the community. This is a yearly tradition, been going on for decades, the International Law Enforcement Tug-of-War, where the Niagara Regional Police take on the Niagara Falls, New York Police. So first we had the women. The women took on the women. There is the mayor. Oh, if we back up a picture, that's Mayor Ray Stano in the green shirt with our deputies and our chief of police out in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. And the women first did their tug-of-war, and it was a draw, one each. And then the men did theirs, and the Canadian men won their competition. So in the end, Canada was victorious. We kept the trophy. It stays in Canada once again. I did have a side bet with Mayor Ray Stano that the loser had to run naked through the state park. So I told him to do it at nighttime. I said, do it when no one's watching. That was a joke, by the way, folks. We didn't make that bet. We wouldn't make that kind of a bet. International Cricket Council T40 World Cup Trophy Tour. I was joined there by Councillor Patel. And for anyone following along, this is a very, very big trophy. You know, I said, oh, like the Stanley Cup, and they said, oh no, much bigger. There's 2.5 billion people following cricket. This trophy made it to Niagara Falls for the very first time. And the World Championships will be played in the USA, and Canada qualified, so we'll be competing for that trophy. So we'll see how that works out this summer for us, but that was a very big deal to have that trophy here in Niagara Falls. Of course, the people had to wear white gloves. No one's allowed to touch it. They were very respectful of this special trophy. Niagara Falls, or sorry, Mass Niagara Jersey unveiling. I was joined by Councillor Patel as we unveiled their jersey at John Michael's Banquet Hall. There we were on the stage. Thank you for that. My Moulin media event. So we had a big event at the Convention Center in Niagara Falls. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Councillor Baldinelli. This will be coming to the Niagara Falls Convention Center this summer. This will be August 9th through 11th and August 16th through 18th. So anyone who's seen the Disney Mulan show, and the idea is basically a daughter's bravery who pretends to be a boy and fights on behalf of her father to protect him and the honor of their family. They've turned it into dancing and drama and history, and very exciting event. First time ever to take place in Niagara Falls. So if you want information, you can go on the Convention Center's website. But again, it's August 9th through 11th and 16th through 18th. So it's only going to be 6 performances. Highly recommend that you take this in. You won't have to go to Toronto to watch this show. Very, very exciting. Cross-cultural. And I think just what we saw that day, I think you'd agree, it looked very, very exciting. Asahi Kasai site location announcement. Of course, this is part of the electric vehicle supply chain. We had the Prime Minister and the Premier in Port Colborne for the big announcement, where there will be a $1.6 billion investment. It's the largest single investment in Canada's auto sector history in Niagara. So very exciting time, and it's going to be the beginning of many more good things to come in the automobile industry. I hosted a Fiji delegation. There I'm pictured with the Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji on their North American tour. Also, we had our recent citizenship ceremony where a number of people became Canadians at the Niagara Parks Power Station. It was an exciting day for these people as they were sworn in as new Canadians. Just recently, we had the opening of the Niagara Falls Farmers Market at the Exchange. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Thompson, and Patel. Very exciting day as we cut the ribbon and now move the market to its new official location down where Sylvia Marketplace used to be. So congratulations to all the people that were involved in this. Very exciting, and the excitement is going to continue to build as we support local farmers and local business people as they bring all of their produce and all sorts of great things, garlic and lots of interesting things that you'll be able to get every Saturday morning. And by the way, it's free parking. It's free parking every Saturday at and around the market. So make sure you come down and support us. We had the 25th anniversary of Father Gerard's ordination, and thank you to Councillor Newestag for sponsoring this. Father Gerard's been 25 years, and he's been at St. Pat's for approximately 18 or 19 of those years. So we honored him this past weekend. We had the groundbreaking on our new Catholic elementary school, which will be down on Kaler Road, right next to the DSBN school. So both schools will be located in the southwest corner of the city where all the growth is taking place. All the new houses are being built. Municipal Works this past week had their barbecue at Fireman's Park as a celebration of National Public Works Week. So thank you to all of our hardworking Municipal Works employees. Councillor representation, I'd like to thank first Councillor Patel, representing the city at the grand opening of Crispy African Market and the Family and Children's Services Lemon Twist event. To Councillor Lococo for representing the city at the Niagara's Accessibility Advisory Committee Spring Workshop and at the Vyshyvanka Day with our Ukrainian families. Also to Councillor Strange for representing the city at the Signature Living Wishes Granted for Residents and On the Road for Mental Health Walk Kickoff, and as well Councillor Peter Angelo, who is also on the Road for Mental Health Walk Kickoff. So thank you to all the councillors for representing the city at all these various events. We appreciate your participation. Looks like a Scooby-Doo day at that event, you guys. Very foggy that day. Very foggy, yes. Business happenings. Essa's Barber Shop had their grand opening. I was joined by Councillor Newestag. I was on Drummond Road near McLeod. Beautiful new hair salon. Niagara pre-owned grand opening where they sell automobile vehicles on Drummond Road. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Newestag at their grand opening. We had the re-grand opening of Icon Autographs, former Councillor Dabrowski, his business that has now been moved to the Fallsview area. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli and Patel, as well as a bunch of signature celebrities. We had the opening of Jewel Level 3 Chargers. Their grand opening took place out front of Metro. We had the grand reopening of Domino's on Ferry Street. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Thompson, as well as a number of Special Olympians. And we had the Suncor Unlimited grand opening. I was joined, this is our Filipino community, I was joined by Councillor Patel as they brought out some yummy Filipino dishes as well. We did have some flag raising since the last meeting. We had the Polish Constitution Day. I was joined by Councillors Thompson, Patel, Newestag, and Baldinelli at Rosberg Square. We had the Children's Mental Health Awareness Week flag raising. I was joined by Councillor Baldinelli. We also had Haitian Day. I was joined by Councillor Thompson in the rain. And those were our flag raisings. And our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, June the 18th. So thank you to all for listening and for participating. So now we go to section 5 of our agenda. This is the deputations and presentations. All speakers are reminded that they have a maximum of 5 minutes to make their presentation. And first up, we have our Music City presentation. Shain Shapiro. Is Shain here? Shain Shapiro? Okay, that'll be, you're going to introduce him, Michael?
Shane's online.
Okay, he's online. Okay, thank you. So I'll introduce Michael Rochelle of our Economic Development Department, and maybe you can do that introduction for us.
Absolutely. So I'll introduce Shane. Shane is a globally recognized thought leader at the convergence of music, culture, and urban policy. This is showcased in his debut book, This Must Be the Place, How Music Can Make Your City Better, which came out on Repeater Books and distributed in the United States and Canada by Random House in September of 2023. Shane has defined a new way to think about the value of music in cities and places and through it, influenced over 130 cities and places to invest in music and culture as founder and executive chairman of Sound Diplomacy and founder and executive director of the not-for-profit Global Center for Music Ecosystems. He has authored authoritative reports on the role of music in cities, tourism, the nighttime economy, real estate, and recovery, including the most extensive guide to music and the Sustainable Development Goals ever written in partnership with the United Nations. He has spoken at hundreds of global conventions such as South by Southwest and the UN World Urban Forum, and delivered the first ever TEDx talk on music's role in cities. Shane holds a PhD from the University of London and lives in East London.
Okay, Shane, are you there?
Yeah, can you see and hear me?
Yep, we can hear you and we can see you. So the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Okay, great. So, yep, this is, I'll do this really quickly. First off, it's lovely to see everybody on the screen. I grew up in Toronto and Hamilton. I am from the UK now, although you can hear how I sound. And thank you, Mayor, as well, for the time. So, yeah, Sound Diplomacy developed a music strategy for the City of Niagara Falls over the last year or so. I'm just going to run through some of the facts and findings of it. So, we've explained Sound Diplomacy. We're an economic consulting company focused on music and cultural policy. Think of like a Deloitte for culture idea. And the objectives of the strategy, I won't read off the screen because I know I have 5 minutes, but really it focused on how we can help define Niagara Falls as the entertainment capital of Canada and actually, ensure that there's strategy, investment, time, understanding, and research to back up that title in every way possible, as well as everything else that's on the screen. So this is the work that we did. It took about a year. It included producing a comprehensive regulatory assessment of your local city code and policies, quite a lot of talking to people, asset mapping, and an economic impact assessment. And we worked with your city council and loads and fantastic stakeholders throughout that time. So these are just a few of the quick things that we learned. There's an incredible opportunity for Niagara Falls to leverage music in its tourism offer even more than it does. But it does require music to be kind of treated as an economic development priority, much like you would treat anything else as an economic development priority, not to make it more important than anything else, just as important as everything else. So just quickly through the key findings. This is the economic impact assessment that we did. You can see on the screen. It's a reasonable amount of jobs and economic impact for the city. We think that this can easily be increased, not just with more events, but further engagement with your musicians, music businesses, and businesses that use music. This is how the multiplier effect and the total economic impact looks. So it's for every dollar invested in music in Niagara Falls, there's an ROI. And then this is online. We mapped the music ecology. Every music-related asset, we call it, and if you can see on the screen, it includes all your tourism assets, but also artists, orchestras, choirs, educational facilities, schools, and so on. It's online, and obviously it's yours. And this is just more addition about the mapping analysis, just what kinds of things are in Niagara Falls region. And then the strategic plan was broken down into 8 recommendation areas. So obviously tourism is first, but it was far more than that, including policy, regulatory changes, investment and revenue models, and things like that. And these are the recommendations. So the strategy is, it's a couple hundred pages long. There's an executive summary. So everything that I'm presenting here, obviously there's a whole evidence base as to why we decided this, but these are the key recommendations. There's a couple of slides. So just really using sweating your assets even more, continuing to use and really develop the resources that you have, increase partnerships among your fantastic assets, creating a regulatory kind of infrastructure around this. So really creating an advisory task force, or even having what we call a music officer, which is not solely for events. That's also for industry development, for education, for regulatory issues, for music as an ecosystem, in addition to and including the events and the tourism, the big festivals, and so on. And these are the other recommendations, including really ensuring that, for example, when City Council pays for any artist or has any artists play any events, there's a fair play scheme, that that does that. And by the way, these recommendations have been, they're unique to Niagara Falls, but I've worked everywhere from New Orleans to Memphis to London to Barcelona and all over the world. And really, it's all about taking an intentional and deliberate approach to understanding the role that music can play in wider city economic and social development. Obviously leading with tourism and finding out how music can be even more of a driver for getting people to Niagara Falls and potentially increasing the shoulder nights, increasing off market, attracting more events to the OLG Center and other places. And there's quite a few recommendations and ideas. Everything has been based on engagement with the local community. Everything is evidenced in the strategy. If there's a cost to it, it's explained why. And this is the final recommendations. But I believe that's been 5 minutes. Obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions, but it's a real privilege, genuine real privilege to be able to have done this work in Niagara Falls. I can't tell you how many times I've been there. I remember the first time I went to Niagara Falls as a kid, being marveled, like I'm sure every kid, and I truly feel that music can play even more of a part of the unique offer that you have, so that Niagara Falls truly is not just marketed, but in putting action where the marketing is as well on all aspects of your music economy, the entertainment capital of Canada. So thank you for the time to present.
Thanks very much, Shane. And are you zooming in from the UK?
Yeah, I'm at home in London, in the UK.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much for all your work. That was a great report, and for the overview. So do we have any questions or comments of council? I've got Councillor Newestay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I guess, Shane or Michael. You're talking about this, I applaud you for looking outside all the different types of industries and looking for new ones, so the music industry for our city, so it's good to see the work. You said that you want us to be the entertainment capital of Canada. What does that look like? That's a very broad kind of concept. I'm a visual learner, so can you help explain what that would look like? Is that our New Year's Eve celebrations and expanding from there? Just kind of help me visualize that more.
Yeah, it's not my idea. It came through the engagement with all of you guys locally. So I'm just the messenger in this regard. But the idea is obviously there's an opportunity to brand Niagara Falls the entertainment capital of Canada, but it has to be backed up with a joined up approach around all forms of entertainment. So that really is how music and the wider performing arts, we just use music in this case, are leveraged across the entire year, from events through to community activations, to music at farmers markets, to activating the exchange, to building places for kids to test out music, to record, and so on. It's a strategic approach to utilizing entertainment for both economic and social development across Niagara Falls. And I believe that because you have the amazing waterfall and people are coming anyways for that, there's an incredible opportunity to kind of add another notch onto the offer, really being strategic about entertainment and leading with music.
Are there others? So, just to expand a little bit more on that. So you're saying that we should be the entertainment capital of Canada. Are there other cities within, because this is something you've studied, within Canada that that are competing for that title of entertainment capital? And if so, how will we differentiate ourselves from the other cities?
No, there are no other cities that are approaching this in the way that it kind of grew out of the conversations and the consultations and engaging with Surge and a whole bunch of obviously the tourism associations, the hotel associations, and so on. There isn't a city that is, let's say, grabbing the bull by the horns when it comes to entertainment in Canada, but I would argue that you're competing as well with communities in the States as well. And there are cities in the States that are doing this in different ways, from New Orleans to Branson, Missouri, to Vegas, obviously, at different levels. And we thought that there's a great opportunity for Niagara Falls to kind of be that, that shining star in Canada that utilizes entertainment in a more strategic, year-round focus, and builds an economic development strategy around leveraging entertainment as a core economic sector.
And through you, Mr.
Because,
Mayor. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's not just about showcasing the artists, right? It's all about all the jobs that are happening behind the scenes. For every when there's a, you talked about Mulan, I think it was during the mayor's thing. You know, there's 20 to 25 different jobs that are being incubated by that production in Niagara Falls, from catering to rigging to stage to sound to, you know, we want those jobs to be created in Niagara Falls. We want those jobs to be incubated in Niagara Falls. We want the tax revenue to be developed in Niagara Falls. So having that kind of real strategic focus on entertainment and music being the, you know, the path of least resistance there, really, in some ways, maybe alongside sport, was the idea behind the strategy, and the strategy articulates this probably a lot better than I am late at night here in London, but I'm trying.
Thank you. Very interesting. And one last question through Mr. Mayor to Michael. So you mentioned that we're looking at the exchanges being the area, but in the report they were also saying that there may be a district design specified for this. Would we be looking at the Maiden Ferry for that? Has that been under consideration?
So through the mayor to the councillor, so one of the recommendations does look at an entertainment district. So basically for an area like that, we would look at, you know, areas that are hotspots for music assets and tourism assets. So looking at that map, kind of the tourist core, and then stretching down Ferry Street towards Lundy's Lane does have those assets. I think we would look at identifying potentially the tourist core first as a entertainment district, and then build out from there. The exchange itself is a separate recommendation about activating the exchange and looking at potential new events. So we have already looked at looking at some funding opportunities where we would be able to bring some of the recommendations in the report, the short-term recommendations, and have those take place at the exchange.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo. Then Patel and Lococo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to say thanks to Mr. Shapiro for the report, and also to Michael and staff, Your Worship. It's not often that as a municipality you're able to bring something forward such as a music strategy where you can diversify. And as Mr. Shapiro said, you know, you're trying to bring new tax dollars to the city. You're trying to create employment jobs. This is just another avenue that we can use. I mean, obviously we have the falls as a backdrop, so we have to capitalize on that somehow. So I wanted to say thank you to Michael and staff for bringing the strategy forward. There's a lot of parts of it I like. I mean, obviously the tourism aspect, it talks about creating a winter festival. We used to do the New Year's Eve celebration. You know, we have the Avalon Ballroom. We now have the introduction of the OLG stage, which has brought another level of entertainment. But I still like the outdoor park, to be honest with you, with the falls as a backdrop. I mean, if we could go back to having concerts in the park, I think that would be something that definitely would attract people. And I also like the fact that the exchange is mentioned in here a number of times, and that you've given some credence to the locals and said that, you know, we have to try to incubate and cultivate, you know, the local culture in terms of music. So congratulations to Michael and staff. I'm happy to move the report when you're looking for a motion.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. Councillor Patel and Lococo, and then Thompson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Michael or Mrs. Shapiro. It's a great strategy. Creating a music city strategy is the first step. And the way I see it is can go in, there's two aspects to this. One is economic and tourism aspect to it. Another one is we have to build the culture, because culture sells. When we go to Montreal, when we go to Nashville, we go for the culture. So we have to create and incubate culture and celebrate culture. That's the only way we can attract people who are actually very attracted to music to come to our city. When we actually are at the advantage of having millions of people come to our city every year. So when we have festivals, we have to start with a festival, in my understanding. For example, when we have Night of Art, the whole city was there for Night of Art. Something like that having around the museum, because that's what we are concentrating around the museum and around the exchange. Or maybe bring back the Springlicious, bring back a Christmas market that comes around somewhere in the center of the city where we can attract people, because I go to Christmas market in Toronto all the time. But that is the culture we go to Toronto for. There's lots of things happening in Christmas market. I love Montreal. We keep on going back to Montreal. It's not just the tourism aspect, it's the whole culture that people go to experience the whole culture. So I believe that creating the strategy is the first step, but there's lots of legwork has to be done, and we can create culture, celebrate culture, and we can also create the economic benefit of it to have a winter concert. What I saw in the report, that's great because we have so many people coming to Niagara Falls throughout the winter to see the Festival of Lights. So we can leverage that and have a winter concert series, just like they have Welland Canal Festival in Port Colborne, something like that. So I think there's lots of opportunities here, but it will take a little bit time and a little bit work to get going. So I really like it, and I'm really excited for it. And I would second the motion Councillor Peter Angelo put in forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lococo, then Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for all of this work. I know how much work goes into all of this, putting a strategy together. There's so many pieces to it, and some of them I completely agree with, and then some of them I have some minor and major concerns. I know when the exchange was built, a lot of residents were talking about that this was a local place. And I'm just concerned, I know it's a double-edged sword. We want to bring more tourism, we want to bring jobs, but I just want to ensure that the exchange, that the locals don't get pushed out of the exchange, because there's only so many times, like say for example in the summertime, there's only so many weekends, there's only so many Friday, Saturdays. If they're always booked with these Music City events, then that's pushing the locals out for them to be in there and to perform and that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at that as well. I wanted to know, in the report, it talked about...
Did you want to weigh in on that, Shane? I'm sorry, I didn't know if you wanted
Yeah, I think the objective was what you said, Councillor, is to have a framework. That was the idea of this role of a music officer or whatever we call it, right? I don't want anyone to dwell on the terms, but we need to have a clear structure and a framework to ensure that local artists, local community members have access to the exchange in a fair and equitable way. It wasn't to bring outside things in to take the calendar of the exchange. It was more what you said, I'm hoping, and I hope that was reflected. We want to make sure that it is an incubator for the local music ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure who can answer this. I wanted to know what the role of the city would be. In the report, it talks about the city being a coordinator between the hotels and the music industry and the bookings and the deals. I don't know if that's the role of the city, and I'm wondering how that's going to look. Can anyone answer that for me?
Who would answer that? Would that be Michael?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, if you can just let me know which
on page
which
3, under recommendation 3, it talks about partnership with the city hotels, entertainment providers, and the casino. Of the report, not the presentation.
Page 3 here.
I'm just wondering what that role looks like.
This may be referring to the music officer position or a music office that has been talked about in the report. So in many other music cities, positions like that exist. They essentially have various different roles, and it depends what community that is in. We are not necessarily suggesting that we require a music office or music officer position. That would be something that would be looked at with some of the stakeholders, both on the community side, both with on the tourism side as well. The study itself did start as or the funding for the study was from a tourism relief fund, but then as the project began, we realized that for a Music City strategy, it needs to be a comprehensive approach, looking from the ground up, making sure that the community is consulted. So I'd have to double check in terms of that reference because I don't see it right now, but I can follow up with that afterwards.
Okay, thank you. It also talked about equipment rentals. This report is great and it wants us to approve the strategy, but to me it's so vague right now. It's sort of high level. We don't know how much this is going to cost. We don't know what it's going to look like. It talked about equipment rentals. That means that the city would be purchasing equipment to rent. So I was a little concerned about that. The other thing that a resident got in touch with me was partnering with neighboring building owners and property developers to expand the exchange spaces. Again, it's a very high level. Are we looking at purchasing properties? So I'd like some more information on that, and I think it's too early to tell at this stage. It talked about the Niagara Falls Community Development Fund, and it talked about being easier for musicians to apply. I do sit on the Culture Committee, so I know how the process works, and I just want to make sure that the other artists are also going to be treated fairly, or we're going to have different streams, because if it's now all going to be in the music strategy, there's so many other artists that are not musicians, so I want to make sure that that funding is laid out properly, that everybody's being treated fairly. Recommendation 10 talks about establishing a per capita. I know when the exchange was going to be built, we had a cultural per capita, and I can't remember what it was, but we were significantly lower than other communities. And once the exchange got built, then that per capita went up. And I did ask for that. I don't know if we can find that as of what we are now, and then look at, well, what do we want with this investment, what do we want to be? The challenge I have with the adding the 25-cent surcharge to the mat, I know that we've already talked about the mat and looking at different options. So if we approve this report, does that mean we're approving the 25 cent with the mat?
Mr. Seo?
Yeah, through the mayor to the council and councillor. What's before you today is a strategy with a number of initiatives. It's not at the analysis point in time. It really gives direction to staff to say, do you want a Music City strategy? Here's a whole bunch of things that would, potentially entice in the strategy. We're not going to accomplish all those items at start one, but those are the areas of focus that we would start to move through. So approving this doesn't mean you've approved every step into it. It would have to come back. Your question with regards to budget and items, again, that is dealt with during the budget. This is the strategy, and it would be up to our economic development team and partners in the industry, quite frankly, to bring forward the steps that they want to take that they think they can accomplish on the strategy. So approving the strategy means it sets the course. It doesn't set all those other things in motion, just to be clear. So the 25-cent tax, the rental of equipment, none of that is approved today. What's being approved is, do you want a Music City strategy, kind of in the framework or box that has been outlined, and then we would end up going down the road to see what can be accomplished out of that during each budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. That makes that very clear. I just wanted to comment about the street performance. Years ago, we've had buskers come to council and wanting to do that, so that was good. Fair play, that's excellent. Talked about an abundance of abandoned and underutilized buildings. I'm really interested in seeing that list when that comes. I do have two more questions. One is about the noise bylaw. Some residents are concerned about if we're going to be expanding the tourism or entertainment area, how close is it going to be to residential? And if we expand that noise bylaw, are they going to will that interfere with their enjoyment around their property? So that was a concern. A cost, we sort of already said that this isn't. The last question I had is regarding UNESCO. I know when we were in London, there were these banners up on the street, and it said London was a UNESCO music city. And UNESCO, there's no mention of UNESCO Music City in there, and I'm just wondering, because there's 3 in Canada, there's 59 around the world, and a lot of the recommendations, 10 of them actually, came from these UNESCO music cities. So I'm wondering, do we have plans to make it a UNESCO city?
Shane, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure only London in Canada is a music city. There are creative cities, but I could be wrong on that. UNESCO Music City is an application. Niagara Falls can choose to go for it or not. They pick 4 to 6 cities every year from around the world that apply. It's a brand. and you get what you put into it. So London has really gone they have taken a very active approach to their branding, where there are, of those 59 cities, Councillor, there's 30 of them that do nothing. So it really is, it's a wider strategic decision that would come probably after digesting and kind of going through some of the other questions and concerns that you have, because that could be a future step, but it's not something that we would recommend when there is one down the road trying to define it. And it's one of those brands that kind of, its independence is kind of, it depends on the geographic distances between the cities. There's only one American UNESCO City of Music, which is Kansas City. Most of them are in South America, Europe, and in Asia and Africa.
And I'll just add to that, so the City of London, they had council approve their music strategy in 2014, and they applied to be a UNESCO World City of Music in 2021. So it took them 7 years to develop their plan before that application was made.
Okay, thank you. On
All right. I've worked on a bunch of them, so that's why there are quite a few best practices, just because I've had quite a lot of experience engaging with UNESCO cities of music.
Okay, thank you. On the UNESCO site, it said Montreal, Toronto, and Quebec City were UNESCO sites. So that's why I said that there were 3.
Yeah, I believe Montreal and Quebec City. There's cities of gastronomy, literature, other creative arts. So, and you can only be one.
Yes.
So you pick one and you apply for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And those were all the questions that I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You got Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you for this is a great opportunity, and we're 14 million visitors are coming every year, and the Niagara Falls tourism in the last 2 years have had music's periods, and the people coming was unbelievable. And if we get with the convention and the Niagara Falls tourists with them work, I think we're really the best city in Canada to music, and this is it's already started for the last couple of, I was, the hotels were just really excited to the also. So I think this was really great.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Newstag, and then we're going to take the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Michael and Shane. So it sounds like you're getting the support of council for this strategy. So where do you go from here? So what's the action plan? Everybody approves the strategy, and where do you go? And how do we hear the evaluation? So where's the next 3 things that you're going to start or focus on? And then how do we hear back from to council that yes, it's moving exactly what we want, or going from there?
Yeah, for sure. Through the mayor to the councillor. So the goals and the recommendations are set out in short, medium, and long-term plans. So some of the short-term plans, these are items that can be immediately put into the work plans of staff. So these, once this is approved, these are things that we will start working towards. That could include, one of the recommendations is putting towards together a directory and a map of assets, and applying for funding to activate some of the program, which that's items that we have already done. what we can do is bring back a report to council at a later date showing kind of where the music strategy is at. It could be 6 months, could be a year from now, whatever council chooses.
I think it'd be great if we could hear back maybe semi-annually just where it's going, because it's such an exciting new industry for us, that if you could bring it back and maybe we can all be involved in it. So as maybe part of the motion, we can add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane, you were going to say something there?
Yeah, it is fairly normal in the places that adopt these kinds of strategies. One is, it does take time for this stuff to evolve, and we'd be happy, obviously, to continue the conversations with Serge and Michael and your wonderful team, to potentially, the economic analysis could be rerun in a couple of years. That's quite normal. A lot of communities do that. And also, in addition, the assets can be remapped. And as Michael said, the recommendations are kind of an immediate, midterm, long-term. And it's really recognizing that this is, it's not something that can all be taken at once, but it's something that can be done in chunks.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Coco?
I just had a question to the point that Michael said. He said that the short term would be apply for funding. I'm having a hard time understanding how we can apply for funding if we don't know what the projects are. Like, it hasn't come back to council to approve those things. So how can we apply for funding?
Michael?
So through the mayor to the councillor, so applying for funding, this project, for example, was funded through FedDev. So there are certain recommendations here that there may be a financial component. So we could look at whether it's a provincial or federal or other programs that we could apply and potentially receive funding to take a medium-term recommendation and perhaps move it to a short-term goal.
Thank you for that answer. Again, if we're going to apply for funding, I think it should come to council to see if that's what we want to do. Like, we haven't determined exactly what we're doing. I can understand a map and a directory, those types of things. But if we're applying for funding, that's for a specific project, and I really think it should come back to council at that time.
Well, there's going to be a motion for that the recommendation that we approve this strategy. So that's the motion that's going to be made shortly.
And that's why I asked, and the CAO said approving this motion doesn't mean that we've approved everything, it's just the strategy. But when you apply for funding, it's very specific. And to be very specific, we haven't approved or even seen what that initiative is. That's all I'm suggesting.
Mr. CAO, did you want to comment?
Hotel.
Yeah. Sorry, the application of funding is a normal function of staff. So if there is funding that comes out from the government, we do intend to apply for it. There is no impact to the levy. If there's a levy impact or a budgetary impact, also with economic development, there's funding in there for various activities. So when the staff have the ability to apply for certain funding, if there is going to be a budgetary impact, that is brought through the budget process. So what you may see during this budget process is is a pocket of funding for the Music City strategy with identified items, and with the intent that ECDEV or partners in the industry go out and apply for funding, because in some cases we don't actually apply for the funding. It's other agencies that apply for the funding. To bring every application to council, we want to be able to hit some of the timelines, to be quite frank. So that's why if it has a levy impact, do we bring it back to budget at that point in time, or we approve in many cases a general budget for those initiatives and staff find some of the other funding. So if you look at some of the activities that I routinely sign off on applications for funding things that is done within the staff domain of day-to-day operations. So I think if it's something that's material, it will come to before council because we'll need to make the investment and it's not in our budget. But there'll be certain opportunities that we can apply for. If you look at the last, the Eclipse, we applied for funding applications and we received funding from various levels of government and from other sponsors to undertake items so that the city had no cost to it. And those are the type of opportunistic applications that we would undertake. So
Thank you for that explanation. I just want to go at it from another way. All of the applications that we put in for funding are based on master plans or agreements that council has already approved. This is a brand new strategy and we don't know what they are. So even if we apply for funding and get funding, there will be an impact at the tax levy later on for a music officer, for purchasing land, for doing things. It seems like we're putting the cart before the horse and not knowing what those expenses are going to be later. How can we apply for funding when we don't know the initiatives?
No, the type of application, so that's an unsustainable item. So if it's the purchase of land, that has to come before council. If it's an FTE, that has to come before council. If it's a sponsorship for a concert, that's a one-time event that the province says, here's a check for if you apply, you'll get a check for $40,000, you can hold a concert. Well, it's tough to bring each of those items to council. Otherwise, we would never move anything forward. So there's a difference between stuff that's going to have a taxpayer impact and there's operational activities that happen day to day. So if the ministry went to Clark, because Clark's standing behind Michael at the time, and said, hey, if you want to hold such and such event in the exchange, there's some funding for it, apply for it. He applies for it, and we hold a set event, that doesn't necessarily come to council. Staff's job is to go out and try and get as much funding as possible to hold normal activities in the thing. So Clark's responsibility is to fill up the exchange as often as possible with the lowest amount of impact to the taxpayers. And if that includes applying for funding for different events, that's part of his job. If it becomes something where Clark says, well, I want to do something and this is going to have a 3 or 4 year impact, well, then that has to come to council. So I just want to make sure that not everything we do comes to the council because we have to run businesses each day. So we try to, exercise best judgment on something. And if it becomes an unsustainable ask or the funding is incomplete, well, then that would then have to go to council. So, like I said, there's going to be lots of opportunities where funding may become available, and we have to do that within our program. So. I don't know what to say, but we have a $100 million corporation, and every $5,000 or $20,000 application can't come to council. I just want to be clear about that. The strategy is we're going to engage, and whether I had the strategy or not, to be quite frank, the direction to staff, to Kathy and Clark, is the McBain better be busy. The exchange better be busy. Fireman's Park better be busy. The old fire hall better be busy, and do it without hitting. Do it with minimal impact to it. So, I just want to be clear that whether we have this formal strategy or not, we have assets that we need to ensure are being utilized to the benefit of the community. And if I can get government funding to help with that benefit, well, I'm not turning it down, and I'm not. I'm going to capitalize every dollar I can get from another source. So, anything major though, will come to council for a decision. And if we put stuff in the budget that will last more than a year or requires multi-year funding, that again is going to be a decision of council.
I've got Shane. Go ahead, Shane.
Do you need me more anymore? It's just want to make sure. It's 10 o'clock here. Are there any further questions for me specific to the strategy? That's all that I can
I don't
answer.
think so. We're ready to vote. As soon as Councillor Coco gets her question answered, we're going to take the vote. So we're almost done here, Shane. We're almost done.
Okay,
thank you.
I understand what the CAO said. It just seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse because we're giving a carte blanche to move forward with stuff that we don't even know. There's lots of things in there. We don't know the cost. We don't know the commitment. And I would just like more information. And I'm having a hard time with this approval because it's for everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, we've got the motion. Shane wants to go to bed. Time to put this one to bed. So we already have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Just one more question, Your Worship, maybe through you to Michael. The recommendations in the report, the numbers don't really seem to align. It says that there's 19, but we didn't actually get 19. Like it jumps from 4 to 9. So if there's more recommendations that we don't see on our report, perhaps they can just be forwarded to council at a later time. I mean, I like the idea of the biannual updates, Your Worship, and I think, Councillor Coco's point of, getting updates. I think we're going to get those updates through the biannual reports. And I do agree with Mr. Burgess's assessment on, I don't want to bring every grant application back to council. That's not what we do right now anyway. So I'm happy to move the report. If we can get the full recommendations, that would be great.
Yeah. They're in the report. They might not have been in the presentation. There's 19 of them in the report, which is 5.2.
Yeah, so when I click on it, like if you go to page 26 of 31.
Well, yeah, but if you go to the top part of
Yeah, the top part of the report, the actual. Yeah.
Page 4, 5, 6.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, those pages you have to move over. There's 2 pages
Oh, to the
on it.
side.
You have to move over. Scroll over to the left or the right.
Okay.
Okay, good. So we got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. All right, sweet dreams, Shane. Thank you. Nice vinyl.
Thank you, everybody. Wishing you all the best.
Nice vinyl collection too.
Thank you. Okay. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, next up. Okay, next up is St. Paul Catholic High School cheerleading team. The St. Paul varsity cheerleading team has had a successful season with a back-to-back win at OFSA South Regional Championships. So let me just get my notes here. I'm going to call forward coaches Sheila DeLuca and Natasha Fortuna, who will recognize the efforts and accomplishments of the cheerleading team. So if we can get you to come forward here to the inner circle.
Are they going to do a cheer? Like,
Yes, there's going to be a cheer.
Give me an M. Right.
Yeah,
Are they
show
gonna
us,
do one?
why don't you show us how we're
Well,
going to do
you
it?
used to do it in university, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Okay, yes, yeah, oh yeah, come forward. We're going to call them for one by one. Okay. Hello, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so first I'm going to read, this is for you. Yes, thank you. So first off, welcome everyone. How many people are here for St. Paul? Just kind of show hands a little bit. Okay, good. Okay, good, good. So it's a pleasure to welcome our coaches, Sheila DeLuca and Natasha Fortuna, here today, along with the accomplished team. So I understand Coach Jana McQuaid was not able to be here today. The St. Paul varsity cheerleading team earned the highest score in their division across all regional events that took place in early April 2024. They came home with an OFSA, this is all Ontario, win in the South Regional Championships. This win is backed onto last year's first place finish in the same competition. So repeat, congratulations. So for 2 years in a row, this dedicated and loyal group of athletes practiced all school year and proudly led St. Paul to gold at OFSA. They also represented St. Paul at events, sports, games, pep rallies, the Santa Claus Parade, and many other interscholastic competitions. So thank you to the ladies. At this time, I'd like to ask the coaches if they would please call out each of the names of the members of the team, and we're going to present to you a City of Niagara Falls Triumph plaque. So ladies and gentlemen, how about we put our hands together to recognize this great accomplishment? So we're going to call your names out, and then you'll come the same way here, along there, and we'll join us here. I'm going to give you one of these. Shake your hand. If there's moms or dads or someone taking pictures, just come right to the front here. You can come right in the front row, and someone can take the pictures. I don't know if we have somebody. We do have someone from the city that'll take pictures as well. So I'll leave it to our coaches.
Awesome. So our captain, Brianna Gordon.
We'll wait till she comes up. Come on up. Congratulations. We'll do a picture. Okay. That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our recipient captain, Brooklyn N.
Close call. Congratulations.
Camila Santo. Melina Arbenti.
Folks, you can come right to the front if you like. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emma Keltos.
Oh, did you got anyone else? Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, take it. Come on, Mom.
Thank you.
You're so shy.
Juliet Sullivan. Rosalind Sullivan. Birthday girl Gabby Fergoy.
Happy birthday. We got someone over here too, I think. Is there
Yeah, I'll
another
take
one?
one.
Thank you. Liliana Jagaski.
Congratulations. The picture here. How do you say it? Giuseppe. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Ireland Allen.
Congratulations. I'll get you over here. Okay. No problem, Clark.
Don't mind me.
Olivia Van Cleef. And lastly, in UV, Brave Alexander.
Congratulations. Thank you for that. And of course, the coaches. Our coaches. And are we missing any players? So 3 and the other coach. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are for the rest, the other coach and the other players. We want to make sure everybody gets one. So now I would ask our coaches, maybe if you could tell us about your season, and if someone on behalf of the team wants to speak, then we'll do a group shot. So we'll get one last chance for parents to do their shots. So did you want to maybe tell for everybody at home and all the people in the gallery, maybe just tell a little bit about your championship season? Who wants to speak on the coaches first?
Yeah, I have a few additional words to add, so I'm proud to be here today to recognize the accomplishments of the St. Paul Catholic High School cheer team. So like you mentioned, not only does the team cheer at football games and participate in other school and community events, they also compete at competitions. Last year was the inaugural series of the offsite regional events for cheerleading, where the Patriots cheerleaders were successful in winning the game day division. So a game day routine is judged on the crowd leading and the incorporation of different stunts, props, and choreography. And then this year, the event was even bigger with more teams and tougher competition, but still the Patriots were able to come on top and take home that first place. And not only did they have the highest score of our event, we had the highest score of all the other teams of the other regional events as well.
Amazing, amazing. No? The captain want to say a few words about the team? Come forward, captain. Say a few words. Anything. Just tell us, what was it like this season? Just tell us what it was like from a player's perspective.
This season was really different because we had like a lot more goals on the team than we did last year. So it was a lot easier, or no, it was kind of a lot harder, like getting everyone to, because some girls were really new and they didn't really know what was going on. So it was like a lot harder trying to get everybody all together. But in the end, we all everybody got the hang of it and everyone knew what we were doing. So it worked.
Awesome. Great job. All right. So, Pat, can you line us up? Okay, we're going to line up right here somehow. Maybe two.
We won't ask you to make a pyramid.
Make a pyramid. I can crouch or something. Tell us.
Okay.
Just tell us.
Maybe we'll have three lines. We can have some people take a knee.
Take a knee.
Take both knees.
If you can.
Thank you. Perfect. And then everyone can kind of find
Remember, if you can't see Tatiana, she can't see you.
Okay, I can mostly see everyone. Ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Everyone's fabulous. Thank you so much.
Now, hold on, let the parents now. Okay, we'll look straight here for one. Okay, now we're here.
Thank you.
Don't be shy. Did everyone get one? Okay, big hand, ladies. Good job. You gonna do a cheer?
That's funny.
Okay. Next time.
We should have asked them first.
Yeah, I should have asked them first. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pardon me? What's him? Mayor? Yeah. All right, later. Okay, we'll just maybe close that door. Thank you. So I'd also like to acknowledge we've got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco in the audience. Joyce, thank you for being here. Okay, next up is our Niagara Falls Recreation Committee. They're hosting a golf tournament, so they'd like to give us some updates. So we've got both Sheila DeLuca and Terry Thompson from the Recreation Committee, who's going to give us a brief presentation. So the floor is yours.
Awesome. Back to back.
Yeah,
There we
wow.
go.
Holy
Championships.
moly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Diodati and members of council. I'm Sheila DeLuca. I'm the chair of the Recreation Committee, joined by Terry Thompson. Today we're here to talk about something that's brand new, we're super excited about. Really not brand new, because it's been 30 years since we've done this. We're hosting our first golf tournament on Saturday, June 22nd at 1 p.m. So in the past, we have been raising funds through the garage sale. If you remember the garage sale, the Gale, we had one after COVID, and it was to raise money and funds for the city's activity subsidy fund. So this money goes towards people who are playing sports and recreation, and Terry's going to give some history.
Okay, next line up here. Okay, yeah, thanks again for your time. So yeah, this, I think Sheila was saying this started as a golf tournament 30 years ago. I haven't been around there that long, so I don't know really what happened or why we got away from it, but it's good for a change. So we've decided to come back here. I think it's our golf tournament at Niagara Falls Golf Club, and we just hopefully have a lot of fun, get some groups out, maybe get some groups from City Council out there as well. I'm going to go on to the next slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next slide, yes.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm not doing that, so I don't know who's doing this, so thank you. So, yeah, so we have limited subsidies to, obviously, just from people from Niagara Falls, to individuals requiring financial assistance to participate in any sports organization clubs. So, this is for registration and equipment. In the past, we bought, baseball belts for kids for baseball, hockey skates, shoes, so it's not just for the registration. And, it's helped out a lot of families, especially with all the new coming families to the City of Niagara Falls and how it's expanding. We for the next slide I'm going to go to, we're going to show you that obviously we're requiring a little more money from our funds. So we're hoping this golf tournament will be a way of getting more money. So just as some percentages, you see our rates from 2016. We were going to throw out the COVID year, 2 years, I guess. And then from last year, from 2023, we're up to 23 individuals. So 7 now, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot more. So we're going to need some more money. So the garage sale was good. We had a sports fair. We made some money off some tables for that too. But we're hoping this is going to be a good fundraiser for us. And like I said, there's only 7 as far as that goes. So here's some reasons how we can help. If you know members of the community that want to sponsor a hole or sponsor a foursome ideally. Right now we're short foursomes. We're getting some prizes and some hole sponsorship, which is great. But ideally we need some more teams to play if we're going to hand stuff out. So it's $500. That's for a foursome. And that might get you a beverage and a hot dog or something during the tournament. And I know I'm jumping ahead, but Zappy's has kindly sponsored some pizza for it after the event for our function. They donated that. So there is some information on the website how you can access and sponsor some teams. We're hoping to have at least 14 teams, which would be 56 golfers. We can go up to 144, but I think that's a little bit too many. So ideally, I think 72, which is one foursome per hole, would be ideal. And we hope to see some of you out there. I know Beth's got some interest already, and some foursomes have paid. So we're moving along, and we'll be having a meeting in another week or two to finalize everything. So again, thanks again for Zappy's for donating the pizza for our event.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions of council for Councillor Baldinelli? You are the resident golfer, so why don't you lead us in discussion on this topic?
I'm part of the rec committee, and this year we had a few meetings, and with the increase in the amount of people that are actually coming into the city, we do need some funding. The team or the committee has taken the prerogative to initiate this golf tournament again, and I fully support it. I mean, it's a tough way to make $5,000 if we can. We're looking to aim at $5,000, but as you see, the individuals that need assistance within our community are many, and we want to make sure that all kids can participate in any sport events that they can. So I am in great support, and I hopefully that we can get some more teams out there. I know that it's a tough go to get people to pay, but they have to remember it's for a great cause, and I hand it to the committee for actually getting it together. It's a lot of work for a little bit of money, and maybe we can get some major sponsors to help out so that it does become lucrative and help out the community.
So maybe, so we'll get a motion to receive the presentation, and then maybe, and if you want to make that one, Councillor Baldinelli, we can ask that the city help promote it through all of our social media and our Facebook and our website and all the different means internally as well. So maybe if you want, we can make that part of your motion to receive it.
Absolutely. I'd like to, I'll first put the motion.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we receive the presentation and we help promote through our social media and through our website. And Mr. Burgess, our CAO, is going to put in a foursome as well. Well, look out. Just bring lots of balls. That's all I got to say. And scuba gear. That's,
it's best ball, by the way.
I'll just leave it there. And even helmets.
Our insurance race.
He's actually not a bad golfer. He's not.
It is best ball, so.
Best ball? Oh,
yes.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay. Make sure they're fluorescent and they beep so we can find them.
Scramble.
Scramble. Okay. So we've got the motion. We've got it seconded. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. So thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you. Okay. 5.5, Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund recipient. We've got Clark Burnett, our Senior Manager of Culture, and he's going to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to present this annual award here today. I am presenting on behalf of the chairs of the Culture Committee, Deborah Attenborough and Lori Moffat. Unfortunately, they were unable to join us, or Deborah actually had to leave just a few minutes ago. It is wonderful to be able to celebrate the artists that make and contribute to our vibrancy of our community and reflect on the world in which we live in. In 1997, Mr. Alistair Young donated a 1932 Ford Roadster to the Arts and Culture Commission, now the Culture Committee. The commission raffled the car off, and the money raised was used to establish the Young Family Endowment Fund. Several changes have been made to the endowment fund since it began in '98, including the name change to the Young Family Endowment, from the Young Family Endowment to the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund. Formally, I'd like to have council approve the report before I bring Lindsay Ann up in front, so we can make sure that she officially has the gets the award.
Councillor Newsteg and Lococo, move in second. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for
Lindsay,
that.
you want to come on up? I would like to introduce Lindsay Ann Chilcott to council. The council report has some examples of her work, as well as showing the video playing on the monitors that is representing her body of work. Lindsay Ann Chilcott is a multimedia artist and environmental activist living and working in Niagara Falls. Specializing in pop surrealistic sculpture, Chilcott utilizes electrical wires and other discarded matter to explore the themes of consumerism, communication, capitalism, and a relationship between the physical and virtual worlds. She has exhibited internationally, including shows in New York and Chicago. She has been included in solo exhibitions at the Marilyn I. Walker School for Performing Arts, the Gallery in St. Catharines, and On Task Studio in Toronto. Her work has been featured in several publications, including the Work and Artist magazine and Digital America. We've been fortunate to have her works at several nights of art here in the city, and she is currently a studio resident at the Exchange. So I'm very excited to bring Lindsay Ann Chilcott forward to accept this award. So Lindsay, maybe come on up. You can handle it for us. Come with us, Claire. Come with it. Congratulations. They'll take it. Good. Excellent.
Thanks.
Did you want to take it here? Is that your
That's a good one.
Nice. Good. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. 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 Thank you very much. Congratulations. That's pretty funny. Okay, I don't know why my phone. Okay, yeah, no, I'm having my iPad's doing something really weird right now. I don't know if our IT guys can have a peek at it. It's just spinning. Yeah. Yeah, it's just downloading something. Okay, next up is the, so where are we at? The Alistair Young, okay, final asset management plan. So Elaine Chang and Aman Singh from SLBC will be joining municipal work staff to deliver a presentation to council. Are they here or are they online, Mr. Clerk? They're on Zoom, okay. I gotta get used to these guys. You guys.
Through the chair, thank you very much. Yes, Elaine will be joining us online. Thank you for your time this evening. We have our consultants from SLBC Inc. who helped us to develop the city's asset management plan. They'll be providing an overview to council this evening and allow for any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. You're muted, Ms. Chang. You're muted. Your line is muted. There we go.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yep,
okay.
We can hear you and see you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present the asset management plan. And let me just, I just need to share my screen here. Okay. And before we dive in, I just wanted to thank all of the staff across the city administration, because this was really a team effort that pulled together all of the different departments, and everyone was very collaborative in helping to bring together the asset inventory and all the information and knowledge they had about condition, age, and renewal needs. It was a huge effort, and it's really laying a strong foundation for future asset management planning and of course also budgeting. So again, thank you to all the staff. So in just a bit of background on the asset management plan, in 2017, the province passed Ontario Regulation 588-17, which requires municipalities to establish robust asset management planning processes. In compliance with the regulation, the city adopted a strategic asset management policy in 2019 and developed an asset management plan for core assets in 2022. So the core assets consist of, by regulation, the core assets consist of water, wastewater, stormwater, road, and bridge assets. So for this year, the regulation requires that all municipal assets be covered by an asset management plan, and that the AM plan report the cost of maintaining the current level of service over the next 10 years. So that's the asset management plan that we're presenting tonight, this evening. And next year, the regulation requires that asset management plans be updated to present a proposed level of service with a financial strategy to support those levels of service over the next 10 years. So that means that the city, between this year's asset management plan and next year's asset management plan, the city has an opportunity to consider what levels of service they would like to provide and whether there are any adjustments that need to be made. Beyond 2025, asset management plans must be updated at least every 5 years. Again, this is according to the regulation. And progress implementing the asset management plan must be reported to council annually. The asset management plan will help the organization achieve its strategic objectives by defining an infrastructure plan that is financially sustainable, that protects the environment, and supports economic diversity and growth. Those strategic priorities, along with legislated service requirements, drive the definition of levels of service required to be supported by the city's assets. Of course, the assets and the infrastructure that the city owns are only owned because the city needs to deliver services. So services are really the crux of everything. If there's a risk that the city will not be able to meet its committed levels of service, then asset lifecycle activities are undertaken or adjusted. So for example, if there's insufficient community center capacity, then a community center may be expanded or a new one built. If there are additional functional needs related to, for example, accessibility or energy efficiency, then there may be a need to replace existing assets or upgrade them to meet those new functional requirements. And of course, most commonly, we find that there are reliability concerns. As assets naturally age and deteriorate, they may need to be renewed, or the operations and maintenance activities may need to be adjusted. All of these life cycle activities entail some sort of cost, which must be planned for. So going from left to right, this chart shows how the asset management plan connects the city's corporate priorities and community commitments through levels of service, risk-based prioritization, life cycle activities, improvements, and funding needs. As a strategic document, the asset management plan defines a roadmap for future year budgeting and day-to-day activities, including service delivery and capital construction. The asset management plan starts by answering the questions, what assets does the city own and what condition are they in? Combining the findings of the 2022 core asset management plan and the 2024 non-core asset management plan, the overall replacement value of the city's assets is $2.7 billion. This includes assets that are funded by the city but managed by external boards such as the libraries, the airport, and the convention center. In this chart, you'll see that we have defined the assets based on services, and corporate function assets such as IT, facilities, and fleet. They're actually embedded within these groups based on the service that they support. The next section of the asset management plan documents current levels of service. Customer levels of service are generally qualitative and describe the service expectations from the community's perspective. These are then translated into technical levels of service, which are quantitative metrics. So as you read through the asset management plan, you'll see qualitative customer level of service statements, followed by technical level of service metrics. For the asset management, the 2024 asset management plan, current performance is reported for these level of service statements and metrics that were developed with input from staff. For 2025, proposed levels of service will be reported, reflecting input from community stakeholders and consideration of funding and other constraints. Risk analysis helps to ensure that the city is addressing assets with the highest risk potential at the right time for the lowest cost. Projects designed to lower or drastically reduce risk potential to the city and stakeholders are prioritized. Based on, what this chart is showing is that based on age and condition, the risk exposure associated with asset failure is shown. For non-core assets, it was found that about $45 million worth of assets are in very high risk, as shown in the top right, the red corner up here. These are the assets that are very likely to fail, so certain or likely, based on their current condition and age, and are expected to have a major or catastrophic consequence if they fail. Consequences considered included financial, operational, health and safety, environmental, and reputational. A majority of the assets in that very high risk category include, for example, street light supports and electrical distribution, and fire vehicles and the fire hall theater. In its budgeting activities, the city is prioritizing these assets for replacement. And now let's take a look at asset improvement needs by service area. For water and wastewater assets, which as I mentioned were, this information was from the core asset management plan, 71% of assets are in fair or better condition. 13% are in poor condition, which means they're nearing the end of their life. And 5% are in very poor condition, which means that they are due or overdue for replacement. And now I don't want anyone to become alarmed. I know that the colors can be kind of striking, but it's very important to remember that poor condition is it just means that the assets are nearing the end of their life. It's a normal part of the asset life cycle. So it just means that the city needs to prepare for replacing these in the near future. Assets that are in very poor condition are at or beyond the end of their life, but they may still be operating. So this is where it's important to consider the risk. We just talked about. We just looked at a chart that mapped the likelihood of failure with the consequences of failure. So it's entirely normal to keep assets in operation if their consequence of failure is not very high. So again, I just want to emphasize that just seeing the assets being in very poor condition doesn't necessarily mean that they are that this is a situation to be extremely concerned about. We and the city is looking at the risk exposure to prioritize needs. So over the next 10 years, the annual capital requirement for these assets in water and wastewater is $15.7 million. On the stormwater side, we see that most of these assets are in fair or better condition, which is great, and a very small number are considered to be in very poor condition. And the annual capital requirement is estimated at $4.6 million per year over the next 10 years. And so what that says to us is that there are assets that will be moving down from, that will be aging into this very poor condition over the next 10 years. For transportation assets, we see that 72% of the assets are in fair or better condition, and over the next 10 years, the annual capital requirement is estimated at about $24.3 million per year. We also see that there are assets with unknown condition up here. Those are primarily sidewalks. In parks and trails, we have 79% of assets in fair or better condition, and over the next 10 years, there is a need for about $3.3 million to maintain per year to maintain the current level of service, meaning to prevent this backlog from growing. On the recreation side, the assets in very poor condition here are primarily in Chippewa Arena, and that facility is considered to be overall at a building level considered to be in poor condition, although some of, as you can see, many of the systems within the building are in very poor condition. So that there's a decision to be made whether to renew the systems within the building or to take broader action at the building level. And the building replacement value is estimated at $12.8 million. But it's important to remember that replacement value is based on a like-for-like replacement estimate, whereas if you were to replace the overall building today with today's AOTA standards, health and safety standards, and materials, as well as considering for a potential need for expansion or other upgrades, a more realistic replacement value might be closer to $30 million, depending on, again, what function and size you'd be looking at. Overall, for recreation services, the annual capital requirement or renewal need for the next 10 years is about $2 million a year. For municipal administration, the annual capital requirement is about $1.9 million. Again, that's to maintain the current level of service, meaning to prevent this backlog from growing. And in fire services, there are several vehicles that have just reached the end of life this year and require replacement. That's why you see a bit of a spike here. And the annual capital requirement over the next 10 years for this service area is about $2.3 million. For cemetery services, the assets in very poor condition here consist primarily of equipment and small equipment needed to deliver services. And the annual capital requirement to maintain the current level of service is about $400,000 a year. For culture services, there is again a spike of assets in very poor condition here. This is primarily consisting of the Fire Hall Theater, which has reached the end of life. And the annual capital requirement in this service area is about $0.8 million a year, again, to maintain the current level of service. Natural assets are in quite good condition, as you can see in these assets. So, for example, trees, woodlots, and water courses, they generally do not deteriorate unless they are hit with some kind of external hazard like invasive species or climate disasters. So right now we don't foresee any major renewal needs, but of course because these assets don't generally deteriorate in a predictable way, renewal and replacement needs will likely come about when there is an event like, for example, I'm sure everyone recalls EAB or recent ice storm. For the public libraries, the assets are again in fairly good condition. There are some assets, notably the Chippewa Library, which requires some renewal. And again, there's a decision to be made here regarding whether the components or the systems within the building should be replaced, or whether there is a broader need to look at the overall building. There is also an accessibility need in this facility, which is currently lacking an elevator. So the annual capital requirements in over the next 10 years for this service area are about $700,000. The Niagara Falls District Airport is jointly owned by Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Niagara-on-the-Lake. The assets here, I know this, again, this bar looks large, that's for very poor condition, but it's important, again, to remember that these assets are not of course, the critical operating runway assets. There is a runway, a closed runway that has not been used in several years. So that is one of the assets that is in very poor condition, and there was they have recently been, as I said, over the last several years, they've been recently operating without that, and so that's somewhat of a deliberate decision. There's also a hangar that was built in the 1950s that is in need of renewal. So the annual capital requirement to maintain the current level of service is about $600,000 a year. Of course, it would be higher than that if you wanted to eliminate this backlog of renewal needs. The Niagara Falls Convention Center is a facility that's worth about $200 million. It's very new, and the annual capital requirement right now over the next 10 years is only about $700,000 a year. So this slide shows the overall distribution of asset condition across all of the different service areas provided by the city. And within this graph, you can also, of course, see the scale of the value of the assets in comparison across all of the different service areas. Again, the total value of the city's assets is about $2.7 billion. The city is in a quite good condition in terms of asset condition distribution, but there is a need to look at current backlog and to have a plan to renew assets that need it and to stay on top of that renewal backlog. So looking at the financial analysis, we can start to think about how can the city fund the required asset replacements and maintain the current level of service. So we know that over the last 3 years, the average annual funding has been about $29.7 million a year. And that includes funding from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, which used to be the gas tax. We have some funds from fleet transfer, wastewater and water rates, operating transfer, which is taxation, and the capital levy. So across all those, we have about $29.7 million of anticipated sustainable funding. If we look at the rate-supported assets, the average annual funding available from that chart that we just looked at is about $12.6 million. But based on our analysis, there's an average annual reinvestment requirement of about $15.7 million. That means that there is an infrastructure gap of about $3.13 million a year. For tax-supported assets, the city anticipates an annual average amount of funding of about $17.1 million. And whereas the average annual reinvestment requirement, including the core assets in this category, so the roads, sidewalks, bridges, and culverts, as well as all of the non-core assets that we talked about, the average annual reinvestment requirement is about $41.7 million. So that leaves a gap on the tax-supported side of about $24.6 million. And so if we combine those two, as we mentioned earlier, the average annual funding available is about $29.7 million a year. The average annual reinvestment requirement is $57.4 million a year, leaving an overall infrastructure gap of about $27.7 million per year. So what can the city do to address this gap? Development of this asset management plan has been the first step in clarifying and understanding the potential issue. Any funding and prioritization decisions must be data-driven, considering the full life cycle needs of the asset, and must aim to balance service, risk exposure, and cost. We know that renewing the worst first asset does not always work because that does not consider risk or service impacts. The most important next steps for the city are to invest in data, to have a strong understanding of how assets in the Niagara Falls context deteriorate and how they respond to different maintenance and renewal treatments, and how they affect your risk exposure. It's also important to maintain assets in a state of good repair to avoid increasing the infrastructure gap, and to incorporate customer and technical levels of service into planning. As I mentioned, that's going to be a requirement for the 2025 asset management plan, and that will also help the city understand where it might be possible to reduce some levels of service. For example, if where the services or those aspects of the service may not be as high a priority to the community. In conclusion, there is a significant funding gap of about $277 per person annually. So that's taking the $27.7 million annually and dividing by the population of the city. This requires attention and further discussion. This is in line with what many municipalities across Ontario are experiencing, and really is the reason that the province established this regulation to ensure that municipalities and communities are aware of this potential gap that they're facing and have time to respond to it. The answer will likely be a combination of seeking additional funding and finding ways to reduce costs. For example, potentially adjusting service levels or the size of your asset portfolio. The city is continuing to refine levels of service and 10-year capital forecasting, and this will all feed into the next update of the asset management plan, which, as I mentioned, will incorporate any adjustments to levels of service. It's also important to note that grant funding may be in jeopardy if the city does not have a strategy to address the gap. And also that development charges may not, if development charges are not collected at the planned rate. So, for example, if the development doesn't happen as quickly as anticipated, then that may leave a further gap, which will need to be covered likely by taxation. And we have seen those types of challenges in other communities and municipalities across Ontario. And it's recommended that council consider strategies to close the gap through the annual budget process, as well as through upcoming updates and ongoing updates of the asset management plan. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions right now.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Any questions of council for Ms. Chang? Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In looking at our percentage of ratio between our assets that are in fair condition as opposed to very poor condition, it looks like we are in pretty good condition as a city. Is there a comparison, so since it's a provincial mandate, is there a comparison amongst the province, for all the different municipalities, where people rate in terms of their service levels?
Through the chair, because the deadline for the non-core assets is this July, the bulk of this information will be coming out imminently, or sort of everyone's coming out with their plans right now. So I would say that that type of information is available for the core assets, and in about 2 months, you'll have that information available for all municipalities across the province. Right now, it's just kind of trickling in.
Will there be a prescribed level of service? Will the province look at all the different municipalities and say that each municipality must hit like a certain standard? Or is it based on back to the city to determine that?
Through the chair, the province will I have not heard anything about the province prescribing any levels of service, and for the non-core assets, the province did not even prescribe any level of service metrics. So, for example, if one municipality may be for if we say for community centers, one municipality may measure their say their reliability or condition of assets as percent of assets in fair or better condition, and another municipality may measure it as facility condition index score. So there, as I said, the province has not mandated any specific metrics for the non-core assets like it did for the core assets. So given that, it's very unlikely that especially for the non-core assets, it's very unlikely that the municipality would be able to mandate any level of service target or minimum.
Thank you.
Especially for the non-core assets.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo, and then Patel. Oh, I'm sorry? Oh, you're seconding. Okay.
No, she was second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Councillor Patel, and then Councillor Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Chang. And this question is for Ms. Chang, or maybe anyone from the staff answer it. Ms. Chang said that if development doesn't happen in timely manner, then this gap gets bigger. Could you elaborate on that?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the comment with respect to development charges had more to do with the city's obligation to top up our development charge fund if we're providing things like incentives or rebates or potentially a phase-in of development charges. So if we already know that we have a challenge in maintaining the assets we have, if we're using the dollars we collect from taxes or rate to pay for things that are growth related, so new assets, that's less money we have available to use for things that are coming to the end of their useful life right now. When those projects come online has a little bit more to do with the development charges we collect at that time and those going towards growth, not so much the replacement of the assets at the end of their life. I will say that, however, sometimes in a perfect world, the asset is at the end of its life, let's say a sewer, and we have development. So we're replacing it, but we're also using some development charge dollars to get better bang for our buck. So bigger asset that's replaced at the end of its life. You know, it's very much like your home and things like that. We don't want to place things until they're needing to be replaced or grow out of them. So if we can do that, then we'll be more efficient overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know all municipalities are going through this, and the provincial government mandated it because we're not taking care of our assets, we being the municipalities, not just Niagara Falls. And as Councillor Newestig said, we are doing very well in this. So there were some things that really jumped out at me in this. So if we're $29.7 million that we need per year, what is the tax implication of that? And there was a lot of reading to do, so I apologize. I haven't had an opportunity to connect with staff to ask this question, but there was almost 1,400 pages of reading.
It will go to our treasurer, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I actually did it differently. I looked at the gap. So the gap in the levy funding was 24.56 million, and if we were to add that to the levy today, that would be about a 27% increase on the levy. We certainly wouldn't do that, but that would be the impact.
But that's
today.
where we need to be. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what Mr. Nickel just said when he was talking about development charges, I'm equating that to look at all of our assets, that maybe we need to stop looking at some new projects, not development, but new projects, and take care of some of the assets that we have. So a lot of municipalities build things great and do put new initiatives, but then they don't take care of the assets that they already have. So I think I'm looking at that aspect there. In the report under parking, it was a very alarming percentage that 54% of the assets were fair or better, and 16.6% was poor, 29.3% was very poor. I know in past people have asked about removing the parking meters. In the past, we haven't made a lot of money. This last year, we made approximately $500,000. And I know the mayor has brought up a new parking optimization, but this was already in here. So I'm not going with that. But to make that amount of money, and now we're going to have to put a lot of money into the parking meters to replace them. And I know that it talks about a lot of them with the pay and with phones, using phones instead of the old ones. So there is a less of a cost, but there's still going to be a big cost in parking. Do we have some costing on how much that's going to be under parking to figure out if that's what we want to do?
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. It's a great question. We're working on that right now. What I would like to say is that we know that there's a gap in funding. So that gap is going to drive us to do some decision making for you or put some recommendations forward. That may mean some areas we go only Honk Mobile, which is our online app. It may mean a change in service level. So folks visiting us may not be able to use their credit card at the normal machine because that's an affordability level we can't afford. So we need to do a fulsome review of those things and we'll come back. We're in the process of updating our machines that we have right now. So the old ones that, like our cash registers that are broken, will be replaced so that we can use them. But we will continue to optimize and calibrate as we go forward. We just need to do a full scan and get that report back to you.
Okay, thank you. I've had some residents and some tourists contact us about the Honk Mobile. It's a great system if you have a phone. If you don't have a phone or data on your phone, so some visitors come here with their phone but not data, so they wanted us to take that into consideration. I guess my last point is wait one second. Oh, under the recommendations, on page 7 of the report, it says strategies to close the gap, increase available funds through property tax, increase in leveraging third-party grants, use OLG capital renewal, reduce the renewal by divesting assets. So the report is asking us to approve it, sort of like my last question on the last one on the Music City. If we approve this strategy, we're not approving specific tax increases or diverging assets. We're not approving that, correct?
Yeah, I can speak to it, Mr. Mayor, and if our treasurer wants to fill in. So the wording, I pulled up page 7, says these are the infrastructure funding gap, or the infrastructure funding gap may be closed by those following strategies. So we're putting some suggestions forward. They need to be flushed out through a proper process, either preferably the budget process.
Okay, thank you. I know this takes a lot of work, and a lot of municipalities are doing this at the same time, so I think it's a really good exercise. You know what you have, you know the condition, you know how much it's going to cost to repair or replace, and putting a 10-year budget in place is going to serve us very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Strange online.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay. You can't see me though, right?
No.
I don't know why. That's okay. I have my, it won't let me start my video for some reason, but I don't know, it's because Elaine's on it. Anyway, am I doing something wrong? I don't know. Anyways, first of all, I'd like to apologize I'm on Zoom. I do have my red shirt on, by the way. You can't see it, but I do have it for Easter seals, and I apologize because I know a lot of people are there in the gallery for some issues today. As far as the asset management plan, you know, that Ontario's implemented, and it's going to be very, obviously very tough for municipalities to get these funds, because they're going to have to actually put them on the tax levy. I know a lot of communities are going to be in a lot of trouble. You know, specifically Toronto, and I know they're asking for, I saw Mayor Olivia Chow asking for some funding from, you know, provincial and maybe some federal grants and to help that way. You know, in Niagara Falls, we're a special municipality, obviously, because, you know, we get tons and tons of tourists every year, probably the most in all Toronto or all of Ontario. And when you think about all these tourists coming, you saw the eclipse. I saw 200,000 people come in, and they're using our roads, they're using our sewers, they're using our parks, they're running and cycling on our trails. You know, they go down in the gorge where they have to get rescued by fire services, because a lot of locals don't go down there, but tourists kind of trek down there, and they have to be rescued and get the helicopter down there to rescue them. So just a question, is there any specific grants or anything for us as far as tourism from the province, or do they look into that to help with this infrastructure? Because with all the tourists coming, that actually puts a lot of wear and tear on a lot of our infrastructure. You know, I remember Councillor Peter Ankle saying, you know, a couple of years ago, saying, you know, if you have something wrong with your house, you know, you don't, in 10 years, you're not basically, I don't know, a normal family, they don't expect to, oh, I'm saving $20,000 up for my roof in 10 years. They basically deal with it at the year, and then they basically are getting a line of credit or something like that. So to get this money ahead of time, and every year we're going to be looking at the budget and wanting to add more and more money to the tax levy. So that scares me quite a bit. So I just want to know, and I don't know if Ms. Chang can help us with tourism and being one of the biggest tourism operators in Canada, is there anything that we can get from any of the upper tier governments that can help us with the infrastructure damages that's caused every year, especially with big events like the eclipse?
Yes, through the chair. I'm not familiar with with the availability of tourism-specific grants, but I do know that this exercise of the asset management plan being undertaken by all of the municipalities is really daylighting the challenge, the common challenge that's being faced across all of our communities. So, I think that will also equip organizations like FCM and AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, to continue lobbying the different levels of government for additional infrastructure funding, and especially now that we have data to support those asks and to show what the consequences of not receiving those funds will be. I will hand it over to city staff, who I think are more familiar with tourism-specific funding.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a tough question for us, Councillor. I would say that the provincial mandate and the provincial objectives change from time to time, and so where they release grants relates a little bit more to where they want to see the direction of the province go. So for a time period, there was a lot of investment in transit. There was a large investment in bridges when we were doing our core asset management plan. I can say for the City of Niagara Falls, we have a unique tax base, and so if the idea is to be sustainable without relying on the grants from other sources, we need to examine how our tax base pays for the assets that they use. What I mean by that is for example, a hotel, for example, is quite a large taxpayer, and those guests who are arriving at the hotel will use our roads and potentially use our parks. So we need to equate those to our current sustainable users. And I would say the grants would be there to help us catch up on any backlog and other things that we may have missed until this point today when we have the asset management plan and have daylighted all of that for us.
Thank you. Councillor
Thank you. It's just, we're in such a unique situation here with so many million tourists coming every year, and you don't realize the infrastructure damage. And I know Councillor Baldwin brought it up a few meetings ago too. So, I think we should be talking to the province and saying, with all these people coming in, they're coming into Niagara Falls, they're not going to St. Catharines, they're not going to Fort Erie, and eventually they do cause a lot of infrastructure damage. But we're just looking for some kind of help with that as well, some kind of funding hopefully we can get.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo? Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Perhaps through you to Mr. Nickel, I was wondering if you can just explain so that the public understands that in certain situations, the city wants to live out the life of an asset, and that's part of the cycle. I mean, I know that we have different ratings for each one in terms of very good, fair, poor, and then very poor. But I mean, if you compare it to your house, sometimes, you might have, let's say, a coffee maker. I don't know many people that go out and get a brand new coffee maker just because they want one. It's usually the old, oh geez, the coffee maker isn't working, I think we need to buy a new one. So can you just explain a little bit about some of the assets that might end up at the poor category and why they're there, and give some examples so that people can go, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, and through Mr. Mayor. That's a great example, Councillor, with the coffee maker. I was going to say maybe your dishwasher. You wouldn't want to do that with your furnace in winter, or you might want to be a bit more preventative. We take that same approach with our city assets for the most part. So for example, a street light, we can't predict when it's going to reach the end of its life, so often we'll let it expire, and we have a certain period of time to get out there and replace it. We wouldn't do the same thing with a bridge. So a bridge requires every 2 years to be inspected and put a plan together. So we use what we call a risk-based approach. And what you may have seen is about 25%, I'm going to get my numbers wrong, of our assets were in that poor or very poor category, but only about 8% of our assets have a high risk factor. So although they're poor, that's okay. They might work to very poor, and then they'll fail, and then we'll replace them. That's perfectly acceptable, just like you do for your coffee maker or things. So we have a number of sets of assets like that. Street lights might be one. Street signs might be another. We do inspect them, but when they're broke, we fix them. And sometimes even on sewers and water mains, that pipe that connects your individual house is not something we have resources to inspect every year. There's 30,000 plus residences. So if that fails, we'll replace it. But our sewer systems, so our main trunk sewers, we'll inspect every 5 years. So if we need to prevent it from failing, we'll do that. And in those cases, what I would argue is keeping good assets good is often a cheaper long-term business plan, I'll say, for maintaining the assets, where it makes sense to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess just moving on, so this is our asset management plan for our non-core assets. Last year we did our core assets, so we now have a consolidated plan, so to speak, for all of our assets. And then my understanding is that over the next year or so, staff are going to be having conversations with council as well as with the public in terms of different service levels and perhaps, either increases or reductions to those service levels, which will impact our overall asset management plan and how often we replace things. I was just wondering if, perhaps staff, even our CAO, can add some color into what types of examples we might be looking at in terms of service levels. I mean, when I think about it, I think to myself, okay, roads has to pop out because, if you decrease your level of service in roads, that's a big ticket item. But I mean, if you decrease your level of service, let's say in grass cutting, if you don't cut a park, once every 5 days, I mean, there's an operational cost, not an actual capital cost. So I don't really know how much that affects the asset management plan. So what type of service levels are we looking at? That would be my question.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's a great question. We do have an earlier slide that had a lot of information on it. What we use is two different levels of service indicators. One is technical. So I'll use our roads, for example. We have an indicator that says the pavement must have a ride rating of 9 out of 10 or 95 out of 100. But the public really can't equate to that what that means. So we'll use some examples of, generally I want my roads to be in good shape. So we know what the roads benchmark are today, right? Out of 100, we know they're 65 or whatever that number is. And what we want to do is we want to be able to have some levers in a model to say, if we invest more, we can bring our roads from 65 to 70. It'll cost X, Y dollars. If we want to go the other way and have roads at a lower level of service, we can save a certain amount of money. So by having the data in those models, we can start to pull those levers. This exercise established where we are today. Another example might be parks, and it's simply ownership of parks. We have 60 plus playgrounds. Do we need more playgrounds or less playgrounds? Do they have expansion requirements? Those types of things. So there's no asset category that's really off the table. We're going to want to look at that even in our vehicles. So should maybe a fire truck, although it might be more mandated, should it be 10 years or 8 years? Should a plow truck be 6 years or 12 years? So we need to take a look at a number of those different indicators. And what we would like to do is sort of share with the public what we have today. And if their indication is that we don't really want to pay any more for this asset because we want our money to go here, we need to bring that back in a level of service indicator and how that relates to cost. There's likely a number of other examples that are probably more, I'll call it like a chunk of funding. So for example, if we have Fire Hall Theatre that needs a large immediate investment, that might be a service level, sort of a one-off service level where we say, well, we will look at, say, divesting this or investing in it. That will change our service levels because we'll either have a new facility or no facility or somewhere in between. But we'll need to take a look at some of those big ticket items in addition to the stuff we look at every day.
Thanks, Your Worship. The last item I wanted to address is simply just the funding gap. And obviously, I mean, we're going through this whole exercise while the province actually mandated it. And kudos to the province for making us do it. We should have a record of all of our assets and what shape they're in. So kudos to the province for that. But the funding gap that we show on paper right now is around $27 million. And I mean, I know annually outside of COVID, we get anywhere from 20 to 25 million from OLG. We give the regional police about 4 million. We put about 5.5 into taxes. So typically there's about 10 to 15 million dollars that we allow staff to invest in assets. Just a question, is that reflected in the 27 million?
Ms. Claire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. Staff have purposely excluded the OLG funding as we don't view it as sustainable. We don't know in any given year exactly how much that will be. So we focus the OLG funding more on those strategic investments or a service level enhancement decision as opposed to dealing with the annual funding that's required. We've also been using it to kind of help deal with the backlog. So it's not focused on the annual funding requirement to keep our assets in good repair, but it's kind of used for strategic initiatives and service level enhancements because we are quite cognizant that that agreement can go away with 30 days notice.
Yeah, and Your Worship, that's the point I wanted to make. I understand that it's not sustainable funding in the sense that it's not dedicated, and we don't dedicate it to infrastructure projects, but we do get that funding on an annual basis outside of COVID, and it just wasn't reflected in the 27 million. I just don't want, you know, the public to say, oh, you guys are short $27 million a year. In fact, we're not, because we put anywhere between 10 and 15 from the OLG funds towards our infrastructure. So I just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Great point. Yes, Ms. Clark?
If I may, if we wanted to rededicate the OLG funding specifically to state of good repair, then we'd have to make decisions not to use it for things like the non-growth component of, let's say, the NS&T trail or non-growth components of a playground. So that certainly could be a strategic decision, but right now it's already allocated in a different bucket, and it's only about 10 million a year.
Only how much?
10 million.
Only
the
10
other
million.
10 is going to
Okay.
the operating budget, as Councillor Pietrangelo mentioned.
Okay, 10 million. Significant. Councillor Newstay?
Yes. Oops, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at this almost as as definitely a positive. It's a really interesting activity when we're looking at the different levels of service, and it's really a time that we can start to modernize our thinking. So over the decades, we just keep building libraries, we add museums, we add different things, and then we have to sustain them, which becomes very costly. But times change and things become more modern, like, for example, a cricket field. Those are things that people are going to enjoy more. So we really are going to have an opportunity to say what's really important to our entire community and what's not. Pickleball is very important today. So it's really going to help us reallocate. There's certain parks, I think, as Mr. Nichols said, that aren't being utilized anymore. That community where that park was designed, kids have grown up, it's more of a seniors type of community, and that park isn't being utilized. So it really gives us a good kind of stop to say what's really important to us as a community, where do we want to put our funds, and where do we not want to fund anymore. And maybe, you know, certain things are bricks and mortar anymore, we don't need, like certain libraries, certain other things that we can just maybe downscale or just think of it in a different way that's not as costly, because we just can't keep going back to the ratepayer and keep adding on more and more, or the development charges just keep putting those on. So I think we have to really look at what we can scale back and what's really important to our entire community. So I think I look at this as a positive reassessment of what we value in our society, our community today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I know online, okay, just wanted to check that, and I'll make some comments too before we go for a motion to approve the recommendations. There are 4 of them. And you're right. So, and again, just as a summary, the province has now mandated municipalities to show that they're funding for replacement of all their assets. So it's like your house. How many people start saving the day your furnace gets put in, say the day you buy your new car, the day your air conditioner unit goes in, the day that you buy a new refrigerator? How many people start saving from day one? Not too many people. But now we're mandated, we have to start saving for day one for every asset in the city, the billions and billions of dollars we have to start saving. The other thing I'll point out, the municipalities only get around 8 cents of every tax dollar. The majority goes to the province and to the feds. We've got the smallest piece. Hazel McCallion said it best. She said the federal government has all the money, the provincial government has all the power, and the municipal government has all the problems. And I think she summed it up nicely. So that's the dilemma we deal with, but the good news is we're in good shape compared to others, in large part, as Councillor Pietrangelo points out, the OLG funds, we've dedicated a lot of that to infrastructure, to the gap, long before this became mandated. So we're in good shape, but hey, there's a lot of things to brush the teeth you want to keep, a lot of things we need to focus on, and it's a lot cheaper to repair something than it is to replace something. So that's why we're doing this exercise. I think it's a great exercise, and it forces all of us to be responsible. It's easy when you see the assets. When they're under the ground, you don't see them, and you don't think about them all the time. And you know, you see the water breaks in the wintertime, and that's when we realize, you know, we've got aging infrastructure. We're not a newer city, but we are a growing city. So now I know that I'm looking for a motion for the moved by Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Campbell. Are you there? Because he had said he had texted that he wanted to be a part of this as a seconder. Are you there, Councillor Campbell? Can you hear us? Sorry, just giving him a second. Pardon me? He's on, but he's muted. He's muted. I don't know if he's trying to talk right now. Pardon me? Okay. So we'll give me just two, and if not, we'll just go to those that are here. Although he's at home, he's not feeling well today, but still want to give him a chance, and it looks like he's not responding. Okay, so seconder, I'm sorry, I saw another hand for a seconder, Councillor Newestag. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And Councillor Strange has his hand up too, so that's in favor, or? I assume that's why you put your hand up, but I'm not sure.
In favor.
In favor, okay, thank you for that.
Sorry.
Excellent, thank you for that. Okay, so now, Mr. Clerk, I believe we're scheduled for in camera. So I don't know if you want to explain what we're doing right now?
Yes, normally we try and keep the in-camera matter after the planning public meetings have taken place, but there are two matters on the in-camera agenda that deal with the planning matters, so it does need to be done first. So you could call for a motion that is listed on the resolution at 6.1.
Okay, so we're looking for motion, Councillor Lococo, second, Councillor Baldinelli. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
I just wanted to announce something. Like typically I would have a conflict with anything in the Grassy Brook. My parents own land there. They no longer own the land, so I don't have a conflict anymore. I just wanted to make that clear because he had said that we're moving in camera based on some of the planning items, so I don't have a conflict.
Okay, thank you for that. Noted. So we'll now call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. So folks, we're now going to go in camera, which means we've got to get legal advice and whatnot in committee room 1. I'm guessing it's hard to say for sure how long it's going to be. It could be an hour. So I just want to say in advance, just so you don't sit here, you have time if you want to go to the washroom or grab a coffee or whatever the case may be, and then we'll come back. Okay, thank you very much. Everybody, welcome back to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, May the 28th. Council is coming back from in camera getting legal advice. We are now ready to continue our council meeting. The time right now is 8:01 p.m. and we're going to go into the planning section of our agenda. I think there's probably a lot of people here for the first planning item, so I'd ask our clerk if you'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
So at the request of the applicant for the first application, as most people will remember, October 24th, 2023, there was a request from the applicant to defer the original application. Council did hear from some applicants, or some residents, at that session, but it has been decided that a public meeting is now going to be convened, or some might suggest reconvened, to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to accommodate approximately 1,344 dwelling units, along with commercial uses, parks, trails, stormwater management pond, and sanitary pumping station at 8970 and 9015 Stanley Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 12th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall leave their name with the city clerk or by using the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask Mackenzie Cece, Senior Planner, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications AM 2021-016 and AM 2022-015 for 9015 and 8970 Stanley Avenue and the surrounding lands. The subject lands, which are highlighted in blue on this slide, are comprised of 6 separate parcels of land, including 9015 and 8970 Stanley Avenue, and 4 parcels of land that do not have municipal addresses. The subject lands previously operated as the King Waldorf's Tent and Trailer Park and the Oaklands Golf Club. The remainder of the lands are vacant. The lands are bisected by Stanley Avenue and are bound by Lions Creek Road and Lions Creek to the south, the Welland River to the north, the Chippewa community and the confluence of Lions Creek and the Welland River to the east, and vacant industrial lands to the west. 46 industrial facilities associated with the Stanley Avenue Business Park are located on the north side of the Welland River and are within 1 kilometer of the subject lands. The subject lands are approximately 82.9 hectares in area and are designated resort commercial in part, open space in part, environmental protection area in part, and environmental conservation area in part, in accordance with the city's official plan. The lands are zoned tourist commercial zone in part, industrial zone in part, and conservation open space zone in part, in accordance with zoning bylaw number 395/1966. The proposed applications would facilitate the future development of approximately 1,344 dwelling units consisting of 679 detached dwellings, 155 on-street townhouse dwellings, and 510 multi-residential dwelling units, along with commercial uses, parks, trails, a stormwater management pond, and a sanitary pumping station. The proposal would yield a net residential density of approximately 29.78 units per hectare. And just some background information for everyone's benefit. A public meeting and recommendation report, PBD 2023-062, were scheduled for the October 24th, 2023 council meeting. The applicant requested to defer council's consideration of the recommendation report to provide additional time to review and address the outstanding matters and comments outlined in the report, namely relating to natural heritage and land use compatibility. Following the deferral, City, Regional, and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority staff arranged 2 site visits and 2 meetings with the applicant in effort to address the outstanding matters and concerns. While some progress was made, no studies or materials have been resubmitted by the applicant to date. The applicant has since appealed council's failure to make a decision on the applications to the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with subsections 22.7 and 34.11 of the Planning Act. Staff have received legal advice and note that nothing in the Planning Act prevents the council of a municipality from holding a public meeting and making a decision on a matter that has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal for the failure to make a decision. Due to the deferral of the previous public meeting and report, the public did not have the appropriate opportunity to provide comments at a public meeting. As such, this public meeting was scheduled to ensure that everyone's rights were maintained. Due to a number of outstanding concerns and deficiencies, staff have not changed its original recommendation made to Council in report number PBD 2023-062, which recommends refusal of official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. To facilitate the development proposal, the applicant is requesting to redesignate the subject lands to residential in part, minor commercial in part, and environmental protection area in part. Further, the applicant is requesting to place the lands under a special policy area that would require the completion of specified study work prior to the consideration of subsequent applications under the Planning Act. To implement the proposed land use designations, the applicant is requesting to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific residential mix zone in part, neighborhood commercial zone in part, and environmental protection area zone in part, in accordance with the regulations of zoning bylaw 79-200. An open house for the official plan amendment application was held on January 10th, 2022, and was attended by 46 area residents. And an open house was subsequently held on September 13th, 2022 for the zoning bylaw amendment application, which was attended by 53 area residents. Written comments have been received from numerous area residents, and concerns frequently raised include wildlife displacement and habitat loss, traffic volume, and environmental contamination. Staff do not recommend approval of the applications for the following reasons, which are discussed in more detail in the original staff report. The proposed development does not satisfy matters of provincial interest as outlined in the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, and the growth plan. The proposed development does not conform with the regional official plan from environmental and implementation perspectives. The proposal does not conform with the general objectives of the city's official plan. Insufficient information has been provided to date for the purpose of determining the suitability of the lands for the proposed uses and compatibility of the proposed uses with adjacent land use designations. The need for the proposed uses has not been adequately demonstrated. It is premature to consider the redesignation and rezoning of the subject lands in advance of the completion of the Grassy Brook secondary plan. In conclusion, staff recommend that Council receives report number PBD 2024-019 for information purposes, and that Council consider report number PBD 2023-062, which was deferred from the October 24th, 2023 Council meeting, which recommends refusal of official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications AM 2021-016 and AM 2022-015. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of council for Ms. Cece at this point? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have any pre-registered people?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Yes, we do have some that are pre-registered, and I would suggest that we will start with them. And then, of course, we can go to the gallery if there's anyone else that wanted to speak. And again, because we do anticipate a number of people speaking, I believe you have said in the past that we'll ask the residents if they could try to do their best not to repeat any comments that are made. And of course, for each presentation, we are limiting the time to 5 minutes or less. I'd like to suggest that we could start with Sarah Ward. Is Sarah with us? And we will do our best to bring up the materials that you had asked for up on the screen as well. Thank you.
And as you come up, if you could state your name and your address, please, just before you start. And we're going to have a timer on all the screens, not to put pressure, just to keep us all kind of following along here so we get out by midnight.
Okay.
Okay, so welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Ward, and my address is 9545 Stanley Avenue, Niagara Falls. Mayor and members of council, I just want to say thank you for letting me speak tonight. Many public groups and the community request that the council refuse the official plan amendment and rezoning applications in support of the recommendations made by the city, region, industrial sector, and the MPCA. The community has come together and has reached out to experts in their field and provided data to the city and consultants completing the secondary plan studies to ensure we plan appropriately. For example, Hunter & Associates, an environmental and engineering consulting firm that services a wide range of clients across Canada and internationally, has provided a letter report figure package. If you can maybe go to the section where there's a LiDAR system there, a little more, it's really colorful. A key point from this package addresses geotechnical hazards and concerns due to the soft, silty clay soils in this area. For example, it was recognized at the new hospital site that the piles needed to go down 20 meters to support the multi-level structures. The new wastewater treatment plant site and the former Oakland's King Waldorf site have even deeper soft soils, up to 30 meters depth before it hits supportive bedrock for these structures. This soil is the cause of drainage issues and concerns of potentially unstable silty clay banks along the Chippewa Power Canal. The applicant's proposal for heavy and multi-story development with this area needs to be supported by geotechnical investigations to ensure we build in appropriate areas and in a safe manner, which could be investigated through a secondary plan. Hunter & Associates has also provided accurate LiDAR imaging to determine adequate setbacks, recognizing the natural heritage features and safety concerns, as well as encourages overland linear stormwater systems in the area. And there's a section there with some pictures of all the species in the area. It's down at the end, so you can kind of just scroll through those just to show you. So with that, other peer reviews from ecologists, there you go. Those are a number of species. These are all pictures taken within the area, just so the public can have an idea of all the different things that people in Chippewa see every day. You can scroll through it slowly if you like, there's a few. Other peer reviews from ecologists, biologists, and environmental consultants have raised concerns of deficiencies in studies, insufficient assessment of natural heritage features, and lack of an impact assessment that considers the type of development and cumulative effects that affects both on the adjacent to the subject lands. The studies have not demonstrated that no negative effects and do not meet the planning policies. The community is also disappointed that the applicant has not addressed these issues and has even deemed the century-old tree line driving into Chippewa as non-significant woodland, where species at risk utilize the habitat. This is just one of the many deficiencies. Here are a few key points to consider. Infrastructure cannot be provided until the new wastewater treatment plant is complete, which is not for a minimum of 7 years. The applicant refused free studies from the secondary plan, despite everyone's concerns with the deficient studies and data. We have met our housing targets for Niagara, and there's no need for this plan right now. The applicant has taken the region and the city to the OLT under 2 different concerns regarding this property, which appears abusive to a process that is trying to ensure we build a sustainable, well-planned community while protecting the environment and our natural heritage. Recommendations have been provided within the applicant's own EIS, yet it appears unnecessary work has been done for no reason on multiple occasions, destroying our natural heritage features, which has upset the community. During the secondary plan public open house, April 12th, 2024, it was presented to the public that we should keep the land zoned open conservation space along Lions Creek as an environmental protection area and open space. It was also noted that these lands need further study due to the presence of species at risk. I won't go over the staff's points that they put out, but the planning staff had a bunch of great points that Mackenzie already went through, so I won't go through those, but I'll just add a couple that she didn't say. One was the business development department does not support the proposed applications and is of the opinion that the proposed development will negatively impact the existing and future operations and transportation routes of the 60 businesses located within the Stanley Avenue Business Park. And this proposed application does not support the economic diversification and growth pillar of the 2023 and 2027 strategic plan. So in summary, we should just follow the process of the secondary plan to ensure that all studies are complete so that we can ensure we build a sustainable development that is approved that supports housing, industry, mobility, and our natural heritage. Approving these applications would be premature and irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Any questions of council for Ms. Ward? No, I think you're all good. Thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
that. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
I would next call upon Kathy Blott, and then after her will be Ann Yagi, if Ann is available.
Hello.
Hi. I was just waiting. Are you going to...
I know. Don't start the clock. I know until you get the PowerPoint up.
Oh, okay. My name is Kathy Blott. I'm a field biologist. I'm very happy to be here. I always enjoy coming to Niagara Falls. I love the architecture. I love the trails and the trees and the restaurants and entertainment. I'm a musician. I'm happy you guys are looking at Music City. Today I'm here to talk about stormwater management, good stormwater management planning. So you could go ahead and hit that. This is the discharge from a stormwater pond entering into Lions Creek. So that turbid brown water is what's coming out of a stormwater pond. So that's our rainwater, and we put it into an engineered structure and piped it and sent it to a stormwater pond, and that's what's coming out, turbid water, you know. And there's many studies to say what's wrong with that. I think everybody can see, like you can see the dark turbid stain and the clear water that Lions Creek is. So that's happening all over southern Ontario. That's not new. And I'm here to say that you can fix those stormwater ponds by turning them into dry facilities so that they don't hold water. That kind of turbidity happens because a storm event comes into an existing body of water, and with all our clay soils, it's always going to stir up. You're never going to lose turbidity if you have a wet pond. So I'm saying one thing is to all your stormwater ponds, you can easily retrofit them to become stormwater meadows. And you can do this by changing the outlet structure, getting rid of that engineered piped outlet structure and making yourself a nice coarse gravel plug that will eventually let that water to soak out after a few days. So by the time your next storm comes along, you're back down to a dry basin. That basin is going to fill up with all kinds of vegetation, native vegetation. Ideally, you would encourage that. And it is vegetation that strips all the contaminants out of stormwater. Dirt particles stick to vegetation. It's like magnetic. And then when it dries, all those particles and contaminants and things just sort of fall down. So, oh, you've moved forward, I think. So, oh, you're going. So that's one thing I wanted to say today, is you can fix that problem easily. And the second, that's on existing features. And the second thing I wanted to say is that when you're looking at new development on lands that don't have structures in them already, ask for overland stormwater treatment. It's a much cheaper way to treat our stormwater. It uses less space. You don't require all kinds of engineering and all kinds of piping and concrete and plastic and planning for underground structure that then you have to sort of wonder, is it working in a few years? You have to dig it up. If you do all this over land, you've got it right there. You're using the best technology there is to clean stormwater, which is your native vegetation. And so it's very well known that vegetation is the most effective way to clean water. And so overland stormwater, what it does is you basically take your land and you use your microtopography, or you sculpt in microtopography to basically create a whole new, basically a vegetated valley of natural vegetation that is your collection and treatment system. So instead of taking that water and conveying it underground to one place where all your contaminants and things are concentrated, you've now spread your whole treatment system as a natural valley system across your site. So you're maximizing your infiltration. You're going to decrease your flows. You're going to be treating all of your contaminants and things as it's falling. And so an overland system will encourage passive treatment and maximize that across a site. And you can hit the next one. So what you would be doing is basically recreating a natural system that acts as your corridor system for wildlife. It acts as your treatment system, much less expensive to build. And this is how you can also address all of your other environmental concerns, like, for example, regarding species at risk. Species at risk are defined by a trajectory of their population is diving, and they will be gone if we don't do something different. And so overland stormwater treatment is the opportunity to take that water and turn it into something that's useful, useful for us, useful for animals, and does the best cleaning. And so I'm done speaking for this, but if you hit the one, that's just an example of the dirt that sticks onto plants once that water is then backed off. So I'm going to stop, and there's a pre-recorded presentation that gives an example of how you would apply overland stormwater treatment to, for example, this Oakland site that you're looking at. So that's the second presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your insight and your advice.
Thank you.
That. Thank you.
Should I stay while the other one is going to play?
Is there something more to play?
It's an application of overland stormwater treatment to that part of that Oakland site.
Hello, my name is Kathy Blott. I'm a field biologist in Southern Ontario, and I'm talking today about overland stormwater treatment. I'm going to apply it to the Niagara Oakland site. Overland stormwater treatment is a system of surface valleys of native habitat that treat and transport water. It's been approved in Ontario since the 1990s. It meets environmental and planning goals, and it costs less to build and maintain. The conceptual development plan that you folks are looking at today takes most or all of the stormwater that falls on that site and puts it into underground catchments and pipes it underground to a central stormwater facility. And recreational space has been defined as a block of land with unspecified use. So what I'm going to do is take that area allocated for stormwater treatment and the area allocated for recreational space, and I'm going to combine them and turn it into a linear feature that is dispersed across the site. I'm going to be looking at the lands on the east side of Stanley Road and the north side of Lions Creek Road. I'm assuming that the lands on the east side of Stanley are going to remain industrial. And I have kept a row of the mature trees to isolate the area from the surrounding use. A central valley is sculpted into the land with an outlet channel. And detailed studies might define that shape a little bit differently, but for right now we're just at the concept stage. So what I've done is disperse it across the site so that you maximize the amount of area that is being used to passively allow stormwater to flow into this channel. And the area of treatment has been maximized on the site. Your wildlife occurrences are going to help define where you put your corridors. And those corridors would include road mitigation crossings along Lions Creek Road. And there is your trail system laid over that. That's several kilometers of trail system now. It becomes functional for your people and for wildlife. So that's the basis of the development. Now you can lay your roads and your infrastructure on top of a good environmental design. There are your roads. types of land use that you want to put on there. The overland stormwater treatment is the opportunity to improve the land, so ask for it. Get people to build it into their designs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
And next I was going to call on Ann. Is Ann here? And then after Ann, we have Jeffrey Drebin.
Can I click this myself?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give me 1 minute to hit share.
And you're not, it's Yagi? Yagi?
Ann Yagi, yes.
Yagi, okay.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I have a bit of a cold.
Okay. And your
I'll do
address,
my
Ann?
best.
Your address?
My address is 11 Burkwood Place in Fonthill.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, but I was born right across the street.
Okay.
Over there. So I'm Ann Yagi. I'm the president of 8 Trees Incorporated. It's an environmental company out of Fonthill. We do a lot of local species at risk projects. We also do environmental planning for development. Okay. So we also conduct ecological studies in the Carolinian zone of Canada, so all the way down to Pelee Island, Windsor, other places. So Niagara is the area where I've lived and worked as a biologist for the last 40 years. My anniversary's this week, 40-year anniversary. And I spent 35 of those years as the provincial biologist here. So I'd like to I offered the community some help in organizing the data and the observations that they collected, because they were concerned that they weren't being used and considered. And they spent a lot of time doing this work. So what do I do? Click.
Click or the arrow keys.
Click at the arrow key.
Or the arrow keys on the keyboard.
Okay.
The clock just disappeared.
Okay. So when there are, it's on a clock. I don't want a clock. So when there are converging ecosystems coming together here, it's a very biologically significant area. So you have the Niagara River, you have the Welland River, and you have Lions Creek. And I know you've heard that before, probably, and you've heard about shorelines and features, but wildlife are all attracted to those features, and they use those features to find home again. If they're migratory birds coming back, if they're bats coming back, they use those big old trees that are along the roads, and they home back to those areas. Well, so do local wildlife like amphibians and reptiles, and that is one of my specialties, is amphibians and reptiles. So these are 3 converging systems, and it's very important that we think of them that way. So here's a turtle, for example, is at least, well, a lot older than me, maybe older than some people here. It's probably about 70 years old, that turtle. That's a snapping turtle, and they have a hard time crossing roads because it's all of a sudden a different environment, fast. The roads are nice and warm, so they're attracted to them, and they can often get killed on roads. So some of these pictures that we've got coming forward, yeah, it might be disturbing to some people. So these are other wildlife that are known to be in this area, bald eagles and really amazing rare plants. The very showy swamp rose mallow is a nice hibiscus plant that's along the Welland River. These rare plants and birds like bobolink and eastern meadowlark. Black gum is a tree. And of course the bats that eat all the insects that come up. So, and there's 5 species of turtles that are in this area. The Blanding's turtle, which is threatened, that's a nice, the one on the right with the little sunny smile. Snapping turtles, I've mentioned already. Midland painted turtles are, though they're not listed in Ontario, they are at risk in Canada. The province hasn't caught up with the federal government yet on that one. And then there's the northern map turtle, as well as eastern musk turtle, which is the smallest little turtle. It's found in Lions Creek. So the citizens have put together a report. We've helped them gather their data and submit it to the province. And they've submitted so far over 278 wildlife observations in this area. So I had them focus about roads, because roads is the issue with increased development. More cars on the road, especially Lions Creek Road. These are some of the pictures that they've sent in to us. Dead frogs, dead snakes, dead turtles on the road. Disturbing for some. You see, people driving think that a rock on the road is a rock and ends up being a turtle because it looks like a rock. You don't realize it. a stick on the road will look like a snake and they don't realize it. And so educating the drivers is an important part of our work that we do. So we took the data and we organized it geographically, and we looked for hot spots. And you can see there's 3 hot spots in and around where the proposed development is. Okay, but there's 5 hot spots all along Lions Creek. It's not the only hot spot. But they also looked at roads issues of mortality south of there. So, I mean, you see it's much more diverse. If you see, occasionally you get you see live animals on the road and occasionally a dead one. But that road is a significant hotspot for wildlife movement, especially turtles and snakes and frogs. So in January 2022, we presented this to council as places where you want to have eco-passages under the road and continuity to the river. And we presented that in 2022. And the data that they collected supports that mitigation that we'd like to see here. Okay. Eco-passages, there's the first one is in Thorold. It passes small mammals and snakes and turtles and stuff, and it works very well. It's becoming standard road mitigation practice across the whole province, but Niagara's a little slow at getting involved in this, but road mitigation is really important as we're increasing the number of people in this area, because this is otherwise a rural area. So anyway, I'd like to say thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
It's great. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
And next we'll call on Jeff Drebin. Is Jeff here?
He is on Zoom.
He's online. Okay, we'll connect on Zoom.
I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, but it's Sydney D. Tomaso from Better Neighborhoods was supposed to represent us.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that part, Mr. Drebin.
Yeah, Sydney D. Tomaso is supposed to represent us from Better Neighborhoods.
Okay, is Sydney available? Is Sydney, do we know?
Not in the call.
So Sydney's not registered, or certainly not on the Zoom at this point?
Oh, well, he was supposed to definitely be there. I don't know what happened to her. Oh, gosh.
Well, you've got a little bit of time. There's other speakers, and then
Okay.
if she comes on, we can definitely bring her in.
Why don't you see if she comes on? I'm going to try and reach her on the cell and just remind her that she was supposed to be on. And so just go to your next speakers, and I'll try and find her.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Bye-bye.
Bye. Mr. Clerk, what do we have next?
So that's all the registered speakers that I had. But just before we go to the gallery, I also want to point out that as part of the attachments to this application, we do have 2 petitions that were submitted. The first one had 667 names, and the request, of course, in that petition was for either deferral or to deny the application. And the second petition, there were 373 names, and also to defer or decline the application. So under our petition policy, I just thought it would be worthy to mention that to council.
Okay, and Mr. Clerk, Don LaRocque, is that one of the names that we've got on the list?
Yeah, Don unfortunately had to withdraw, and there was a written statement from her that was handed out as part of the hard copy package for all of council to consider.
Okay, got it. So is there anyone in the gallery other than, yes, other than the applicant who wishes to address council? You can step to the microphone and we'll do one at a time. And again, 2 things I would just reiterate. Number 1, if it's 5 minutes and we'll set that or less. And second thing is we just ask, try not to repeat what's already been said for efficiency of the meeting. We just ask, just bring new things if you can. And you can say, I agree with the last speaker. You don't have to repeat all the points. So if you'd like to step forward, state your name, state your address, and then we'll start the clock.
Yes, Dr. John Bacher. I live at 134 Church Street in St. Catharines.
Welcome.
Thank you. Essence of what I say is very well expressed in the report from your planning department. The other point that maybe is unique to my presentation, but it's certainly reinforced by all the photos you saw of all the significant wildlife species. I want to emphasize that these type of habitats are protected under the provincial policy statement. And this has been unchanged. Like, there's been all kinds of changes in the PPS, but this aspect has remained the same as it was, 10 years ago. And all these features, like you saw, like turtle habitat areas, they're all to be protected under the PPS. There's clear criteria for this. Now, going beyond what I said in my formal presentation, I actually had the wonderful experience in the 1970s of canoeing Lions Creek from the where it goes into the Welland River to as far as I could go in the canoe with a friend. And I was completely awed by the beauty of the place. If any of you maybe are skeptical of the staff report, would suggest that you have an experience like that. What makes me even more concerned about protecting this area is that I've worked with the Grandoni family that live in the northern part of the Niagara Falls, and I've seen so hard they've tried to protect this area, but how they've, in essence, I think, failed. Because I've seen like horrible pictures of like dead pike and evidence of, frogs vanishing from where they used to live. Even though there's been fairly strict environmental controls, including dry ponds. Shriners Creek Conservation Area is a good example of that. The whole increase in impervious surfaces essentially turned Shriners Creek into a cesspool. It's so contaminated that the MPCA, they put out a paper, said they wouldn't allow their staff to go there to do water samples because it was a threat to their health. And it would be just a terrible thing to have this wonderful area in Lions Creek suffer from the same degradation in the years ahead. That's,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bacher.
Thank you. Dr. Bacher,
Dr.
please.
Bacher. Is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, we've got one and then two, and is there anybody else, by the way? Three? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So maybe after we'll get, okay, he's got some news about Sydney. Okay, welcome, John.
Okay, John Morocco, 4739 Lions Parkway. Want to thank you for entertaining us and giving us the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor. The last time it was before us, we spoke about cooperation and working together cooperatively to get to the secondary plan. Yeah, well, we can see where that is right now, unfortunately. That's not very good. If I may, can I ask through you a couple of questions of your planning director?
Yeah, I think.
I'm going to try and keep them very short, simple, yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay,
General
Mr.
manager's
Olch,
planning, yeah.
the process that the applicant is going through, standard process that typically anybody would go through to do this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. Yes, it's a standard official plan and zoning amendment process.
There's no gotcha questions in there. There's no hidden agenda. It's just standard procedure, right? And if the applicant had provided new or additional information, you would have made staff available to meet with them at any time to...
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. Yes, that's correct. We we did meet on site a couple times. We've been trying to work with them through
Yep, and if the applicant, over the past 2 years, who has failed to address those outstanding issues, is now insisting somehow that that's staff's fault, I'm not sure what the answer to that would be, other than you've had your opportunity, you've chosen not to do that. I guess it speaks more to the applicant's willingness or unwillingness to participate in this process and do the required studies or any of those things that are required to get to the next steps of having a serious conversation about what we're going to do with this application. So I thank you, and I know you would have made your staff available, but I think we need to put that out there, folks at home, that our staff hasn't done anything wrong. He's trying to do his job. That's not a bad thing. Another one for our director of I think it's general manager of municipal works and engineering, if I can ask a few questions.
Yeah, Mr. Nickel, yeah, are you ready?
Mr. Nickel, same thing. It's an application. There's no gotcha questions in there. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah, and I'm sure a company of this size knows what's coming in these applications.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Right. So also, this is contingent upon the completion of the wastewater treatment facility. So any idea that this simply can be built and we'll figure it out later can't be done. You would need that servicing plan.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the applicant did provide a functional servicing report, and the report indicates the interim plan would be to pump sewage under the Welland River to the trunk on Stanley, and that there's a potential for future connection to a future wastewater treatment plant.
Right. And we know that in the region's report that in 2041, they talked about reaching capacity. Also in their report, they're stating that any attempt to do that would overload this system already. So any addition to this right now by putting these 1,300 homes in there, putting a pump station and into that lift station is already going to exacerbate an already bad situation. And then become abandoned infrastructure at some point in time when the new plant is built. So it's just not a simple thing that I can build it and it's there. Okay, and again, staff has done its job, it's simply doing its job. Okay, on the night of the 24th when we met, and the applicant had asked for the deferral. Okay, that was an 11th hour deferral. Unfortunately, what Ontario was seeing, and I'm sure maybe it's not exclusive to our province, the 11th hour deferral is a tactic that's being used right now to run out the clock. Don't do the work, don't do the necessary studies, don't complete everything. Right at the last minute, ask for that deferral. Then sit, run out your clock, then claim you got a no decision. It's not new. It's unfortunate that that's the new end around, but that's what it is. So staff has done their job. This, I hope, if there's any adjudicator at the OLT worth his salt, or their salt, is going to kick this back and say, go do your job, answer these questions, do your studies, complete this. Let's get the secondary plan in place. Let's make sure that everybody does what they're supposed to do. And I am sure staff has done their job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do, I think, if we can just check online, Mr. Clerk, I know Mr. Drebin is there. Do we have?
I've asked him to unmute. He's got the opportunity to unmute.
Okay, yeah, and we'll just find out what the deal is with Sydney de Tomaso. Mr. Drebin, any luck?
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep,
but,
we do.
Yeah, I've tried to get her on the cell and she hasn't responded, but she's supposed to be scheduled on this meeting. And I guess you haven't heard from her up to this point.
Have we heard from Mr. Clerk? We'll ask our clerk.
Yeah, she was in touch with our office on at least 3 occasions today, and she was sent a Zoom link for this meeting. So she just has, for whatever reason, is not available.
Okay, well, have you received a letter from her that was to be distributed to council members?
Mr. Clerk?
During the correspondence that I had with her today, I do not recall receiving any letters. It was just about her wanting to speak.
No letter was distributed. All right. I don't know what's happened, but clearly there was something that I'll have to find out about more tomorrow. I'll just keep it short and sweet since she's not here, and I am connected. Yes, I represent the owner of the property, and or in fact, I'm the effective owner of the property. And our position is that.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Jevon, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So right now, we're just asking for anyone other than the applicant. So you represent the applicant?
I am the applicant.
Right. So at this part of the planning meeting, it's anyone other than the applicant. You'll be next up when we're done. We still have, looks like 2 or 3 more speakers, and then we'll call on.
All right. Oh, no problem. That's fine. Maybe we'll find, Cindy by then as well.
Yeah. So it might buy you a few more minutes.
Okay, I'll keep trying.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion, but the request that I originally had from Sydney was she wanted to make a delegation at tonight's meeting, so I assumed she was a member of the public.
Okay. Retzinger. Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, a little bit of confusion. Okay, yeah, come forward, please. If you can just state your name and your address, and then we'll start the clock.
Okay, hi there. I am Marie Nobes, and I live at 4667 Lions Parkway.
Welcome.
Thank you. I started the petition. I was the one with the written petition with local residents to sign in person, and we got 373 signatures within 5 days of launching it. The feedback was overwhelmingly against the proposed zoning change in the areas in question. They want everybody to understand that we're not against responsible development, but what they are against is irresponsible urban sprawl, as well as the destruction of the conservation lands. Some of the concerns raised were as follows. Firstly, they are aware that the Niagara Regional Council, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Niagara Falls Planning Department, with its staff report, are all recommending that you vote no to the rezoning of these lands. They are wondering, with all of these experts requesting no, plus the business owners in the industrial subdivision on Stanley and the people of Chippewa saying this is not a good idea, why are you considering amending the existing zoning? Secondly, all the reports and studies are not even completed yet to investigate if there is toxicity in the golf course, not to mention the damage this will do to our conservation lands. It is apparent that the people of Ontario do not want conservation lands developed, as we have seen what has gone down the last 8 months, including October, when we were doing this meeting, when it was deferred, the Doug Ford scandal, selling the Greenbelt and then backpedaling when he got caught. And we know that the RCMP doesn't usually investigate unless it's warranted. Did you know that the developers have already entered the 60-foot buffer that is supposed to be protected on Lions Creek? And only a few feet away from the water's edge in a few spots. They have rototilled and they have liquid fertilized. Do you know what fertilized does to the waters when it leaks into our waterways? Let alone the nesting that was destroyed. Wild turkeys were flying out of into trees because their nests full of babies were chopped up by a rototiller. Blue heron nests, turtle nests, egret nests, and many more species. Where are the consequences for not adhering to the rules? There seem to be 2 sets of rules, depending on who you are. So my guess is the disrespect for the 60-foot buffer zone will continue, and they will beg for forgiveness after the destruction, like they do. Also, the secondary plan with Grassy Brook has not been completed yet either. I'm going to quote Victor Peter Angelo when he said to the Ontario government, "Our side of the bargain is done." There are 14,768 residential units that have received planning approvals and are waiting to be built. The province had set 8,000 housing units to be built by 2031. That's 7 years from now. We've already exceeded, close to doubled, the required amount of housing approvals way ahead of schedule. My question is, why do we need to destroy conservation lands to bank land when we have met and exceeded the housing approvals? Why, when recommendations by respected officials say no, does council even consider this? You talk a great talk, you do great photo ops about Earth Day and planting trees, yet you are considering allowing the destruction of conservation lands and trees. We're wondering why, with the exceeded draft proposals already ready to go, why aren't there shovels going into the ground? Yet they want more land. In regards to Chippewa and its infrastructure, no new roads in or out of Chippewa have been built since the 1950s, maybe longer. That's my guess. No new shopping. The bank closed. The hardware store closed. The dollar store closed. The Chippewa house that has been there over 100 years closed. China Dragon sold. And now the people who bought it, they closed. That bamboo legend. The library even closed. The only thing we have gained in Chippewa are thousands more cars on the road each day, with more to come when the Sodom Road development is started. It hasn't even been started yet. They haven't started digging, imagine after that is completed. And then imagine if you vote yes to thousands more. Please vote no for this disaster, which is recommended by your staff and so many departments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Coco.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Nobes talked about the rototilling and the fertilizer. I had a lot of emails which I forwarded to Ms. Dolch, and I asked her earlier if she could speak to the status of the violations or non-violations or what was happening, and she said she would if that would be allowed at this time.
Yeah, Ms. Dolch. So your liquid fertilizer, rototilling, these types of things. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of those the emails that were sent, I did forward them on to the region, and you sent them. They were already sent to the region, NPCA, and a number of other parties. The region has got back. So in terms of any removals, it doesn't qualify as a woodland in their regard. So they would not comment on it any further. The NPCA did go out on site. They felt there was no violation there, but they did send it on to the MECP and the MOE for further comment. We haven't heard yet back on those areas, on those kind of buffer areas. In terms of the agricultural production of the land, obviously you've seen the photos that were sent. Agricultural use is a prohibited use, isn't a permitted use, sorry, I shouldn't say prohibited, isn't a permitted use on these lands, so that's something we're continuing to look at. Oh, and sorry, and the liquid fertilizer, there is an application process that people have to apply for, so we are looking into that further.
Okay, thank you. We had another speaker back here? No? Oh, right here. Okay, there we are. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council other than the applicant? Okay.
So Marie addressed a lot of the issues with, sorry, my name's Leslie Lawn, 5525 Rexenger Road, Niagara Falls, Ontario. This doesn't get easier the more you do it. I was originally here to present the petition that Mr. Matson mentioned. And again, in that 5.33 days from the opening of the petition to the closing of that petition, we received 667 vetted and applicable signatures to that petition. And it was basically to, again, urge City Council to deny or defer the rezoning of this King Waldorf property and the Oakland's golf course property. Further to that, I guess continuing on with Marie's points about the rototilling, or I guess altering of the land and the destruction of habitat, it did happen that these particular areas of land that were affected were indicated in the property owner's own EISs as areas of property where those both endangered species and species at risk were in habitat. They were on the property, and also these were also areas of they were also areas where endangered species would stop over on their migration or use during their life stages and life cycles. And I personally, and it's in my opinion, that I find this practice very irresponsible and in need of further scrutiny. And that is good to hear that from Kira that you are looking into that. And I feel that if you guys approve this application, you'll be voting in direct violation, or sorry, direct conflict to the region, the NPCA, and your own staff's recommendation, and will be setting a very questionable precedent for development methodologies going forward. So thank you. Thank you for your public service, and thank you for allowing us to be able to speak our minds and opinions.
Thank you very much.
Right? So,
Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? So we just determined that Mr. Drebin does not represent the applicant. So Mr. Drebin, is he still there? Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, just to be clear, so you do not represent the applicant in this case. You represent another parcel of land.
No, I am the applicant for this property as well.
Okay, so
we're talking about the Lions Creek Road property, right?
We are, but
yeah.
Which address on Lions Creek?
I wasn't supposed to be the speaker, so I honestly didn't come here prepared with everything. Was it 5709? I'm trying to do it by memory.
No, I think that's a different parcel.
Huh?
Is that the Veda land?
Oh, it's not Veda land, no.
No. So
no, it's nothing to do with Veda land.
Okay, I'm just gonna call our general.
It's owned by a number of companies.
Okay, I'm just gonna call our general manager of planning up, so maybe we can help sort this out. Ms. Bulge?
Thank you, Your Worship. To the speaker, do you represent World Peace Corporation?
I do not. That is not the owner.
Okay, was that the property?
It's been acquired by another company.
And do you represent that company?
I do.
Okay. That's not the property we're in question this evening. It's a different matter, but.
No, I have, there's two properties with two different companies that I represent, that I am connected as part of the ownership group.
Okay, this is owned by Angelo Butera. Both of these parcels we're dealing with in this application.
Oh, no, yes, no, sorry. Let's be clear. I'm not talking about that property.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay, aren't we talking about anybody who might be a party or connected to the development and be affected by the development? Isn't that what you're looking for?
Well, I mean, it's anyone other than the applicant. So, I mean, you can speak to the proposed application, not to your own property, but to the actual application before us right now.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I intended to do.
Okay, all right. Well, the floor is yours. You've got.
Well, sure. I didn't intend to do it. Sydney was supposed to do it.
Right.
Anyway, I'm not sure. Hopefully, she's okay somewhere. But she had it was all organized for her to speak on our behalf. So, but since she didn't come, I will just offer some short comments.
Okay.
And leave it at that.
Okay, sounds
So
good.
Thank you.
Yep, we've got
You've
got up to 5 minutes, so the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, our position is quite clear on that particular adjoining property that we own over there. The actual passage of this amendment that you're looking to do at the point in the future, if it's passed, it'll essentially put us in a position of literally sterilizing our particular property. So it will have an effect on our property for sure, because we're going to have setbacks involved with residential development right next to us. We're currently considered employment land under the new OPA that was done, and which we will be looking for amendments in the future. Our property is not suited for employment use. It's not cost effective to develop it, but particularly if we end up with setbacks coming from a residential development adjoining us. So, we're seeing this as an inhibitor to our ability to do anything on that property. And I just might add to those who are environmentally concerned about development of many of these properties, our objective, and we have a long history of we're not developers developing things all over the world. We have a couple of properties that have some environmental issues to protect. We will insist on protecting those environmentally sensitive areas, and we will work with any environmental group in the area to make sure that does occur. Anyway, that's my only comment. It wasn't what I had to say in an organized way, but I felt I should say something since our spokesman is not here. I don't know if that helps in any way.
Yep, no, that's great. Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, if there's no one else requesting to speak, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Is there anyone here representing the applicant? Okay, looks like there's not. Okay, are there any final questions of council, of staff? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. One question I had, I guess through you to, I don't know if it would be to a planning director or if it would be to our solicitor. There's a report later on in our agenda that deals with Bill 185. Bill 185, I guess, is some legislation that the province is passing that's going to change the way that planning applications are dealt with. And I guess I'm just kind of wondering whether those changes are going to affect what we're dealing with here today. And any OLT submission later on. I don't agree with removing the right to appeal official plans, official plan amendments, the zoning bylaws and zoning bylaw amendments. And I think those are the four things that are being removed from the appeal process if Bill 185 passes. There's another part of Bill 185 in there that talks about developers who are able to bypass the requirement of a completed application, and perhaps Ms. Dolch can expand more on the changes that Bill 185 would propose.
Okay, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll start with your latter point. So the province under Bill 185 is recommending that pre-consultation is not required any longer. It's an option that they can choose to go through. What that does is obviously they can submit an application. We can, rather than identify up front what we need, environmental studies, things like that, we do have to obviously look and accept their application depending on what they've submitted. Which it puts us at a bit of a disadvantage to know and advise them in advance. So that is one thing that's coming out of Bill 185. We'll see if the province approves that, but it is a concern for staff at this point that practice could cease. In terms of the other matter you mentioned under Bill 185, the third-party appeals, again, we've provided our opinion on the matter in the report that's before you this evening. Again, that includes official plan and zoning bylaw amendments where third-party appeals would not be allowed on development applications. With regard to this application, it will depend on whether or not the hearing is scheduled. It could be, depending on the timing. It's really dependent on the timing. But it is something that Bill 185 could wreak havoc on.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you for that. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Yes, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, this is really strange with not having the
studies.
No, I heard and that we're getting more information, but the owner not having it here. I have the concern about the marine land, the land that's it's a tourist commission and they wanted to do residential. So I think we have to do to have the owner and I was make that and motion, and the clerk, if I got a second, yes.
Okay, so you're asking for motion for deferral?
Yes.
Second by Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, motion for deferral is not debatable, but we can clarify. So motion for deferral until when? I don't know if I would ask our clerk or our general manager of planning or our CAO, until when?
I believe council's considering a motion of deferral, Councillor Thompson's considering a motion of deferral until all the information that has been requested by staff is provided by the applicant. And I think that should be in the motion. And that addresses the timing issue, and then that way council would have full information to make a decision on.
Folks, just reminders, decorum please. We're having a debate here. In rules of order, when there's a motion for deferral, we're not allowed to debate it. That's just that's in our procedural bylaw. So the motion that sits, that's been seconded, is that we defer this. So we do not approve it. This defers it because it's missing its incomplete application. That's what the motion is.
Vote, you.
Yeah.
The clerk.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, he's pointing to you. Is there something that he said something to you, or is there more to this? No?
No, I think the CEO probably filled in the blanks there as far as why the deferral is being asked for.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anything more to that.
Okay. All right, so we have the motion that's been moved, that's been seconded. We're going to call the vote now. All those in favor?
Can we read the motion again? I'm sorry.
Okay, the motion again is a motion for deferral of this application until all of the missing information comes in, and then we can deal with it. That's what the motion is. Okay? So we know the motion. All those in favor? Okay, I just need a little higher. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so hold on, how many were in favor? Okay, all those in favor? And 4. Okay, that passes then. That passes. So the motion, or the application has been deferred until all the information comes forward, and I'm assuming that the OLT will be dealing with it beforehand. Thank you for coming out. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what is next on the agenda? Oh, yeah, I forgot, Mike. Yeah, you're right, but didn't
No, they don't represent Texas.
I don't know. Yeah.
So a public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider proposed amendments to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to propose the development of 255 townhouse dwellings, up to 46 additional dwelling units at Oakwood Drive, south of McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 26, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask Ms. Cece. Let me just give Ms. Cece, our senior planner, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining me for the public meeting for the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision applications AM 2022-024 and 26T11 2022-001 for a parcel of land on Oakwood Drive. The subject lands are located on the south side of Oakwood Drive between the Queen Elizabeth Way and the Hydropower Canal. The lands are approximately 5.45 hectares in size and are currently vacant, and the lands were cleared of vegetation between January and June of 2023 following the city's issuance of site alteration permits. Surrounding land uses include Oakwood Drive, Smart Centers Niagara Falls, Walmart Supercenter, and McLeod Road to the north. To the south are lands owned by Ontario Power Generation in association with the Hydropower Canal, land zone Prestige Industrial Zone containing establishments such as Kia Motors and an equipment rental facility, and a single detached dwelling. To the east is the South Side High Sewage Pumping Station, the Hydro Canal, and detached dwellings, and lands owned by the Ministry of Transportation and the Queen Elizabeth Way are to the west of the subject lands. The subject lands are designated major commercial in accordance with the city's official plan and are located within the Niagara Square Retail District. While commercial uses are predominantly envisioned, residential developments may be permitted subject to amendments to the zoning bylaw and other relevant sections of the official plan. The applicant is requesting to place the lands under a special policy area to permit various forms of townhouse dwellings, including on-street, block, back-to-back, and stacked townhouse dwellings with a minimum residential density of 20 units per hectare. Staff note that the applicant's request to permit a minimum net density of 20 units per hectare does not conform with the intent of the official plan, which envisions a density of 50 to 75 units per hectare. However, as the applicant's proposal can achieve a density that falls within the 50 to 75 units per hectare density range, staff instead recommend that the special policy area stipulates that a minimum and maximum net density of 50 and 75 units per hectare respectively apply to the subject lands. Subject lands are zoned a site-specific planned shopping commercial zone in accordance with zoning bylaw number 79-200 as amended. The applicant is requesting to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zone to facilitate the proposed townhouse development. Site-specific relief is requested to include back-to-back townhouse dwellings as a permitted use, as well as model homes and up to 46 additional dwelling units. Further site-specific relief is requested to reduce the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, the minimum front yard depth, the minimum width of maneuvering aisles, the minimum privacy yard depths, and increase the maximum height of buildings and structures. The applicant has also requested to consider the whole of the lands as one lot and to establish Oakwood Drive as the front lot line and a building setback consistent with the Ministry of Transportation's minimum setback requirement of 14 meters. Shown on this slide is a conceptual site plan that was submitted with the applications. The application proposes the development of 255 townhouse dwellings consisting of 46 three-story rear lane townhouse dwellings, which are shown in teal on the site plan, 36 two-story townhouse dwellings, which are shown in orange, 106 three-story back-to-back townhouse dwellings, which are shown in yellow, and 67 three-story townhouse dwellings, which are shown in purple. Up to 46 additional dwelling units are also proposed within the three-story rear lane townhouse dwellings, which are the ones that are shown in teal. 2 on-site amenity areas are also proposed. Staff support the applicant's request to add back-to-back townhouse dwellings, 46 additional dwelling units, and model homes as permitted uses. Further, staff support the requested increases to the maximum building height and the requested reductions to the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, the minimum front yard depth, the minimum width of maneuvering aisles, and the minimum privacy yard depths. The applicant has also requested to consider the whole of the lands as one lot and to establish Oakwood Drive as the front lot line and to establish the Ministry of Transportation's setback requirement of 14 meters, again, which staff are supportive of. Staff recommend repealing the site-specific planned shopping commercial zone that currently applies to the lands and rezoning the lands shown as amenity area number 1 and 2 to open space zone to ensure that their location and size are secured. Upon further assessment, the requested relief for the minimum parking requirement was not required. Staff also recommend that the amending bylaw include a holding provision to ensure that an updated Phase 1 environmental site assessment is completed in accordance with Ontario regulations, and that a letter of reliance is submitted, and that updated noise impact assessment is submitted to address deficiencies with the data inputs. Lastly, to encourage the timely development of the subject lands, staff recommend that the amending bylaw includes a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement or the receipt of draft plan of condominium approval within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension at the discretion of the General Manager of Planning, Building and Development. So the next two slides show conceptual front elevations of the proposed dwellings. This slide shows the proposed draft plan of subdivision, which proposes to establish one lot. The applicant intends to establish the blocks for development and common elements through the removal of part lot control in subsequent draft plan of common elements condominium applications. A public information open house was held on December 13th, 2023. No members of the public were in attendance, and written comments have been received from one member of the public following the finalization of the staff report. Concerns were raised with respect to traffic congestion, car dependency in public transportation, noise pollution, community isolation, and the lack of commercial space. In response to these concerns, staff note the following. With respect to traffic congestion, the intersection of McLeod Road and Oakwood Drive is scheduled for reconstruction in 2025-2026, pending budget approval. The intersection will operate at a low level of service until such upgrades and reconstruction occur, and the inclusion of warning clauses has been is recommended so that future purchasers and tenants are aware of the low level of service. Car dependency and public transportation. A Niagara Region Transit bus stop is located in the plaza across the road. Access to the Millennium Trail is a short distance to the north, which provides residents with protected off-road path that connects to major roads and cycling routes throughout the city. Further, Oakwood Drive has dedicated bike lanes going in each direction. With respect to noise pollution, various mitigation measures are proposed to address transportation noise sources, and these will be implemented through the future Planning Act applications. With respect to community isolation, the proposed development is located in proximity to local services and community infrastructure, including Smart Centers Niagara Falls, Walmart Supercenter, and the McBain Community Center. And with respect to the lack of commercial space, the commercial needs assessment that was prepared in support of the development applications notes that the vacancy rate for commercial retail space in the McLeod Road corridor around the subject lands was above 5% in the second quarter of 2023, whereas the rest of the city at that time was at 1.9%. Based on these rates, there is a little need for additional retail and service space in the city, and particularly in the McLeod Road corridor, which already contains the largest cluster of shopping center, commercial lands, and facilities in the city. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed residential intensification will strengthen, regenerate, and increase the vitality of existing commercial areas within the Niagara Retail District. In conclusion, staff recommend that Council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate the development of 255 townhouse dwellings and up to 46 additional dwelling units, subject to the regulations and modifications outlined in report number PBD 2024-005. That the amending bylaw include a holding provision to require the submission of an updated Phase 1 environmental site assessment, a letter of reliance, and as well as an updated noise impact assessment. And that the draft plan of subdivision be approved subject to the conditions contained in Appendix A, that the mayor or designate be authorized to sign the draft plan of subdivision and execute the subdivision agreement, and that draft plan approval be granted for a period of 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceci. Now is the time for any members of council who have questions. I've got Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ceci, for the report. I had a few questions.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you.
On page 6, it talks about the Haudenosaunee Development Institute, that they're opposed to rezoning where it will impair, infringe, and interfere with their rights and interests. I've never seen that paragraph before. Will we be putting that on all of our planning reports? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know either why that's there. Maybe we can get some, Ms. Dolch, I don't know if you've got any insight.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that's something that they provided through circulation comments. We are, you know, as we do different development applications, we have reached out to a legal counsel on that in terms of the position.
Thank you. So the statement's not really saying anything that they're against the development. They're just saying that anything that would infringe their rights. Is that the way I'm reading it? Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know, because I've never seen anything from them before, and I'm not sure who they represent, what they represent.
If we could look into that for, in general, maybe not for this, but
Yeah.
I'd like to learn a little bit more, that would be good. On page 4, it talks about environmental contamination. Can somebody tell me what contamination is on the property?
Who would like to address that? Ms. Ceci?
Through you to the councillor. I don't have the details of exactly what the environmental contamination was. I know that the concern from the region with respect to the updated environmental site assessment was because there's Ontario regulations that stipulate the procedures for which they have to carry out their assessment. When they completed their review, it didn't meet that criteria within the Ontario regulation. They weren't concerned that the contaminants couldn't be necessarily remediated, but it was just that they didn't follow the procedure in order to be able to file the record of site condition.
Whatever happens tonight, could we look to find out what contamination there is?
Yeah, for sure.
That would be great, thank you. I am concerned about the traffic. We're already having some traffic issues at McLeod Road. And it did talk about that it is in the budget for 2025, 2026. What happens if it's not, if it doesn't get approved? We have a lot of traffic there, so I am concerned about traffic. And then it talked about a non-provincially significant wetland that was present and that they deferred to the NPCA. Then it talked about the site alteration occurred, the land was cleared. And then it also talked about removal does not conform with the intent of the OP, removal of wetlands. What is the process when a permit comes to, a site alteration permit comes to the city? What happens? Who's responsible for what? Are the wetlands still there? Can someone explain that?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So fill and site alteration permits are dealt with by Municipal Works. The process in Municipal Works is obviously they accept the application. There's a number of conditions on that application, and one of them is to contact the NPCA and other applicable parties that they need to confirm with prior to doing any fill and site alteration. So the onus is on the applicant to do that work. So that's what happened in this case, that Municipal Work issued the fill and site alteration with those requirements in place.
Thank you, Ms. Dolch. Through to the mayor. So they were to contact the NPCA.
Sorry.
Through the mayor to Ms. Dolch, the applicant was supposed to contact the NPCA.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. That is correct. So it was as part, so there's a number of people on that for them to confirm and contact. Whether or not they contacted the NPCA, I don't believe so from our understanding, but I would want to confirm that a little further with the NPCA.
Okay, thank you, but the wetlands are gone. Through the mayor, the wetlands are gone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, that's correct. They have removed the wetlands.
Okay, and the NPCA allows recreation of the wetlands.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So the NPCA has policies with regard to offsetting. In this case in particular, they have a number of avenues available to them. In this case in particular, it was an unevaluated wetland. It was identified by their consultant through an environmental impact study. It's not something that was identified through mapping, either at the region, the city, or the NPCA, but it was identified in the environmental impact statement that was submitted with the application. So as part of that, they do have offsetting policies that they consider. So in this case, they have opted to allow some offsetting to occur in a like-for-like manner. So whatever was there on the site has to be recreated and monitored for a period of 10 years on an alternative site.
Ms. Dolch, what did you refer to that as, that site? You called it, it wasn't officially declared a wetland by the NPCA.
An unevaluated.
Unevaluated, that's what it was, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. It talks about a tree preservation plan shall identify and evaluate all the trees remaining for potential preservation. If the property has been completely cleared, are there any trees left?
Do you know? Ms. Cece?
Through you to the councillor, I think the intent with that condition would have been with respect to boundary trees, if anything was remaining, just to ensure that the preservation of anything kind of at the periphery of the site would still be maintained.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch or Ms. Sissy, is I find irregularity in the two reports for two applications. The previous application, it was, in the staff report, it said it doesn't confirm with the city's official plan. And now we're talking about amending city's official plan. Because this is the employment land, and I know sometimes there is some application come that staff doesn't support the turning employment land to the residential land. So why is this application different?
Through you to the councillor. With respect to the commercial land use designation that applies here, it does envision residential development subject to a zoning amendment and other relevant sections of the official plan. So in this case, it does provide some leeway within the official plan for residential development. So we're assessing it under that merit and with respect to those policies for residential intensification.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the applicant wanted to put about 20 houses on this land, and then we, as a city planning department, said no, we have to have intensification. Is there a reason for it?
Through you to the councillor, I'll have.
I think within a report I read that they came and wanted to put 20 or 40 houses on the land, and then
through you to, thank you, through you to the councillor. I'm not aware of any previous I'm not aware of any previous request in that regard. I do know that we were trying to encourage some commercial along the periphery, but we did get the market analysis saying that there was a number of there was enough commercial in the area. That's the only proposal that I'm aware of, but definitely we can look into it further. If prior to my time there was something.
It's somewhere in the report, I think. I read it in the report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on page 3, it's 20 units per hectare, is that what you?
Right, yes, that's what they were asking for.
I don't know.
Through you to the councillor, so from a density perspective, they were looking to, within the special policy area, to permit a lower density of 20 units per hectare. I don't have the exact math of how many units that would work out to, but essentially what we have done through our analysis is determined that they can actually provide on site a density that fits within what's envisioned within that designation and the land use policies for the site. So we're recommending that they in fact provide what they are proposing, which can achieve a density and intensification level that's appropriate for the site.
Is that something our city's preference, or is the province is mandating that? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, through you to the councillor. Our city official plan policies set out a density range for the site of 50 to 75 units per hectare. So when we have been assessing the applications, we have been essentially working to achieve something similar, knowing that the official plan was envisioning apartments in this area. However, we essentially have justified working and permitting a more variety of townhouse units because they can still accommodate the same density that's envisioned for the site. So it is in line with provincial targets for intensification, but it's also within our official plan that was guiding that density.
Okay, thank you. Another question through you, Mr. Mayor. In the report says it's compatible to the surrounding land use. It's all commercial around it. How could it be compatible to all the commercial uses around it?
Through you to the councillor. So the applicant completed land use compatibility study. They looked at vibration, noise, air quality. They determined that there's no air quality concerns. They looked at, with respect to noise, noise generated by stationary sources, so the commercial surrounding areas as well as the QEW. So they have recommended mitigation measures to essentially ensure that there's a compatibility from that standpoint. They also noted in terms of the other employment lands that are to the south, that there are residential dwellings within proximity of that, in closer proximity, so they don't feel that it infringes on kind of the ability of that to continue to develop. When we're looking at the proximity of Walmart and local services and commercial services, we feel that it's within, proximity to the items that would be part of a complete community, as well as providing opportunities for active transportation, et cetera.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. With the parkland dedication, we do take cash and leave for the parkland dedication. And does the subdivision have the park or some centralized area for young kids to play? Because it is isolated area. There's no connecting community around it.
Yeah, through you to the councillor. So there are 2 on-site amenity areas that are proposed for this particular development. We are proposing that they are zoned to open space at this point in time, recognizing that the draft plan of subdivision that they're proposing is for a single lot. That's a little atypical. So we don't have that. Generally, what we would see is kind of those lands dedicated for those particular uses through other Planning Act applications. In this case, we're proposing to zone those open space so that we know the size and location is tied down at this point, so that when they come in for future applications, that they'll be tied to be providing those.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question. I am concerned about the traffic too. So there is no traffic study has been done yet, right? It was done in 2022, I think, or 2020. I'm not sure.
Through to the councillor, they did submit a traffic impact study as part of the development applications. This one is an older application, so that's why it would have probably been dated 2022, but that was submitted at the time in support of the development applications. It did identify that the intersection of Oakwood Drive and McLeod Road would be problematic in the interim, pending the upgrades that are proposed, which again are pending regional approval in the budget. And so those warning clauses are to be included in any agreements of purchase, sale, and lease to let tenants know that that is the case in the interim.
Okay, thank you. And one more question to you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. It is a commercial zoning, and as we know, we do have shortage of commercial land in the city, so why are we agreeing to rezoning commercial land to the residential land?
Mr. CEO?
Thank you. I think Ms. Cece did cover it, but there was an in-depth analysis undertaken on the commercial vacancy rate, and the commercial vacancy rate is high in that area. It is heavily concentrated in commercial, so there isn't really a good application for it. The official plan always allowed for the potential for residential to be put in that area, so it was always a consideration. So planning did their evaluation. If the commercial vacancy rate was less than 1% in that, I think planning may have a different recommendation or a different conclusion, but they have to take their analysis based upon the facts and the studies that are there, and therefore it was concluded that there wasn't requirement for more commercial, and there's actually inside those commercial areas there's actually opportunity for increased intensification in the commercial area. You don't need to spread that out. So I think the analysis undertaken by planning was that a residential application was appropriate for that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newestake.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The traffic, I'm still confused about the traffic. So everything's pending the region doing their study, but and fixing it. What happens if nothing happens to that area and we put all that residential area there?
Through you to the councillor. So I think the intent that they have planned for that reconstruction, their comments reflect that they can't guarantee the timing of when they're going to be providing that upgrade. It will be happening. I think they just don't want to commit to a time frame at this point, pending other priorities that come in the meantime. So in the meantime, it would be developed. Let's say if it happens ahead of that, I'm not sure of the developer's timeline with respect to the construction, but they are recognizing that those roads would operate at a lower level of service. In the meantime, tenants would be advised of such, purchasers as well, and then I think they're thinking optimistically that would be happening and in terms of the upgrades in 2025, 2026. So it may very well happen, it may dovetail the two processes and be happening concurrently.
So it's a definite that the region will be doing that?
Yeah,
okay.
to my understanding, they've committed to that. It's just more of a timing from a budget standpoint.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions of council for Ms. Cece? Microphone, please, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Any other questions for Ms. Cece? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk or signing the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here to speak to this? Okay, if you'd like to step forward, state your name and your address, and you got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right.
Or less.
Or less?
Yeah.
John Beam, Montrose Road, no number.
Okay.
Staff's fault, not mine.
Yeah.
First, I'll do the traffic thing. That's the biggest one. You forgot that there's Montrose Road and Oakwood Drive. That's a secondary entrance. And we get back to the Walmart thing and Costco. All these people are going to be there. So there's 250 units and there's 600 parking spots. So they're assuming 2 cars probably for each house.
I'm not sure the math.
Yeah, they said there's up to 600. It was in the report.
Okay.
Another thing, the traffic study. So they couldn't do a traffic study, which is, last one they got was March 2020. And then they bought stuff off the city and the region. McLeod Road and Montrose Road was a 2019 in May. Southbound Queen Elizabeth was November 2018. The on-ramp on the other side was 2018. McLeod Road and Oakwood Drive was 2019 in July. Oakwood Drive and North Commercial Access, phone's going screwy, 2019. And Montrose and Oakwood Drive, 2011. So there is no updated traffic study. Like, they're so far out on being wrong on this. Like, you know, it's just wrong. It's not right. Like, I live right at Montrose and Oakwood. At least 5 times a day, there's somebody going to smash up. Like, horns are going, people, the sight lines are terrible, and the car, like, there's 10 times what they said it was in the report that they did from back then. So you got all that. And another thing is your commercial area. There's one vacant store between Niagara Square and Walmart Plaza. That's it. One. Metro's all full. So how is the vacancy rate higher than 5%? Okay. And now with the wetlands that they did on the property, they took almost 300 loads of dirt out of that place, dumped it I don't know where, and then they started bringing dirt back in. Do they need a permit to bring dirt in from outside? Through you to
Ms. Dolch?
Yeah, to
Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. So that's a fill-in site alteration permit, so they are allowed to bring fill in.
Did they apply for one? Do you know?
Yeah, that is the application we were speaking about earlier.
Okay, because they were doing it today too, from another site.
Yeah.
Like they were bringing it from St. Catharines, and doesn't that have to be certified or something when you're bringing fill?
Yeah, and perhaps I can get the general manager of municipal works to speak on that, but they do have a process in terms of that.
Okay, yeah,
on
I just,
certifying
like I
the
said, they
material.
took tons out, they were bringing tons back in, and like I said, I never seen anything. Like, there was buildings on there, because they pulled out all the concrete chunks, so who knows what the contamination was on site. Obviously, they took out dirt for a reason, right? Did they take it all out? And like I said, they're bringing the other old folks home on Oakwood, they're bringing dirt from there. Like Rankin was doing some digging, and they're bringing dirt and dumping it there today. So
we can, I don't know, Mr. Nicol, did you want to comment on the dirt hauling?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can only speak in generalities. I don't know the details of this file, but the site alteration permit requires all of the agencies to be okay with the permit.
Yeah.
So Conservation Authority, MTO, or whoever else is impacted. And if the soil is being imported to the site, we need to have a qualified person, so a geotechnical consultant, confirm that the soil is suitable to be placed on the receiving site. So if it's meant to be Table 1 MOE criteria, they have to provide a report saying this soil is suitable to be moved to the other site. Once we have that in our file, we'll issue the permit. We're not there, however, every day to
okay,
monitor
but
them
so
coming and
do
going.
you know if they actually applied or talked to these people? Because they haven't done anything that they said they've done, like even with the wetlands Like like, even though somebody didn't map the wetlands, they were significant size. Like, it took them a while to get rid of it. I mean, I drive by there 15 times a day, so just, you know. But the traffic's the biggest thing. So
Yeah,
like I said,
is 2011 the last time that the traffic?
yeah,
we know?
2011. It's on your report right here. Actually, they're redoing the hydro canal. I have the ice contract for the concrete, so I'm good. So at the same time, the region was supposed to start redoing the McLeod Road Bridge. So they could just drop everything right in. So whenever they're doing that. But I know that the hydros put that on hold.
Yeah, they've
Because
delayed
they're
it.
waiting for the region to do the water intake in Chippewa, to bring that upriver, because the river's gonna go backwards, like out. So it's
Yeah.
gonna come from, well, it's gonna go back the way it was. So, and then the canal's gonna be dry, and that's like 3-4 years.
Yeah, that was supposed to have already happened, and they've delayed that.
Yeah, because they were
OPD's
doing the
delayed
gate
it.
and everything.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's like, if they do McLeod Road, then everything's coming out Oakwood, right? And like I said, Oakwood, the region doesn't know what they're doing with Oakwood right now, whether they're doing a bridge, like they're widening it to 4 lanes, but that's the bottleneck. You got no sight lines, like at Oakwood and Montrose. People gotta pull right into the line of traffic to see.
Okay, so
Okay.
Mr. Nichols is going to comment on that. I've got you, Councillor. Mr. Nichols?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the timing of the traffic studies, I don't doubt that there were older pieces of data being used for background traffic. That's very common, and what we do is we factor that up with background growth. So say 2% a year, it would increase, et cetera. The most recent traffic impact study revision was from January of 2024. So we have a very updated study that would inform us on our recommendations to council in this report.
Because you got quite a big, you got ES Fox expanding, you got, 5,000 houses going in Grand Niagara, you got places going on the hydro on Pin Oak Drive, you got like 100 and something units, you got a big apartment building, 3 buildings going on Niagara Square, you got the new old folks home going in, and then you got, there was another one that they were doing out on Brown Road. Somebody's looking at doing like a 6-story condos thing there, like right along, commercial on the bottom. So, like I said, traffic is the biggest thing.
Yeah, no, you're right, it's extremely
And
busy down
like, I talked to Mr. Nickel before, and he says, it's hard to communicate between the region and what they're doing and what the city's doing, right? But I says, everything that the region's doing affects the city. And everything that you guys plan on building affects everybody. And by the way, there's no more trees on that property. It's just.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 4, it talks about the traffic impact study prepared by GHD dated September 20th, 2022. Or it's 2022. I can't see if it's 20th or 29th. It's a 2022 study.
Okay.
I'm just confused where all the dates are coming from.
Yeah,
2011, 2024,
Mr. Nichols said
2022.
2024.
Yeah, page 4 on the last bullet from the bottom. September 20th, 2022.
It's on
And
page 16.
Page 8 of the report indicates the city's transportation comments, which indicates that it was a 2024 update.
Okay.
Yep, January 9th, 2024.
And then page 16 that Mr. Beam said, where was that?
It was somewhere in the report. It's just this thing. I don't know if you got it. This is what was in the report. It's just a photo of it.
Well, I think we're good. We know it's 2024, January 2024, so that's pretty updated.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no one else other than the applicant, then council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Mr. Clerk, do we have them?
He just said if there's questions, he'd be happy to.
Oh,
try,
okay.
But if not, then he does not need to extend any time.
Got it. Okay, so that's Mr. McFarland? Okay, so are there any questions for Mr. McFarland on the application before you? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The will of council. Councillor Thompson moves the proposal, looking for a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. Oh, yes, Councillor Patel, yes?
Mr. Mayor, the traffic is my biggest concern. I would like to just get the timeline when they're expanding the road, because Oakwood Drive is our road, right? It's a city road, not the regional road, so I just want some timelines, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Nichol,
Yeah.
would you happen to know the
Thanks. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So Oakwood Drive is not expected to be a concern. We have some recommendations to extend the medians at the entryways. I think the real challenge is that the background growth, which we call the traffic that's there already today, is already troublesome for people driving. So regardless of whether this application is approved or not approved, we still have an issue to deal with the traffic. Just to what extent are we dealing with it? So what we've been doing is taking all these applications and the cumulative impact of this development and this development and this development will inform us on how long our queue lanes need to be at our intersections and how many additional lanes need to go onto our roads. So the key here is McLeod Road reconstruction and the intersection at Montrose. I know that's also a key intersection for Riverfront subdivision and some of the work that's happening there. So in that McLeod corridor. So we're taking all of that into account with our own transportation master plan. The development charges background study, it's all connected, will also be updated with some of the, or it is already included to include some of these road widenings and road improvements that are driven by the development improvements. So, I'd have to circle back with staff specifically on Oakwood Drive, but my understanding is the concern is primarily at the McLeod Road, Oakwood Drive intersection.
So they will start to almost 4 years now, like McLeod Road extension?
Yeah, and through the mayor, I need to reconfirm with the region. I just don't have that off the top of my head today on their timelines. My expectation would be that it would be sooner than 4 years. The traffic signal was 2025, 2026, meaning that they should be getting it out for construction, this time next year.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, approving the report. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay. Councillor Strange, are you for? Oh, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. What's that mean? Does that mean you're for or you have a question?
To approve the motion.
Did you hear that?
I was for.
I could hear you saying to approve the motion, but I don't want to hear it. I can hear it in my headphones. It's real quiet.
Can you talk
Can you hear
louder,
me?
Councillor Strange?
Yeah, you can't hear me?
Do you hear him? I don't hear anything. Do you
I
hear?
hear it. It's so quiet.
If you could turn his camera on and raise his hand.
Yeah, could you turn your camera on and give us a thumbs up or something, just so we know?
Okay, 1 second. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all or no?
He's talking. It says he's
It's
talking.
so faint in my headphones.
Okay.
He said, can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm for.
does this count that our audio guy hears? Like, I don't know.
I just put the hand up. I'll lower the hand.
Yeah, do you want to go listen to it?
He's like, hold his hand out. Can you turn on your camera?
Yeah, raise
I'm
his
trying,
hand. so we
it
can see
won't
him.
let me. It
says
says,
it won't let
It won't let him.
because the host has asked to disable it or
Okay.
something.
Well, I think he's asked you to start his camera.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Okay. All right, thank you. So the motion, it's passed, it's approved. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Mr. Clerk, can you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of 5 buildings containing 88 stacked townhouse dwellings and 4 commercial units at 7301 Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 26, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or leave their name on the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask Ms. Cece, Senior Planner, to please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, AM 2023-034 for 7301 Lundy's Lane. The subject lands, which are approximately 0.65 hectares in size, are located on the north side of Lundy's Lane and the south side of Royal Manor Drive. The lands formerly contained a miniature golf establishment, which has been closed for several years. Surrounding land uses include Royal Manor Drive and single detached dwellings to the north, Lundy's Lane and a 5-story apartment dwelling to the south, a mixed-use building in Royal Manor Drive to the east, and lands owned by the Ministry of Transportation and the Queen Elizabeth Way to the west. The subject lands are designated tourist commercial in accordance with the city's official plan. The majority of the subject lands are also located within the Lundy's Lane Satellite Tourist District, which permits residential uses in the form of standalone buildings or as part of mixed-use buildings, with a maximum building height of 6 stories and a maximum net density of 100 units per hectare. The applicant is requesting to place the lands under special policy area to permit a maximum density of 107 units per hectare. The subject lands are zoned tourist commercial zone in accordance with zoning bylaw number 79-200. The applicant has requested to rezone the lands to a site-specific tourist commercial zone to permit 68 stacked townhouse dwellings and 4 commercial units with frontage on Lundy's Lane. Site-specific relief is requested to include stacked townhouse dwellings as a permitted use, to limit the type of commercial uses permitted, to permit an increase to the maximum building height of the structure or buildings on the site, and to permit an increase to the percentage of the total floor area that can be used as dwelling units. Reductions are also proposed to the minimum width of maneuvering aisles and the minimum parking space requirements. Shown on this slide is the site plan that was submitted with the application. A total of 5 buildings are proposed on the subject lands. Building A, which is adjacent to Lundy's Lane, will contain 4 commercial units at grade and 8 dwelling units above. Buildings B to E will contain the remaining 60 dwelling units. This slide shows a conceptual rendering of Building A, which would front onto Lundy's Lane. Here you can see the defined entrances of the 4 commercial units. This slide shows a conceptual rendering of Building E, which would be visible from Royal Manor Drive. Staff support the applicant's request to add stacked townhouses as a permitted use and to limit commercial uses to professional offices only, excluding medical practitioners. Further, staff support the requested increase to the maximum building height and the percentage of total floor area of Building A that can be used for dwelling units, as well as the requested reductions to the maneuvering aisle width and parking space requirements. Although not required, staff support the applicant's request to establish a minimum front yard depth, minimum landscaped open space, and the maximum number of buildings on one lot. The addition of these regulations provides greater certainty with respect to the ultimate development and build-out of the lands. Based on the zoning review completed by staff, the requested relief for the minimum rear yard depth and the permitted projections is not required. And staff also recommend that the amending bylaw include a holding provision to ensure that an updated Phase 1 environmental site assessment is submitted, that a record of site condition is filed with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, that any future site plan and or condominium agreements contain conditions that require the inclusion of warning clauses in all agreements of purchase, sale, lease, rent, or occupancy, advising that air conditioning has been included to allow windows and doors to remain closed, that any future site plan and or condominium agreements contain standard archaeological warning clauses with respect to the discovery of deeply buried archaeological resources, and that various noise mitigation measures are implemented through any future site plan and or condominium agreements. Lastly, to encourage the timely development of the subject lands, staff are recommending that the amending bylaw includes a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement or receipt of draft plan and condominium approval within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension. A public information open house was held on March 14th, 2024. 4 members of the public were in attendance who raised concerns regarding increased traffic, sight lines, and light impacts. Staff provide the following responses regarding these concerns. With respect to increased traffic, Royal Manor Drive operates with a satisfactory level of service currently. Staff do not expect that this development will warrant road infrastructure improvements or will cause a significant reduction in the level of service on Royal Manor Drive. A traffic review of Royal Manor Drive was carried out in 2022 in response to a speeding concern that was raised, and the review focused on the straight north-south section of Royal Manor Drive between Strathmore Crescent and Glamis Crescent. A speeding problem was not identified, and as such, speed control measures were not warranted or recommended at that time. The subject curve located to the north of the subject lands is signed with a 40-kilometer-per-hour advisory speed and is marked with a continuous painted center line accompanied with several curve-related signs to guide drivers around the curve. There have not been any reported motor vehicle collisions in this area within the past 5 years, and at this time, Transportation Services staff have no plans or further studies or implementing traffic calming in this area. With respect to sight lines, a site distance review was prepared and submitted by the applicant in support of the applications, which assessed the driveway site distance and stopping site distance for both the proposed access to Royal Manor Drive. The review concluded that both stopping site distance and driveway site distances can be achieved for this development. And with respect to light impacts, planting and fencing will be secured along Royal Manor Drive through the future site plan control or draft plan condominium applications in order to mitigate and reduce visual impacts associated with vehicles entering and exiting the site from Royal Manor Drive. It is noted that staff have not received any written submissions relative to the application. In conclusion, staff recommend that Council approves the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application to facilitate the development of 68 stacked townhouse dwellings in 4 commercial units fronting onto Lundy's Lane, subject to the regulations detailed in report number PBD 2024-018, that the amending bylaw include a holding provision to require the completion of an updated Phase 1 environmental site assessment, the filing of a record of site condition, and the inclusion of warning clauses with respect to noise and archaeological resources, and the implementation of various noise mitigation measures in any future site plan and or condominium agreements, and that the amending bylaw include a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement or the receipt of draft plan of condominium approval within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Ms. Ceci of Council? Councillor Lecoultre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Ceci, it talks about the 2021 master servicing plan need for the upgrade of the sewage pumping station, and it's projecting in 10 years in the capital budget. Will it be able to handle the volumes in that time?
Ms. Ceci?
Through you to the councillor, our municipal work staff have advised that the existing sanitary municipal infrastructure does have sufficient capacity to accommodate the additional flows. That comment from the region, I think, was more for information purposes.
Okay, great, thank you. It talks about that they were removing 30 trees and that it's not in the ECA, so it's not regulated and there's no compensation. Usually we see that there is compensation even outside of ECA, so I was wondering why no compensation.
Through you to the councillor, we currently don't have a policy requiring compensation. We generally, our practice has been applying it in areas where there is environmental conservation areas. So until the time that we have a policy in place, we need to apply that fairly to development applications. So in this instance, because it doesn't kind of meet our criteria that we've been applying in the past, we didn't feel that it was recommended at this time.
Okay, thank you. Stacked townhouses, I brought this up before, that they're not accessible, and we seem to be having more and more. It's very difficult for people to get up all of those stairs or get down those stairs. I know that we don't have any say about what people build, but stacked townhouses are a challenge. The one thing I was thinking about was the setback. The front setback doesn't even allow for a ramp to be installed later on because of the angle, so it does limit the ability for a certain number of people to buy those stacked townhouses. In the picture there was an accessible parking spot there, and I was wondering how that was included, because it did say there was one parking spot for each unit, 68 parking spots, 68 units.
Through you to the councillors, so there was 68 parking spots, that's correct, one for each unit, as well as 5 that were allocated for the commercial spaces. So I anticipate that accessible spot was likely in association with that. Our municipal work staff would have advised what the requirement would have been based on the floor area that they were providing.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you. In the applicant's presentation, it says 72 stacked houses. It is 68. Is that correct?
Through you to the councillor, yes, it's 68.
Okay, great, thank you. And it's affordable pricing, so that's great. What about condo fees? I brought this up before about condo fees. How much are the condo fees going to be? Because when you add them to the purchase price, then that might not be affordable. I've heard of some people spending up to $800 a month on condo fees.
Well, maybe when you get the applicant up here, we can find that out.
Okay, great. And that was all that I had.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council for Ms. Cece? Okay. Oh, yes, Councillor Newsay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just regard to the parking, I noticed there aren't any, nobody has a garage per unit. So it's only one spot per townhouse, and yet we have 3 bedrooms in, I think there are 14 that have 3 bedrooms. Is there any parking anywhere else on this street, like around that area that, because you can just see 3 bedrooms generally mean more than 1 car.
Through you to the councillor, our transportation services staff did indicate that there is parking, I believe, on Royal Manor Drive. It's not overnight parking, but that does provide a little bit of relief. But they did see fit, based on the area and the public transportation in the area, that 1 parking space per dwelling unit would be sufficient. Again, market would kind of drive, who would be purchasing these units, and essentially, they would have more than 1 vehicle. It may not be, a fit for them at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor. I'm looking at this design, and obviously you approved it. And if we look on the north end of this, we have 18 units. And parking seems to be quite a hike. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parking spots, 18 units. Then you have to walk all the way down to the end, which might be occupied by the building close. Is this the best design possible for this area? For parking and being so far away from where you live?
Through you to the councillor. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a narrow site, and we recognize that limits the development potential a little bit. There are pathways interconnected throughout the site to ensure that there's safe pedestrian travel to parking spots. But we feel that this is the best, intensification of the site given what's being proposed by the applicant.
Okay. Any other questions of council? Okay, thank you, Ms. Cece. We need a motion to extend the curfew. Councillor Lococo, seconded by councillors. We need to extend the curfew. We're not going to finish our council meeting. I need a seconder. To extend. Yeah. Extend the curfew. Okay, we got a motion. Come on, guys, I need a second. Thank you. I'm going to make you a councillor here. Seconded by Councillor Patel. Thank you, Councillor Patel. Mike had his hand up too. Oh, Councillor Strange had his hand up. Okay. All those in favor? Just put your hands up. Just get your hands up. Okay, and Mike's hand's up too. Okay, we're continuing. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who's here for this application? Okay, seeing not, the council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So if you can just state your name, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, and my colleagues at City. My name is Raj Patel. I am an agent and urban designer. With me, I have my colleague, Mr. Rob Russell, Senior Urban Planner from Robert Russell Planning. I will be doing a quick introduction for the project, and Rob will be doing the planning presentation if required. In terms of the project background, 7301 Lundy's Lane is a vacant property. I believe in past there were different proposals to develop this property. Our proposal is designed based on 3 guiding principles. First and foremost, the design product has to be attainable and affordable so people can buy or rent at desired rate. Second, design has to be practical and easy to construct. So given the current market situation and interest rate, like many projects are going south, so that was our second guiding principle. And third, it has to be aesthetically pleasant, contemporary style, so it fit in the larger picture of urban streetscape of Lundy's Lane. Having said that, I will conclude my introduction part, and now Rob will be doing planning presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patel, can we ask one question? There was one question about condo fees. Don't know if you have any answer for that at this point.
Could you, through Mr. Mayor, could you please repeat your question for the condo fee?
Through the mayor to the speaker, in the report it talks about that they're affordable to moderate income of $475,000 for the 2 bedrooms and $535 for the 3 bedrooms. Are there condo fees in this particular development? Because if there are condo fees, then those prices, you should add the condo fees on top of it, and then we can see if it's affordable per the definition.
Through Mr. Mayor, good point. Currently, all the stack townhouses, as per current planning regulations, are a part of a standard condominium. And once we have standard condominium, there will be some sort of condo fee for that. In regards to the definition of attainable and affordable housing, unless and until the province comes with very inclusive definition, right now each municipality has their own definition. And if my memory serves me correctly, then our current price range is within the definition provided by City of Niagara Falls. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the speaker, yes, it is in the current price range of affordable, but the affordable definition includes utilities and purchase price, and the condo fees would be on top of that. So if we are awarding development charge exemptions based on affordable, I would really like to see the whole purchase price to know if it's affordable or not. And I think we need to start moving towards that, because that is the cost. Somebody just can't come up with another, I don't know what the fees would be, $500, $800, and then it's not affordable. So that's where I'm going with my questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna now have
Rob Russell.
Okay, okay, great. Is he, Rob Russell, are you there? Mr. Russell? Okay,
Yes,
there you are.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
I trust everyone can hear me.
Yeah, what's going on with that? Something's going on.
It's going real quiet all of a sudden.
And people online say they can hear fine, but
Yeah, it's just, the levels that I'm getting are just low. But I think we can hear him better than we did.
I couldn't hear him at all.
Can't
Did
hear him
you
at
hear
all.
him?
No.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Like, you guys had turned the volume down earlier when we were doing one of the videos.
that was just on her physical computer.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, what can we do here? Can we get him to phone in? What can we do that we can,
I can, I'll try and leave the meeting and come back. Why don't I do that?
okay? Just,
It just seems to have just shifted the meeting. Like, we weren't having issues
No, we
prior
weren't.
to this with anybody.
hang tight, Mr. Russell, we're gonna try something on our end to fix a technical glitch.
I can unmute my computer and see if he sounds loud enough to me.
I can hear him in my headphones, it's just real quiet. Doesn't make any sense, nothing's changed.
Right.
Tell him to
Speak
give
for a
us
second,
thumbs
Mr.
up.
Russell.
Tell him to give us a thumbs up.
Do you want him to say something?
Yeah.
Can you say something, Mr. Russell? Oh, we're not in the meeting?
Well, if I'm not
I can
connected,
unmute.
we'll do anything
Oh,
else.
okay, hold on, something's happening.
Hold
Oh,
on a second.
there, WeStream's back in.
Okay, you should be able to
Can you try talking, Mr. Russell?
Yes, can you hear me
No,
now?
Still can't hear you.
No.
Did you try your computer?
Hold on a second, this is just my, this guy here. In which case, how would we do this?
ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound.
Technology. Oh, that's a good sign. We heard something. Do you want to say something again?
Sure.
Oh, there
Can
we
you hear
go.
me now?
Oh. Eureka. We hear him fine, huh?
Okay, great, because
Okay.
I had just completed dialing in, and I could start to hear you on my phone as well. But,
Okay, great. You're
this
clear.
works now, then that's great.
Yep, excellent.
Okay. Anyway, I'm very cognizant of the time. I will be brief. The staff presentation was comprehensive, included pretty much everything we wanted to talk about, and we support the recommendations that are in it. The only thing I want to say is in response to a couple of the councillor comments about parking locations and accessibility, and that is, as you know, that's the nature of stacked townhouses. They are not a unit for everyone. They're not a development type for all peoples, but they can make up a part of a housing strategy within a municipality. So they definitely have a role to play, but they are not the only solution because they cannot address people with accessibility needs. They unfortunately, this is not the right type of unit for them. And as for parking with stacked townhouses, I've had many projects that are stacked townhouses, whether they're surface parking or underground parking, it's always a long walk. Whether it's, from the underground, a walk to the stairs and then a walk to your unit door, it is a challenge, but it is the nature of this type of development. So it will appeal to certain people, but not to everyone. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. Russell? Okay, I've got Councillor Patel and then Baldinelli.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Russell. There are commercial units. Do they have separate parking for the commercial units?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes. Through some negotiation or through discussion with city staff, the arrangement's going to be that there will be dedicated parking spots for the commercial units that will be available during business hours for them exclusively. During the evenings, then, those will then be available for residents and visitors. It's a shared parking situation that you do see in some mixed-use developments, and to help support that, these commercial units, the zoning bylaw has limited the uses to just business office type uses. So the types of uses that would only have people there would have fewer visitors, if any at all, and they'd only be there during typical business operating hours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And condo fees are $500, so that's like per month, 12 months, $500, that comes to what, $6,000? And $450,000, and if you're paying $6,000 a month, a year, I think that's a reasonable price. I don't think that's a lot because we're not shoveling the snow, we're not cleaning the garage, so lots of services are included. We're talking about services. How about the garbage disposal? Is that something private, garbage disposal? I'm sorry. Through you,
Mr. Russell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are underground Moloch type bins that are proposed as shown on the site plan right now. Off the top of my head right now, I cannot recall if this site qualifies for municipal pickup or not. So obviously if it's municipal pickup, then that's included in the property taxes. But if it is private collection, then yes, that would be rolled into the condo fee.
And one more question. The handicap parking is not part of the one parking per unit, is it? It's the extra one, right?
That is a good question. I was in the midst of looking that up when I heard that come up earlier. And so bear with me a moment. I'll see if I can get you an answer here. So there are 68. So yes, that is essentially, although we're providing one parking spot for each unit, residentially, plus the ones for the commercial uses. Of those, 4 of them are accessible spots, which in a way effectively means that there's less than one usable spot per unit because people who can use the accessible spots will have to have the accessibility permit, the disabled permit. If there are people, residents of this that do actually have that permit, then that works great. There are no issues. But yes, there could be a little bit less parking because those accessible units or accessible parking spaces are part of the overall parking requirement.
Okay, Thank you very much. In the parking in the Royal, through you, Mr. Mayor, parking on the Royal Manor Drive is not overnight parking. So my question is to Mr. Nicol, do you have any concern for the parking problems, getting, bylaw getting called because the cars are parked overnight?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I certainly do have some concerns. I mean, it is an area that we would need to enforce. We do enforce it today. We know with the restaurant nearby that sometimes parking can become an issue because there's a lack of parking for that location. So it's our hope and intent that the applicants carefully consider that, and the number of spaces they have internal to their site will be able to sufficiently capture all of their intended residents and guests and those commercial uses. So we've found that based on the surveys they've done of similar properties, it's close, but they are able to provide enough spaces on site without having to spill out onto the side streets.
So you're satisfied with that? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're satisfied that we believe they will have enough spaces on site. Anything that does spill over, if their assumptions are incorrect, we will enforce. So there will be no overnight parking on our city streets where those areas where that's restricted.
Okay. So through you, I got another question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what happens if there's more cars than the parking spots available? Do we provide them overnight charge parking somewhere, or provide them overnight parking permits on Royal Manor Drive?
Yeah, through the mayor, there's two options for folks who may want to park regularly, who say live there and don't have access to a space. They can find another space somewhere else, so negotiate with a private owner. We don't own any other city parking lots in the near vicinity, or they can choose to park on an on-street location with an on-street permit at another location. Our current process only allows for residents who own that space in front of them, that frontage, to get that type of permit. So in that case, we would either have to look at an exemption to allow people to park on street elsewhere down the street, but it's more likely that they're going to need to find alternate arrangements that we aren't in control of.
Okay, thank you. To my knowledge, that through you, Mr. Mayor, if anybody's purchased that property, they would know there's only one parking spot, so they will have to make alternate arrangements. So it's not something hidden in agenda, it is out in front, so they know that it's only one parking. And one thing I'm very pleased to see this project is that place has been abandoned for a long time. Mm-hmm. And that part of Lundy's Lane has been neglected for a while, and it's good to see new development coming and bringing that part of the Lundy's Lane back to life. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Mr. Russell, on this conceptual site plan, can this site plan be changed? Like, I'm still not looking at this as a, safe area to be in, first of all, and then you have 16 or 18 units way down up north, and your parking is down south. So, and you have these two buildings adjutting, east to west. I'm not, motel style. If you came back, and then you have your businesses. You have 4 units, and you're allowing 4 parking spots. So if I own the business, I'm parking there. Where's my customer going to park? I'm not sure how this design is good. Like, you just crammed a little more units in, and I understand it's all, making money, but at least make parking spots available. I can see different designs that would better suit this property than this current one right here. And I don't see 34% green. I just see a lot of pavement and buildings and a little bit of green. But I think this, this could be better design. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newstead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to continue on with what Councillor Baldinelli is saying. Even with visitors, so people come to visit them, there's absolutely no place for anyone to park. I know we've got the visitors, but that's okay during the evening, but during the office hours, those spots are being taken up. So I just wonder how practical this whole area is, and the design. Is there any way you could even just take off one of those or 2 units and have a spot for visitors or second people can park? Maybe they can buy that spot as well. I just see a disaster. We just want people to be able to park there, not on street and having all kinds of other issues. So I do see a concern here. Thank you.
Maybe if I could ask our planning staff to address, now, the reason a lot of these are built on Lundy's Lane or a place like this, it's because it's one of our arterial transportation routes. That's the spine of our transit that we invest millions of dollars a year into, and we're encouraging people to move there. And a lot of these people will work in the tourist court and maybe don't have vehicles. So that's why they locate here. And in some places like Toronto, they don't even have parking requirements anymore because they've got empty parking garages that they rent to car dealerships now. So we're encouraging density along transit routes. So that's the whole idea, is that they can have less parking, and that's why developers are willing to develop some of these sites. So I'm going to ask Ms. Dolch if she could help us understand the rationale with parking in these types of situations.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I think you're a wannabe planner. So
I've been listening to you long enough. I'm starting to learn.
So yes, in terms of obviously the intensification corridors, Lundy's Lane, other places, we do want to start to see people utilize public transit and other means, other modes of transportation, active transportation, other modes of transportation. There is a big trend, and you can see it in what the province is doing right now. You know, downtowns, they're proposing through Bill 185 no parking requirements in the downtown. So you can start to see the trends happening. There's a lot of development in different parts of the world, as well as in Canada, that are going to minimize parking requirements and no longer have a minimum parking requirement and just let it be dictated by development. So there is a trend that's happening where people are reducing parking significantly in hopes that people use other modes of transportation, public transit, those kinds of things. So in terms of this, it is Lundy's Lane Intensification Corridor. As you heard from Ms. Cece earlier, it is on a bus transit route. There's a stop close by. So those are the things that Municipal Works staff did evaluate as part of this application when they were looking at the parking reduction. So that's something we do factor in when we make our recommendations. Obviously, if it wasn't on a major spine, we may have a little more to say about that, but in this case, it is located on a major spine.
And it might not be affordable if there was less units too, right? And more parking, cost goes up. So, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate the concerns that some of the councillors are bringing up. However, I don't really think that we're designing a community center here. It's not a service-oriented business where, you know, you try to set the parking right near the front door so that everyone can get in. I mean, these are units that are going to be owned by people. So clearly, I mean, like right now, I feel like we're dictating what the developer's market is, and I think the developer should know best what their market is. I mean, if someone's not going to buy a unit there, they're not going to buy a unit, and then his project's going to fail. I doubt that's going to happen. I think he knows the market better than we do. I have no problems with the parking.
Okay, appreciate that. So if there are no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The will of council. Councillor Patel. Yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, this probably has been a little golfing and a little and really not used in the past, and this is, so I was second, and we're the houses we need.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? With one opposed. Okay, thank you for that. We're approved. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to give these back. I'm going to give these back to you. Thank you. Okay, now we get into the fun stuff. Development charges. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you want to walk us into this part of the meeting?
Yes, just moving on to reports. First up, number 8.1, the development charges bylaw adoption. We do have staff, Mr. James Dowling, who will introduce the report.
Mr. Dowling. Deputy Treasurer.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just a really quick summary for your reference. We don't have a formal presentation in front of you today. Just the staff report with supporting attachments. There are 9 recommendations associated with the report. Many are really just addressing legislative requirements required, such as formalizing council support and approval of the DC background study as amended and the proposed DC rate structure and the bylaws, which are also included on the agenda this evening. The DC bylaws are being brought forward for adoption this evening. There are 2 recommendations I just wanted to draw your attention to with respect to new grant programs for industrial DCs and community improvement plan area exemptions. Those are current exemptions that are in our 2019 bylaw that we wish to carry forward and continue. We just aren't going to have them live in the bylaw any longer, and we're going to administer them through a grant program. Provides a little bit more flexibility, and we brought this forward to council in the past. I just wanted to draw attention to that, and we're looking for direction essentially to support that and direct us to bring back formal policies at the next council meeting. Just really wanted to quickly highlight, there's a lot of effort that's gone into this, so as much as it might just be a line item on the agenda, we did kick off our DC background study process almost a year ago in June of 2023. Definitely lots of work by staff internally. Hemson Consulting's been supporting us, as well as consultants that have been doing other parallel studies, such as GM Blue Plan, helping with the master servicing plan. So I really just wanted to acknowledge all of the work that staff's done getting here. This, by all means, I might be the face that you see often speaking to it, but there's a whole crew of people behind me that have been pivotal in getting us to this point. Our last meeting, we had our statutory public meeting on April 30th, so we did hear from the development community. There are some written submissions that we did receive, and Hemson responded to all of the ones that we received in time, so they're included as attachment 3 on the agenda. We had a couple late submissions, one yesterday and one this afternoon, so we had printed copies included in your package, and I emailed a copy to you as well, just so that you had them. Above and beyond the statutory public meeting requirement, we also wanted to emphasize that, we tried to go above and beyond in terms of the level of engagement. So, we hosted 2 council information sessions in October and February. We hosted 2 development industry information sessions in November and March. We've had our public engagement site active through the whole process, just to receive feedback, share information, and sort of keep everyone updated. So, it's one of these things where we've certainly tried to be as thorough as we possibly can. We don't take some of the increases that are proposed lightly, but we've tried to do as comprehensive of a job as we can putting this together. I believe Mr. Burgess had a few remarks he wanted to make as well, so I will yield the floor to him at this point.
Mr.
Thanks.
Burgess.
Thank you, and I'm cognizant of the time tonight, and I'm also cognizant of the fact that council has been involved with DCs for a long period of time. The arguments are known to council, and at the end of the day, and I've repeated this a number of times, and tonight's meeting is a classic example. There's a number of developments coming through that add to the strain of the infrastructure that we have that require expansion. There is a capital plan that's forecasted out to acquire the growth. At the end of the day, the growth will happen, the infrastructure will be required, and it's really a question of how are you going to pay for it. As a council, you have 2 choices. You can tax the levy and tax taxpayers to acquire the money to pay for that infrastructure that's required for the growth, or you can use the option to use development charges to tax the people who are causing the growth and the infrastructure requirements. I'm not going to say one's right or one's wrong. That's for you guys to decide. However, you're not going to avoid the cost, and you're not going to avoid someone paying for it. So the question is, what is the appropriate balance? There is a lot of depth of knowledge of what goes into a DC background study, how much of it is attributable to growth, how much is attributable to existing use, how much is attributable to post-period use, and that's there. Staff's recommendation is that growth, pay for growth as much as possible, and therefore that's why it's being put forward. Any other nuance that's there, that's for council to decide. But you're not getting out of the capital programs, and you're not going to get out of growth. In fact, there was one municipality in Ontario that tried to say we don't want to grow, and the province overruled that and said, no, you're going to take boundary expansion, you're going to take growth. And so you're not going to avoid those issues. So it really comes down to a matter of how are you going to pay for it and who's paying for it and to what percentage. So I think there's been a fulsome study. I think there's been a fulsome debate on this. And at one point in time, council just has to make a decision, going forward. Our DC bylaw expires shortly. And if it's deferred past the date of expiry, then there is no collection of DCs, and then therefore all costs transferred to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Okay, so we're looking to council. We've had a lot of sessions, a lot of education sessions on this. And so what it comes down to is, as CAO said, we want libraries, we want roads, sewers, parks, trails, arenas, fire stations. Well, you either raise them through DCs or you raise them through raising taxes. So that's what it comes down to. So we've got a decision to make for the next 5 years. So I've got Councillor Lococo, Patel, Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very difficult one because, as the CAO said, you want growth to pay for growth. However, when we looked at our fee charges last time, some of the increases were 100, 200% on certain things. And I know we did a comprehensive study to figure out how much time goes into each application and then do a cost reimbursement of time on that. So I had a challenge with increasing the fees that much for the regular fees. Now, when we look at this, the residential per unit is going to go up $21,252. Like, that's just amazing. So I had a conversation with Mr. Dowling, and I picked his brain for quite a while, and I had him explain some things to me, because even though we've had these sessions, this is very complex and very confusing, and you're not sure which way to go because you want to have growth, but who's going to pay for it? And I find that we're in a very strange position. And I said, well, how did we get here? Mr. Dowling said that back in 2019 that we didn't have really fulsome data for our DC background study. So we were working with older data or not accurate data, and now construction prices have gone up as well. So you're looking at older data or maybe not having the data, and now construction prices, so now the rates have gone up $21,000. Like, that just is a little crazy to me to look at that. So I asked Mr. Dowling, I said, if we were to approve the development charges as is, 100%, then it would be implemented right now if we just approve it. But then there's also a phase-in, really is a discount or a grant. It's not a phase-in approach as I would have used the word phase-in. It's really a grant or a discount to the builder. So the example that's in the report of 60% the first year, 80% the second year, and 100% the third year, I asked Mr. Dowling, well, how much would that cost to the taxpayers? So that's $6.1 million over 3 years that the taxpayer has to pay. So I said, well, what would that be on the levy? So he did some estimates, so these aren't exact, so please don't hold him to it, but he said it would be about $4.5 million on the levy for that 6.1, and that is about a 5% increase. So if we do that 60, 80, 100 phase-in grant discount, we're going to add 5% to next year's levy without even talking about anything else. Yep. Like that's really hard to wrap my head around. And to give you an idea, an assessed home of $280,000, Mr. Dowling again said estimates is approximately $80 a year for that household, but a $500,000 home would be approximately $140,000 without anything else. So then I asked, well, what if we did the 80% for the first year, which would basically be a 20% discount for the development charges? That would be about $2.04 million to make up, which comes out to about 1.5% tax levy increase. 1.5? Mr. Dowling saying 1.5.
Yeah, through the through the chair. Yeah, Roughly. And of course, you know, I'm sort of giving you those gross numbers. In reality, you know, that would be the equivalent if it was levied all at once, right? Obviously, we'd probably phase it, but being mindful that, you know, whether you spread it out over time or not, that's the cumulative impact, essentially, if you want to look at it that way.
Okay, thank you. I found a couple comments within the comments that we received interesting. Some of them would say, well, if we increase our development charges, then they're going to go somewhere else. Then there was a comment saying, well, don't do what the other municipalities are doing, do your own thing. And Mr. Burgess has told us that a lot of the municipalities are going through their development charges as well. So if theirs were low before, are theirs going to go up as high as ours? Like, ours are going up a lot, and I'm really, really struggling with that. I'm not quite sure how to do that. And it's unfortunate that our fees were so low before that we weren't recouping the money that we needed. So I'm not sure where I'm going with those, but those were some of my comments, and I'll listen to other councillors. Thank you.
I know exactly, it's a paradox. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do, but I'm sorry, Councillor Patel, then you, Stag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually having a very hard time with this because increasing development charges is going to increase the price of housing because it is going to be passed on to consumers. If we're increasing $21,000 and developers are paying interest rates, of at least housing prices will go up $40,000. They're not going to charge them dime to dime. They're going to charge them almost double than what we're charging them, end of the day. And rent will go up. And our council's strategy is, our priority is affordability. So that is the one reason I am struggling with it, is we are talking about affordability and we are increasing prices for rent and for the first-time home buyer. It's going to be hard for them because how the housing we saw earlier, those stacked townhouses, they're $450,000. After the development charges are raised, they'll be $500,000. And $50,000 can do a big damage in some people's life because people are saving for the house. Because your house is the largest investment you make in your whole life. If you're collecting money for down payment, that will push you back 2 years. And on the other end, I understand that I'm talking about affordability. On the other end, we can't have our taxpayer pay for all the infrastructure that's required for the new development. And it's just not fair for them to pay because they have paid their fair share already. So we can't ask taxpayers to pay for those growth because growth is supposed to pay for growth. So I'm actually having a really hard time. So I'll probably just sit down and listen to what everybody else says because it is a very hard decision to make because we are trying to balance on both sides. And one more question, actually one question before I sit down I have for Ms. Dolt is, in the new federal budget there's I think $6 billion for the municipalities to work with that infrastructure. If we raise DC charges, does it reduce our chances of getting the funds? Because I know that's what they said after the April 12th. If you increase your DC charges, you will not get your share.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. I did read that as well, that there was some concern from the government that obviously raising DC charges, you may not be eligible for infrastructure funding, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the tough thing, we haven't gotten any yet, right? We've applied and we still haven't gotten anything, provincially or federally. We're still waiting. So in the meantime, the bills got to be paid. People want, when you move into a neighborhood, you want roads and sewers and parks and trails and fire halls and libraries and you want all the amenities that makes you want to live in a community. How do you pay for them, right? So if we did not get anything from the Housing Accelerator Fund federally, we got zero. And we haven't gotten anything yet provincially. We're still waiting to hear. So I don't know our plan B, because plan A is not working out right now. Nobody's giving it to us. So
It's
yeah,
just hard because
I know it's tough. It's tough. I know. Do you get development to pay for development, or do you go back to the taxpayers and ask them to pay higher taxes to pay for the development of the new areas? It's tough. You got to wait out. I'm sorry, Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm no smarter than those two because I'm struggling with it as well. As a business person, I understand where the developers are coming from and all the literature that they've been sending to us, pleading with us, please don't raise these taxes, it's going to stifle development. And maybe we are in a critical time of killing any type of ambition by doing it. But on the other hand, we have to do it for, we can't put it on the tax person. So it's definitely a balancing act. In evaluating all of it, I think one thing, I know we talked about the phase-in approach, and I think we almost might have to consider that because for a couple of reasons. One, people start planning these developments, they plan in long term out. All of a sudden, we land these type of development charges on them, which might cripple them, and then they can end up going backwards, or the development will not, we won't see that development. I know we've got the housing situation right now where it might spur people on to do it. So I think maybe a phase-in approach, I know it's going to be a hit to the taxpayers, but maybe just a 1 or 2 year approach. But the other thing, maybe we do need to go back to, and we talked about earlier in our asset management, maybe we can't afford to have everything that we want. Maybe this is a time that we have to sit down and say, how many pools do we need in this community? How many ice rinks? How many of everything that we have? Or we can't afford housing because it's all going, all we seem to do is keep going around in a circle. Like there's no money or windfall coming out of the sky for us. So we've got to sit down just like you do in your home. We can't afford everything. So what can we afford and what do we have to give up? And that's what I think we might be facing right now, because we can't have it all and expect low development charges and or not to increase taxes. So maybe that's the end, is we can't afford to have everything that we've been having. I don't know, so no further ahead, but I will support a phased-in approach because I do think the developers need to have some sort of, even if it's a year, just to give them some leeway. All right.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. I've got Councillor Strange. Hopefully we can hear you now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. You don't even have to yell that loud. Yep.
Perfect. You know what, it was, I think, the last council meeting or council meeting before, I was really concerned because, first of all, we don't want the tax levy to go up and the residents paying for all this new infrastructure if we don't put DC charges on the developers. And then I thought, well, the developers, we're not getting too much feedback from the developers saying they don't want it. Some of them are saying raise it because they want the infrastructure in that they can actually build. And when I said, well, you know what they're going to do? They'll just, whatever they pay, they're going to put add the money to the housing and to the consumer. And I was concerned about that. But when you think about it, the market is the market. The market dictates what they're going to pay for that house. So if somebody, they do this and they try to add on $50,000 to a new build, and it's $1 million, but well, there's a 2-year-old same type of style of house is $800,000 down the street. They're obviously going to probably go for the $800,000 down the street. So I did have some concerns, but I'm pretty much in favor that we want to not have it on the tax levy. We need this new infrastructure. We have 3 urban expansion boundaries, and developers are ready to build, and they want to get ahead of this, and they're actually ones that are saying, yeah, we'll accept it, not that we like it, but I would rather have them pay for it than the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Strange. Do we have any other feedback or comment from Councillor Peter Angelo?
Oh, thanks, Your Worship.
Did you have your hand?
No, that's okay. Yeah, Your Worship, I do have a couple comments. I mean, just on the phasing in, I know I talked about Bill 185 earlier. Bill 185, the province is now mandating that there is no phasing in period. Earlier, they were saying with Bill 23 that there was going to be a phase-in period that municipalities had to have. I'm not in favor of phasing it in, Your Worship, just like Councillor Strange and I think Councillor Coco said. And the simple fact of phasing it in, or the reason why I'm not in favor of it, is because if you end up phasing in the DCs, you put all of that on the backs of the taxpayers. And I don't really believe that that's what we want to do. I know we heard Mr. Burgess say it tonight. I know a lot of us have said it as well, that development is supposed to pay for development. We can't simply go back to the taxpayer and ask them to pay for development charges of new developments that are coming in the city. I really don't think that that's fair. The other point I wanted to make, Your Worship, and I know I was beating up on the province a little bit on 185 in terms of the public appeal process, but I want to pat them on the back for allowing studies to be included in DC bylaws. So I know they were in and then they were out with Bill 23, and then he actually listened to municipalities. Municipalities went to him and said, hey, we really need the ability to put these studies inside of our DC bylaw because they all relate to growth. So you're talking about secondary plans, whether it's the Grassy Brook secondary plan that I think is at like $725,000 right now, or it's one of the 3 new secondary plans, or 4, I think, that the municipality is going to undertake. We're going to do one in the northwest quadrant. We're going to do one in the west quadrant. There's one slated for the lands that are around the hospital. There's one slated for the lands that are around the current hospital as well. And I think there's even one slated for Lundy's Lane, Your Worship. Those are millions of dollars. On top of that, we have all kinds of master plans, whether it's a fire master plan or a recreation master plan. You name it, all of our master plans go into our DC bylaw. If you look at the total in our DC bylaw, it's $13 million. Of that, $8 million is eligible to be raised through DCs. So if we couldn't actually raise that money through our DC bylaw, that would all fall on the backs of the taxpayers again. So the taxpayers would have to pay for all of that development growth related costs. That's not really ideal, I don't think, Your Worship, as a taxpayer. I think that they've already paid their dues when they first bought their home, and they've been paying their taxes for a number of years. So I can't imagine that I would want to push that back onto landowners now. I think it should be paid by development that goes forward. So I wanted to give the province credit for actually doing that. The other point I wanted to make is that, and I know we just had an application here where I heard the gentleman say that he falls into the affordable category. I didn't want to stand up and I guess correct the situation. My understanding is that the province is coming forward with a figure in Bill 185 that's going to identify how much an affordable house is. I believe it's $319,000. Maybe I can just ask through you to staff whether or not that's correct, and whether or not a developer, if they achieve that $319,000 per unit, is then exempt, and nobody over that amount is actually exempt.
So who, okay, who? Mr. Dowling? Mr. Dowling?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're correct, Councillor. Right now, the province has published their bulletin, so it's not quite effective yet because Bill 185, they're expecting it to receive royal assent probably within the next week or so. They've set an effective date of June 1st. Now, their definition right now is based off of the lesser of an income test or market value. So it's the lesser of 90% of the average purchase price, or an income-based test that looks at 30% of the household income on a 60th percentile. So in most cases, I think for across the province, the income test has been what's driven the price lower. So as an example, 90% of the average purchase price of a detached home in Niagara Falls right now is listed at $648,000. So that is definitely, when you start hearing numbers like that, that sounds a lot more like the types of housing prices we're seeing. The income test is what brought it down to that $319,000. Now, what I will say is Bill 185 currently as it stands doesn't speak as much to the attainable housing piece. It's very much driven on affordable housing. I think there was intention to bring that forward as well, but they haven't necessarily redefined that at the current moment. So that might be that missing middle piece where perhaps this development that was proposed may meet an attainable housing definition by the province in the future, but doesn't currently meet what's being proposed as their affordable housing definition currently. We also have, and I should have mentioned this earlier, we also have Craig Benning from Hempson on the line as well. So if there's any other specific questions related to Bill 185, he's pretty in tune with it, so we can always call on him for further comment as well.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Dowling, Your Worship, thank you. I did want to address the affordable price, and the affordable price is at $319,000. So that's all that the province has identified right now. So if a house doesn't come in or sell for $319,000, then they can't be exempt from DCs. That's the way that I understand it. The province is looking at coming forward with a figure for attainable housing. Attainable housing will also be exempt from DCs, but they haven't identified that yet. Is that correct, Mr. Dallek?
That's correct. So it hasn't been fully fleshed out. The legislation has proposals for the exemptions related to attainable and affordable, but they're reliant on these bulletins and these sort of revised definitions. So it hasn't been made abundantly clear to us exactly how they're going to define attainable. Now, I will say that in prior documents the city's produced, like in our housing strategy, for example, we did sort of define our own affordability number previously. So in the absence of this legislative definition, and just to be completely transparent, our community benefit charges bylaw, for example, refers to our housing strategy as a definition for attainable dollar amount, and I think it was around the $400,000 mark. So that could have been part of where that was coming from, was because of our housing strategy. We intend to essentially revise our bylaws to go in line moving forward with the new provincially legislated guidelines, simply from an administrative perspective, because their new rules are going to apply both to CBCs and DCs. We don't really want to have two different metrics that are governing them. But for the time being, we're waiting for a little bit more clarification on that exact definition when it comes to the attainable piece.
Okay, thanks. Your Worship, I guess my point is, you know, when this was first announced that affordable units were going to be exempt from DCs, I think there was a lot of people that were involved in municipal government that started to tell the province, oh, we're going to lose millions upon millions of dollars in development charges. I think if we're at the $319,000 mark per unit, I don't really see us losing a lot of money on DCs. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of developers that are actually going to hit that mark so that they're exempt from DCs. Maybe perhaps when the attainable figure comes out, then we can have another discussion, but I don't know that it's a real factor right now. The other point I just wanted to mention, Your Worship, is that DC bylaws allow us to go forward with projects that are inside of our built-up area, not just projects that are in our expansion areas. So what they call it is intensification. Right now, I think our intensification targets are 50% inside of our built-up area and then 50% in our greenfield area, so anywhere in our expansion areas. So even if you take a look at the next report, the NS&T line, the NS&T line is at a cost of $1.9 million for the phases that staff were saying to move forward with, but those are covered 90% by DCs. And that's simply because, you know, we're hitting our targets in terms of intensification within our already built up areas. So, Your Worship, I do give the government credit for canceling the phasing in and also allowing the studies to go in. I like the figure that I see in terms of affordable at the 319 mark, and I will support the recommendations when it comes forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch or, I don't know, Mr. CEO. With the increased development charges, what will happen is developers will cram as many houses as they can in some land, or they will build the huge houses. We'll be missing the middle. Because since I've been a councillor, all we've been approving is townhouses, deck townhouses, apartment buildings. Niagara Falls has a growing population that's more senior. We don't have any bungalows, like we don't have inventory of different housing in the city. So is that something we can control with our official plan? When we are working on official plan, is there anything we can do in an official plan to address the missing middle part?
I think Ms. Dolch would be the best to start there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, and that is something that will be addressed in our official plan. Obviously, missing middle is the important middle piece that we're missing. We are making great strides, as Councillor Peter Angelo said, on intensification. Our target was 50%. We've been hitting about 74, 75%. So we are hitting good numbers in terms of intensification rather than kind of the normal development that we used to see, the singles, things like that. So we're starting to see intensified development, which is a good thing. So we will be dealing with it as part of the official plan. We do want to see a mix of housing and intensification around the community, because obviously we need to accommodate population growth as best we can. So it will be factored in. In terms of what builders will build. Obviously, as you heard earlier today, DCs will be factored into the purchase price. That's where they push the money, the cost to. So it's just dependent on the market and what the market is. If the market is in the missing middle, you'll see them develop missing middle.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Peter Angelo when he said $319,000 is affordable housing. I actually have never seen a house that's cost $319,000, brand new house, no. And I remember when the More Home Build Faster Act was Bill 23 back then, and I know lots of people were talking about we're going to lose out billions of dollars for the municipality for the development charges. And even back then, Ms. Dole said that we don't have real figures, and I don't think we even have passed a development that has been affordable housing that we have given them the DC credit, or we haven't charged them DC yet. I know there's one coming up, but we haven't done that yet. And when I look at I was just looking at the development charges. Toronto development charges $95,000. And by next year, they're going to go around $185,000. So I actually kind of feel better for our development charges. That's $39,000. And we already have 15,000 houses that's approved at the previous development charges. So we already have housing in the pipeline that has approved in different development charges, like cheaper development charges. So I'm comfortable with the supporting the recommendation, and I agree with Councilor Peter Angelo that, you know what, just do it 100%, pull it like a Band-Aid and get over with it. So I will support the recommendation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Councillor Baldwin.
Through you, sir.
And then we'll go to the gallery.
Yeah. In 2020, I just want to let you know, in 2020, I had a picture on my phone of 3 New York strips, which I thought were expensive at the time. I think it was early spring, it was $18.56. I think they're $60 now.
Oh,
So
yeah.
at that time, Mona, it was only 4 years ago, houses were $300,000 down my street. So I remember it, but it was too long ago.
He's eating hamburger now.
I'm in brand new.
But I completely support what Mr. Peter, or Councillor Peter Angelo and Mona stated. You know, the phase-in approach is not for me. I think we just rip off the Band-Aid, like she said. Development charges, I've been reading up about it a lot, and it's very complicated, but I believe that development should pay for development, and development charges ensure the growth. It does not burden established ratepayers by giving raise to excessive property taxes and user fees, and thereby promote the maintenance of municipal services at efficient levels, municipal and popular acceptance of growth, and orderly and efficient growth. You know, DCs, although, you know, as it's stated, market demand will determine what they build. So having the developers pay for it makes the city more vibrant, makes all our services available and paid for. And just like Mr. Peter Angelo had stated before, people who had purchased, myself and everybody else maybe in here, we've already paid for our developments, and those moving to the city, it's just part of life that at this time things are more expensive, and that's basically based on demand. You know, no supply, higher demand, more expensive. So I support, thank you staff for providing all those sessions we had, educational sessions that really opened our eyes to what was coming down the pipe, and I therefore support them.
Thank you. So just before I take a motion, there is a request, Mr. Racy, to speak to this report. So he's been patiently waiting. So we'll invite you up to say a few words, and remind you, you've got 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes.
I know it's a late night, and I've been preparing my timing just outside, so I'll be quick.
Okay, great.
Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. First, I want to extend my gratitude to Mr. Burgess, Mr. Nichols, Madam Clark, and Madam Dolce. And I want to echo what James said. They did an amazing job of public consultation. I really appreciate that, to listening to us and bringing what the community asked. Although hearing that it seems that it's not the will of the council, nonetheless, I want to bring the conversation today, as opposed to talk about businesses. Let's talk about the next generation. Because I felt that we've been talking about businesses and not forgetting about what it matters. the next generation, millennial and Gen Z. The decision that you're making today is going to impact your children and your grandchildren. The previous generation, those who bought their homes 10, 20, 30 years ago, respectfully, they had it easy. The cost of housing goes up, incomes remain stagnated, student loans are creeping up. Unless if you have a rich daddy to help you out, everybody else, they're struggling to come up with the down payment. And they're struggling to come up with mortgages. I want to please keep in mind when make your decision tonight, the struggles for the next generation. And I have two requests, and I know it seems that I have to be in the minority, is that first, to phase in these charges. Second, to create a deferral program to fast-track development. Should the council respectfully chooses to do not phase in and increases the taxes, the City of Niagara Falls will have officially highest tax rates, DC charges, compared to Thorold, Grimsby, West Lincoln, Niagara-on-the-Lake, St. Catherine, Port Corbin, and Welland. Your Worship, do we want to be the most expensive in the neighborhood to build a house or the most affordable? Please pay attention that St. Catherine and Welland, they had their DC charges development prepared just 2 years ago. This means that for the next couple of years, they will be the most expensive to build in our neighborhood. So the question is, somebody has to pay for it. I agree, somebody has to pay for it. But I think I have a good news, because while you were busy working hard for our community, federal government and provincial government, they have reached an agreement to unleash $358 million. I know what you were mentioning, Your Worship. They just reached an agreement. And as I was walking to, I was so excited, but I realized Madam Hanson, she was already having it on her phone. She was already busy applying for that funding for the next generation. I believe in her. I trust in the city that we could get fundings. I believe we got to get the fundings from federal government and not the next generation. But I understand that the talk is about taxpayers. But I have a business proposal for you. Give $10,000 discount, subsidy, call it a loss on DC charges for the sake of next generation. They will be paying back to you in a year or two. The picture that you're seeing is a house being built in my neighborhood. I've looked up the development charge, the property taxes on it. $10,460. Today I've been downstairs checking the property assessment of multiple subdivision built versus the median that is $280,000. The new built houses are twice the amount of the taxes that they're paying are existing. Instead of respectfully, I want to ask, yes, sure, if you subsidize it, maybe taxpayers, they have to bear them for 1 year, but we are going to have more taxpayers. Your children and your grandchildren will become the exact same taxpayers. We should be talking about what are we going to do with all these new taxes that we can collect. Any business, you tell them, hey, you know what? Pay me $10,000 today, and I'm going to pay you $10,000 moving forward in perpetuity. And I'm just going to remind you that the legal counsel just mentioned that city has the first burden. I mean, I actually go to the next point. But my point is that please consider that those new homeowners, your children, become the same taxpayers. And in fact, they will be helping the previous generation. My second request, which I understand might be a long shot, is that I want to talk about requesting DC deferral program to help fast-track development. Your Worship, entirety of industry revolves on, credit, from the lumber to the professional services. They do the work, and they get paid from 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. Unfortunately, before a single piece of lumber being purchased, the government is going to come ask the millennial and Gen Z their down payment, that they struggle to come up with down payment. I understand if the homeowners, they have equity, don't understand it. But what about the next generation? Instead of money goes for a shovel to the ground, city asks for library services, fire protection, parks, recreational services. But like businesses, you collect the development charges of yesterday, you spend it for the project today. And the money that you collect today, you'll be spending it tomorrow. Case in point, there are $26 million sitting there that has been, yes, earmarked, and that's my point. Look at the businesses. The businesses, everyday lumber goes out of the door, everybody income comes from the people who purchased those lumbers 2 months ago. This has enormous impact because what's happening is that in order to buy a house, you need to finance it from the Bay Street. You go to the Bay Street, you get the loan from them, and give it to the city, sits on the account. It's not going to be needed. You're not going to build I'm done almost. You're not going to build a subdivision. You're not going to build the road just for that subdivision. You're not going to build a water treatment facility just for that particular project. You either build it or not. But what happens is that we have to pay the interest on those money to the Bay Street. And so I ask you to please reconsider and keep that in mind. The money will pay for itself. And as you make that decision, I want you to look at the CJ Andrea from St. Mike and the amazing talent that they're here. How are they going to be able to afford the housing? And I hope that you will reconsider your decision and see that we need more taxpayer and not less. With that being said, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I understand it's not an easy decision to make, so I don't envy the position of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your work. And in fact, you got that picture in already from tonight in the slideshow. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask staff to give us the list of the items that are covered by DC charges, what we can do in a city with the DC charges?
Mr. Dowling?
Might be here for a while.
Through the chair, I'll keep it at a high level simply because it is a rather exhaustive list. So our background study and our bylaws are broken down into several different categories. So of course, eligible infrastructure is going to include your engineered infrastructure. So you're looking at water, wastewater, storm, sewer, and road infrastructure. That's sort of your main engineered to really enable the development. You have your general services, we'll say, which are things like fire services, libraries, studies, which Councillor Pietrangelo mentioned has just been made an eligible service again, which is fantastic for us. What am I missing? Fleet. So you know, as our city grows, we need to be able to grow the some of our fleet vehicles that are plowing our streets, keeping all of our other mobile services moving along efficiently. Am I missing anything else? Oh, sidewalks is part of roads as well. That's correct. So, you know, it is all encompassing. There's a couple exceptions. Like, I'll be honest, like the couple that are not DC eligible are things like parking and cemeteries. They're sort of the two big ones that are not eligible for DCs.
Are there, for example, if the population grows, through you, Mr. Mayor, and if we have to make a new community center or recreation facilities, is that covered by DC charges?
Correct, yes. So I should have mentioned that. So the Parks and Recreation is one giant bucket in the DC background study. So that includes everything from passive parks to recreation centers. For example, we have a provision in there right now for an expansion out by Chipo Arena. So some form of rec center expansion there. It encompasses a lot of different recreational infrastructure. Now, keeping in mind that part of this process for the DC background study is looking at our current level of service and working within that capacity, right? So it looks at the past 15 years to sort of determine our service cap, let's say. Because really, in reality, you're trying to balance what the current level of service is and the impacts that growth is going to do to that level of service to more or less maintain it. So we talked a little bit about levels of services earlier in asset management, and the concept is quite similar with DCs. At the end of the day, you know, if they're the concept being that, you know, if we have this much ice time for this many people, right, in a ratio, you know, we want to be mindful that if we grow substantially, we don't necessarily want that ratio to shift the wrong direction to the point where it's unfair. So this is meant to sort of make sure that we can increase our capacity to kind of keep that ratio relatively even.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So looking for direction from council. Councillor Pietrangelo, you going to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. That we approve the recommendations from council. We do have 10 of them. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Worship, the only other thing I wanted to add is I know that there's probably not going to be a big impact in terms of the city not collecting DCs based on affordable units. But if the province does introduce a figure for attainable and we're affected, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to want to, I guess, replenish our DC bucket in that case. There's a few options that are available. The province has continued to say that they're going to make municipalities whole. You can go to the taxpayer, which I'm not in favor of, or you can just delete those charges from the actual DCs that you collect. But in essence, all that does is that raises the rates next time. So I hope that if we find ourselves in a situation like that, that we're back at council talking about it, that's all.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we support the 10 staff recommendations. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Councillor Strange, are you? Yep. Hands up.
In favor.
Okay, thank you. Opposed? Are you for? You're in favor. Okay, thank you. So that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Thank you for that. Is Councillor Campbell still there, or is he not? No, he's off. Okay, all right. Okay, so moving along to 8.2, NS&T Trail Phase 1 construction. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yes, second.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll move the motion. I'm not sure how many people caught it in the report, but 90% of this phase, Your Worship, is eligible for DC funding. So I know, Ms. Clark had talked about, using OLG funds. We're only using $190,000 for this project, Your Worship. I just wanted to throw that out there for her. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I had a conversation with Mr. Nickel and David Antonson last year, February of 2023, to talk about this. I wanted to understand about the SNT. So this one is $2.5 million. The medium term is 8.2. The long term is 1.5. It totals $12,335,000 for the whole trail. And some of the conversations, I went back and pulled my notes, that it wasn't a priority for the region. The whole idea behind this is that it's Niagara Falls, Thorold, and St. Catharines, and part of it is the region. If the other pieces don't link up, we're not really doing what we set out to do. So it wasn't the region's priority. We spent, it was $4.8 million based on 2011's figures, and that was from a November 2018 report. We talked about having to deviate Portage and Stanley, that they wouldn't support a trail crossing the corridor, that it would kill the trail in this area. It would be a moot point to talk to the other two owners, that there's not even a discussion. It could just end at this stage. And I really found this part interesting. We always hear from our CAO about Clarity using money for capital, asset management, and then the service levels. We talked tonight about service levels, and we talked tonight about where we're putting our money. This is why I suggested about our strategic plan or strategic priority and master plans. Councillor Newestig brought up, how many pools do we want, splash pads, libraries, arenas. Those are the levels of service. And for me to commit to $12 million on something new when we need so much for our asset management plan is kind of challenging. I know Mr. Nichols said that it would go to the budget review, that we would be looking at external funding, that we could approve the report. This was back in 2023, but it didn't necessarily mean that it was moving forward. He talked about grants that we applied 2 years ago that we'd have to apply again, so we don't even know if we're going to get those. There was also a discussion of having to purchase property, so that's not even in those figures. This was a recreation trail and not a commuter trail. I know that we were talking about commuting from one area to another. This was just a recreation trail. And I know we always talk about surveys, are they good, are they bad? But in the surveys, parks and trails were number 6 and number 9. They were very low. So when we agreed to that, to put it in the master plan, it was just agreeing about the strategy, but not necessarily the budget. And the asset management plan says we have to start balancing and recalibrating our levels of service and to see what's overfunded and underfunded. I cannot see committing to $12 million to this trail, so I'm going to be opposed to it. That's over the course of the short, medium, and long.
Okay, thank you. So through you to Mr. Nickel, through me to Mr. Nickel, clarification on the $12 million cost.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be perfectly clear, tonight's report is for phase 1. Phase 1 is $1.9 million, and 90% of that's covered by the development charges. There are other phases totaling upwards of $12 million from our master plan. That's not what we're asking for approval tonight. Those will live in future budgets. We need to develop a DC reserve to be able to pay for those. So there'll be future conversations through the budget process about approving those projects as we go forward. So phase one is the phase that I would say is most easily implemented. It's probably the most useful phase. And then we'll continue to work on future phases. This was a trail that was developed in a 2011 master plan. It was identified by the Recreation Committee or Park in the City Committee and supported as a recommendation to Council. So we're executing on some of the past Council direction to bring this project forward today.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I just wanted to say, I don't ever remember this plan linking up with the Niagara region. I mean, the NS and T stand for Niagara, St. Catharines, and Toronto, but that I think that's what it was,
Yeah.
right? But that used to be just because that was the name of an old rail line.
Right.
In terms of the trail being continuous, I mean, even our Millennium Trail is not continuous. It's very hard to find any trail that can go, 10 kilometers plus that is continuous. It doesn't go onto roads for a little bit and then gets back onto the trail. Your Worship, I think one thing that Council has to be aware of is, and I talked about our intensification targets as well. Ms. Dolch can clarify like what our target is at. I believe it's at 50%, but how much of new builds are happening inside of our urban area. We have to recognize that, and we have to put more amenities inside of our urban area because that's where the new units are going. This is part of that, Your Worship, and that's why it's 90% funded by our DCs. I'm really not sure that I see a problem.
Thank you for that. I see I've got Councillor Strange online.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I totally agree. The SNT line was an old rail line years and years and years ago that went all the way to Toronto, and it's just our municipality that's actually doing the trail, which is Niagara Falls, that piece, and there's a lot of history there as well. And we even said, well, we won't do a concrete kind of trail. It would be more stone dust or more natural if we can. And with the history they're going to have, and I think it was posted up there, they got little different diagrams and benches and stuff like that along the trail. So we're very fortunate. We have a beautiful Millennium Trail that goes north to south, and now we'll have one that goes east to west. So I'm in favor of this, especially the first phase is ready to go, and like I said, 90% of it is funded by DC. So I think it's going to be very enjoyable, especially with all our new build and our growth as well. We're going to need trails, and very, very lucky for Niagara Falls to have trails going both ways. It would be amazing for everyone.
Do we have any other comments of Council? Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about 90% funded through DCs. DCs are still money that we can use for something else that taxpayers don't have to necessarily pay for. So even though we're using them on this trail, we can use them for something else. And that was my point, is that we have to look at our priorities and see what we want to spend it on. And even though it's not coming out of taxpayers' money, DCs, it is taxpayers' money to deal with, to pay for things. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay. The thing I like, now that we've finished the debate, that I like about trails, to me, it's something everybody uses. I mean, whether you're in a wheelchair, or you're walking or running, you don't have to buy equipment. Everybody can use trails. They link up parks, they link up neighborhoods, and it gets kids off the streets with their bicycles and their scooters. And I'm grateful that when kids can get on a trail instead of getting on the road and too risky. I like the impact of more trails. So we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And opposed? Okay. One opposed. Councillor, or Clerk, sorry.
I could read the Bill 8.5 motion.
Oh, we're not there yet. We're on 8.3.
Yeah,
We're on 8.3.
Because to 9.
Okay, we're going to get there. We're almost there. So 8.3 is 2024 quarter one housing and growth. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Can I just make one comment? I really don't want to get into a war of words, but I don't believe that DCs are allowed to be used for just anything. I think it has to be a project that is identified in the DC background study. So I can appreciate the comment that, you know, it can be used for all kinds of things, but it has to be a project that's identified in your DC background study. Can I just get a verification from staff? Like, we can't just use DCs for anything that we want.
It's two levels. One is, you are correct, it has to be identified study. Also, you have to commit to a certain service level. If you can't change service levels, and there's a whole analysis of service level ratio that goes into a DC study that says, listen, if you have so many trails per 1,000 people or so many trails per this, you have to maintain that, because if you start dropping your service level, you're not allowed to charge as much for your DCs. So, so all the service levels that are calculated for sidewalks, roads, parks, libraries, fire stations, that all gets calculated. You have to maintain that. If you decide to drop it, you then collect less DCs. And yes, you are restricted on what you can use it for. So you are correct on that point.
Good? Okay. Thank you. So 8.3, I need a motion for the 2024 Q1 Housing and Growth Monitoring Report. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Approved, thank you.
Yeah.
8.4, Bill 185, and the 2024 Provincial Planning Statements. Motion that we receive and direct staff.
Yeah.
Yes. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, yes, go ahead and make a comment, yes.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just in regards to this report, which talks about Bill 185 and the 2024, the PPS, the Provincial Planning Statement, a lot of times we get caught up, I guess, in different rezoning applications, and, you know, we tell the public, well, we're following the province's guidelines. I'm not sure how many people actually read the full report in terms of the new policies that the province is pushing down onto municipalities, just in terms of intensification, things that they want us to look at adopting into our official plan. So part of what they're talking about in here is to develop your major transportation corridors, intensify those, take developments that have, you know, perhaps corner properties that are retail, commercial, and do some mixed use there. So it would be commercial on the bottom, residential on the top. Once the province puts out their PPS and then it filters down into municipalities, OPs, again, our staff are obligated to write reports that agree with the developer's application. And that's, I think, where a lot of times we don't recognize that, you know, the province is making these changes, they're passing it down, it then becomes part of our policy. So I just want council to be aware of everything that's in the PPS, because we then can't complain later on when we get rezoning applications and we're like, well, we're not in favor of that. We didn't ask for that for Niagara Falls. That's always the case. I mean, the province goes ahead and, you know, they put out the growth plan, they put out their new PPSs, and then it becomes part of our official plan. Just a couple things I wanted to mention. So first of all, I agree with staff in terms of the third-party appeals. So staff are looking to, you know, reinstitute third-party appeals for OPs, OPAs, ZBs, and ZBLAs based on 3 criteria. 1, the inconsistency with the PPS, the nonconformity to the growth plan, and any conflict that the application would have with our own official plan. I think staff are recommending that it has to meet one of those criteria. I see Mr. Burgess smiling, so he's probably I guess the thought behind that. The one that the one that I find really alarming, Your Worship, is the fact that the province is looking at passing down settlement area appeals to municipalities. So this means that any landowner who is outside the urban boundary right now can appeal to the OLT and say, well, I want my land inside the urban boundary. I agree with staff that this is going to put a large strain on our costs, because now we're going to have to, obviously our planners are busy working on applications that are in front of them. When we get different applications like this, we typically go outside. We have to hire a lawyer. A lot of times we have to hire a planner as well to defend the city's position at OLT. I can see this being a problem. So I guess my question through you, perhaps the staff, is can we get ahead of this in terms of perhaps identifying some very strong criteria that anyone who would be applying has to meet? And it would have to do probably with, the amount of land that we have available currently, and, whether or not we're running out. I'm not sure what other criteria have to be there, but if we have nothing, then I think it's easier for someone to appeal. At least if we put some rules in place, then anyone applying would have to meet those rules. Maybe just a comment from staff, Your Worship, because I can see this kind of getting out of hand. I know there was an appeal in Fort Erie just about a month ago that failed, and someone had appealed the urban boundary in Fort Erie.
Okay. So, Ms. Dolch, how'd you like to deal with this?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And it's definitely something we can take back in terms of criteria and look at that. We definitely need to put something in place, and that's kind of what we recommended, that obviously those expansion areas and settlement areas, we need to really have a better handle on how we're going to deal with those. So we can report back further, but that's something we kind of alluded to in that report to the province.
Okay. Just a couple other things, Your Worship. The use it or lose it that was in the PPS, is that only in regards to servicing? That's not in regards to zoning as well. It's just in regards to servicing. So if we're planning on servicing a lot and someone doesn't build within a certain time frame, then we can cancel the expansion of those services. Is that correct?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, that's correct. It's in relation to servicing, but it allows us to plan a bit better for our capital programming, and as you can see for DCs and everything else, obviously it's a use it or lose it. So I'm sure, as you're aware, when we did the DC calculations, we had to use the growth numbers based on all the development applications that have come in all our 14,000 units. So we had to factor all that in because it's been approved. Yeah. Whether or not it's getting built or not at this point. So what the province is saying is that, we don't have to continue to factor those in. If they don't use it, they will lose that allocation that we've given. So when we do a 5-year or 10-year review of what we need, at least we'll be able to remove some people that haven't moved ahead.
Okay. And then just the last thing, Your Worship, is I know with Bill 23, the province had said that they were going to eliminate planning from regional governments. So I think there's 7 regional governments that have planning in this Bill 185 and their updated PPS. They're saying now that they're going to remove it from 3 of them, that being Halton, York, and Durham, and they're going to keep it in Niagara, Peel, Waterloo, and Simcoe. Do we know if this is a long-term plan in order to keep it in those 4 regions? Or does the province still have a date where they're going to remove planning from the region and pass it down to municipalities?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. My understanding is the removal of planning responsibilities from the region is still on the table, the region of Niagara. The other municipalities, they've picked the date, they've put the proclamation in. When they're going to give us proclamation on the Niagara responsibility removal, we don't know. We're hearing rumors, but that's all.
Okay. All right. That's all, Your Worship. Thank you.
All right, then. I can't remember. Is there a motion? I can't remember now. Oh, yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. For Bill 185, it is still a new bill, and it's still going to go through some changes, right?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, possibly. Obviously, they've asked for comments, so they're looking for municipalities, AMO, everybody to comment on the bill. So there could be changes forthcoming.
So are we ready to comment? Do we have something drafted, or are we still working on it? Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Thank you. Through you to the councillor. So this report is something that we would advance to them, and it tells you in this report whether we support it or don't support it, or things we would recommend changed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? Thompson and Baldinelli. Okay, we're going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Where did Mike go? We lost him again. That's happened a couple of times. Okay, we are on to 8.5, Tennis Club of Canada year-round dome proposal. Is Adam Siegel going to speak to, or is Ms. Moldenhauer?
Thank you. Adam has been patiently waiting on the line.
Okay.
So he is on the line. If council has any questions, I'm sure council's familiar that the dome opened up February of this year. They had a late start, and staff did agree to allow the dome to stay up till the end of May. And this is why the report is in front of you. The Tennis Clubs of Canada have asked if they could keep the dome up year-round, and the recommendation on the report is to try this as a pilot project for the dome to stay up year-round from now till next year for a full year.
Yes.
And staff would report back in the
Yes.
fall just to let you know about the utilization. And I can see Adam right there. Adam, if you'd like to join in, if you have any other comments or just answer questions.
Adam, welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, I felt so late. I just did have a few minutes, just wanted to speak to the proposal, if that's okay. For you, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, oh yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the potential for Niagara Falls Racket Center running on a year-round basis. I'd like to thank you and your wonderful community again for providing us the opportunity to provide indoor tennis and pickleball throughout the fall and winter months. It's been truly a pleasure to work with city staff as we brought this vision to reality. Despite the challenges faced with opening so late in the season, we've built some wonderful momentum with over 620 members of the community creating accounts for the facility thus far. You've shared our vision of creating a world-class facility, as you've created one, if not the only domes, if not the only domes in the country that offers both tennis and pickleball. As our company's purpose is to positively impact the physical, social, and well-being of the community, we strongly believe we have an opportunity in front of us to achieve this purpose by providing our services on a year-round basis. As our management team began these discussions, our primary focus was to align with our corporate objective of affordability and accessibility. As the John and Allen courts have always been public courts, we are aware that public access during the spring and summer months will be crucial if we were to operate on a year-round basis. As your staff reports indicates, we're proposing that the courts remain completely free to the public at all times during the spring and summer months. The only exception is for public programming such as lessons, leagues, and tournaments. With a year-round operation, the Niagara Falls community will enjoy a number of benefits. Firstly, it will be a structured operation. The public will now have the ability during the spring and summer to book courts ahead of time so they can guarantee the time that they play as opposed to just showing up and hoping the courts are available. There will also be programming and staffing continuity. This will provide consistency in our service delivery. It will provide the ability to provide year-round and consistent employment opportunities to the local community, as well as many volunteer opportunities. As I mentioned just a moment ago about affordable access, I just want to reiterate that our proposal is to provide free access at all times for the public, with the exception of programs that are open to the public, which would have a fee associated with them. Next, we've talked about the maintenance of the facility. By being able to operate on a year-round basis, we're able to monitor the courts. This will reduce the likelihood of vandalism, of undesired usage that could damage the courts. By having the bubble stay up throughout the spring and summer, it guarantees play regardless of the weather. So rain or shine, community's in there playing. And also, as you're aware that there's no lights at John and Allen Park, With the bubble being up during the spring, summer, and the indoor lighting, we can extend the usable port hours late into the evening. Also, by being able to operate on a year-round basis, we can enhance community cohesion. We can maintain a year-round presence that fosters a strong sense of community, and this will become a hub for community interaction and socialization. Lastly, benefit to the city is we're proposing by running throughout the entire years to increase our current lease fee. So this would be additional revenue to the city beyond what's already in our contract. And I just wanted to conclude by mentioning that we do have, and it's in your report as well, we do have a model that follows what we're proposing here in Richmond Hill. Just a little brief history there. We've been running from October through April for over 25 years on 6 courts. The municipality came to us and mentioned that, which we are aware that the spring and summer was so busy there was such conflict that not only would there be disagreements, but literal physical fights would break out. They asked if we managed the facility in the spring and summer, could we provide the organization required to ensure the entire community was happy. So they gave us the opportunity. We're proud to report as we're a 3rd season in now. We've literally not had one complaint, and it runs beautifully for the community. So in closing, I just want to thank you again for considering our proposal, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Patel and Lococo.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm going to come to you too, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Adam, for your presentation. And are you at one of our dome in Niagara Falls?
I'm sorry.
Are you in the Niagara Falls dome?
I'm not. Oh, the dome. You're looking at the picture behind me. No, this is actually our dome in Aurora.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. I apologize. I should have updated accordingly.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I live in the area where the dome is, and for the last 2 weeks, I have been contacted, messaged. People had talked to me on my driveway, walking the dog. So I'm just going to read all the comments I got from the neighbors.
A couple of them?
A few of them. No, I think I talked to more than 85 people.
Yeah.
And everybody lives on a kill all around there. So these are some of the comments I got from the residents around me. Most of the residents didn't mind the dome during the winter months, but they think that they want to enjoy the scenery, the trees and park. Lots of people enjoyed seeing the kids playing in the tennis court while they were driving by. That was the one category. There was another one there were some resident surrounding area, they didn't care. Either way, they didn't care if dome was there, dome wasn't there, because they don't play tennis or pickleball, so it didn't bother them. And there were some residents said they did like a dome because they are tennis players and they are pickleball players, and it protects players from the elements of rain, any other weather elements. So there are a few residents did like the idea of dome, year-round dome. And majority of the residents did not like the dome during the summer month. That was one of the things. And actually 97% of the residents did not want to pay for the services. And tennis court is our taxpayer-funded court, and they did not like the idea of any organization making money off the taxpayer-funded facility. And they think it's a taxpayer facility, so taxpayers should be able to use it anytime they want. So those are the comments I got. And I had 12 comments that said that dome was only supposed to be there from April to October to April, and we are in the May, and it will take another month to take the dome off. The residents are getting 2 months shortened. That season is shortened for 2 months. And I did speak to some of the residents who did play tennis with the kids. They're teaching tennis to the kids, and they can't book the timing. They can't afford to pay for the services. And I do see it. There's lots of open time here, but lots of residents just do not like the look of the dome around the neighborhood. So that's what I was told from most of the residents, and they all want the taxpayer-funded facility free for everyone to use anytime they want. So that's the one argument, and I do agree with them that it is a taxpayer-funded facility, and it should be free to use anytime they want. So I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Councillor Coco. Oh, yeah, Councillor Coco. What's happening?
Get some feedback. I think it's Tom, if you want to just log into your audio, I think that could be it.
Yeah, add it on as a mute.
Councillor Strange muted.
Okay, we're good now. Okay, go ahead, Councillor McCover.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I had very similar comments that Councillor Patel had. A lot of people were upset that a third party was profiting from a city-used facility. They didn't like the aesthetics of it. I did have a question, and I sent it to Ms. Moldenhauer, and I asked her where people lived that provided the survey results, because when I was reading those survey results, a lot of it was Niagara, not Niagara Falls, Niagara, and to me that whoever put that in was not a Niagara Falls resident. If you live in Niagara Falls, you're going to say Niagara Falls, and Ms. Moldenhauer said that we did not capture where people live. So I guess through the mayor to Adam, where is your membership from? Where do they live? Can you give me like a percentage of Niagara Falls in comparison to other cities? Because my impression is that there's a lot of people who live outside of Niagara Falls.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, I don't have the specific breakdowns of Niagara Falls residents versus, let's say, out of town. But if it's okay, just to speak to some of the comments that have been mentioned, I think there's also some misinformation out there now, because when the survey or the opportunity for the community to speak was the opportunity was there. At that time, the proposal at hand was for much limited play compared to what we are proposing now. At that time, there was kind of a limited schedule of when the public could pay. And we also monitoring and listening and wanting to ensure that we're aligning with the values and the interests of the community, we realized that we needed to go full public access. So I think I just really wanted, that's why I reiterated my opening remarks, that this is very different, and I think the comments will be very different, understanding now that we want it to run exactly the way it has in the past. It's completely public access. There's no payment in order to play. The only thing would be, which would always be for any programs, if the city was offering programs, if you wanted to join a program, there would be a fee associated with the program. And that said, respectfully, as we're proposing here a pilot project for this year, there's going to be to be honest, very little programming being offered. So essentially, it's going to be exactly how it was last year, with the added advantage of being under a dome and protected from the, some of the outdoor conditions. And I'll just, final, comment is the club next that I'm in here right now behind me is in Aurora. That is a year-round facility as well. And we can tell you from a lot of people in the community, especially parents with kids, our camps, for example, are packed. A lot of parents, a lot of other members actually prefer not being in the 30 degrees and being in a climate-controlled facility. So sorry to kind of segue off on that, off your first question, but I just thought it was important to get that information out there.
Okay, thank you. I did ask Ms. Moldenhauer if we could find out about the membership, so I guess that didn't make it to you. When you say public access all of the time, but you said about programming and lessons and tournaments, isn't that the schedule that's on page 6 of our report? So it's free from, it's access 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. all courts, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So there's times in there that people can't come there, and that's where a lot of the residents had an issue. They felt that that was prime time when they would like to go. So that was another reason why people didn't support it. And quite honestly, a lot of people felt it was a bait and switch, that let's put it up for a certain amount of time and then we'll take it down, and now all of a sudden there's a different proposal on the table. So that was the comments that I had, and I will not support it as well.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other comments from council? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had to switch up my phone because my iPad's dead. So, yeah, I was a little bit on the fence with this whole thing, but when it first opened, it's such a beautiful beautiful complex, and when we went to the opening and you were there, there was a bunch of kids there, and school kids and adults, and I think with the added pickleball courts, it gives the elderly people, it's such a huge attraction now for elderly who want, and young people who want to play pickleball. And, I don't mind it. I think that the numbers are good, I believe. And what I like about it is you can play late, you've got lights there. If it's too hot in the summer, they have air conditioning, and you don't have to deal with the weather. A lot of the times you go to play tennis and it's raining or it's really windy. Even with the pickleball, they talk about the noise from hitting it. You don't get that because of the dome. I don't mind that you have to actually phone and register, because a lot of times you go to tennis courts sometimes and there's already somebody that's been on there for an hour and they still keep playing. They don't really give you a chance to play. So having it organized like this is nice, because you'll get to play that hour if you sign up, and it takes 2 seconds to make a call or a text or whatever the program is. You go to tennis courts and you see even on a nice day, you see leaves and everything all over. And I think I know a few people that go in and then they paid during the winter to play, and they loved it. I believe it was $10 an hour, and the condition of the courts are just amazing. And with that, you think about it and say, how much money, the taxpayers are a little upset because, they don't want to be paying anything, or they should not have to sign up. But you look at the conditions of the court, and I might even get some answers from Eric Nickler or Kathy Moldenhauer. Having that year-round this year, just as a pilot, and find out the numbers, and we can probably get them after the summer is done. And actually, what they would think of the savings of the maintenance every year on it too. If you have something, and we have to redo our tennis courts all the time. Some don't even want them anymore because you got to take the nets down, put them back up. With this, you got it all year round, and people, it's the new trend. We got pickleball courts, outdoor ones that are going in the Kerr Park, and we're fortunate enough that we might have a chance to have this all year round. And there's a lot of tennis courts all around the city as well that they can, if they don't want to go into the dome and they want to get into the sun and they like that 90-degree or 100-degree heat and want to play in it, it gives them an option to go somewhere else, or it gives some other a chance to go in the dome and get some air conditioning while they're playing.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I've got Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Molden. How's her? How many outdoor tennis courts do we have in the city?
Thank you. Through to the Mayor. At the present time, we have 29 courts.
29, and they're dispersed across the city?
Spread throughout the city.
And we don't
Yes.
have any other covered ones?
Nope.
No.
This is the only indoor dome we do have. And I wanted to mention as well, the city did not pay a cent to have this dome installed, and I think the value Adam provided to us was around $1.2 million, and they do pay for all the utilities as well at the dome.
Thank you. I've been very encouraged that this is a nice project that we use public or private funds to help add to the services for our residents. We're not deciding that it's going to be a permanent thing. This is strictly a pilot, so we won't know unless we try it. So I think we owe it to ourselves to find out whether it works or not. Why stop before we even have that opportunity? For all the reasons that Councillor Strange mentioned, the fact that it's temperature controlled, but also there's skin cancer, people wanting to stay out of the sun because of the exposure to sun. So that's another positive here. It's more, you're able to use it. There's more operating hours. So I think it's a win, and it's a diverse facility that we don't have anymore. So for that reason, I would like to support. It's only a pilot. We can assess it at the end, and I think they've done a wonderful job with it here. So I would like to put a motion for it that we would support the staff recommendation for the pilot.
We have a second. Councillor Baldinelli?
Okay. Can I have recorded vote, please?
Yes, we can have a recorded vote. Oh, here's just in time. Councillor Peter Angelo. We're going to record a vote. So just before we call the vote, let me give my comments, and we're going to be voting. Just to reiterate my summary of, and I agree, it was a balancing act to decide the best way to go. But in the end, I decided I'm going to support this pilot to try it out. I think it's reasonable, it's fair, for lots of reasons. We already have the forest fires burning already out west and up north. They've already started. The air quality is going to be a challenge, where a lot of people with COPD will not be able to go outside and enjoy. This is climate controlled. It'll be cooler. This can act as a cooling center in the summer when we get those hot 30-plus days for people in the community. It's free public access, as Adam mentioned, free inside of a dome. What a great opportunity for any kid who's never experienced this. No noise. I know Councillor Lococo's talked about pickleball noise at Kerr Park. Well, this is a dome for 8 courts, so that'll muffle the noise, so that'll help out in that regard. Lights, you can play later. If it rains, snows, or leaves are on the ground, you can still play. It's going to protect the surface. It's going to last longer. Our asset will last longer. I know Councillor Newstag mentioned about melanoma. There's so many reasons why we would try this, and it doesn't cost us anything, but it offers great excess value. And as Councillor Newstag pointed out, we have a lot of courts all over the city. I'm a tennis player. I played all the courts around town and other communities in the region. And I think this is just a great opportunity for us to try it out. It doesn't cost us. So that's how I'm going to vote. So we're ready, Mr. Clerk.
And it's a pilot.
And it's a pilot, yes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt the recommendation in the report. And Councillor Baldinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell is absent. Councillor Lococo.
Opposed?
Councillor Newstag.
In favor.
Councillor Patel.
Opposed?
Councillor Peter Angelo.
Aye.
Councillor Strange.
In favor.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Mayor Diodati.
I'm in favor.
And that passes.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Okay, thank you for that. So we're moving on. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, everyone. Much appreciated.
We'll have to change your screensaver now.
Yeah, change your screensaver though, okay? We like Aurora. We like Aurora and everything, but you know.
I'm on it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Mattson. Oh, yes.
I would just suggest if we could, if we
Yeah,
move
of
on
course.
to the motions section of the agenda, item of 15.3. We do have one resident who had registered to speak to that item as a delegation request, and I believe she's still here. Liz Palmucci.
Yes. Ms. Palmucci? Yeah, so what I can do is I can read it first, and so you can speak to it. Let me just, there we go. Okay, so the notice of motion that I brought last meeting, which tonight I will be bringing, or I am bringing, is request for staff to undertake a parking optimization study that offers an innovative approach to maximize revenue for the city during peak tourist season and special events. It could consider real-time parking availability, modified dynamic pricing, and leveraging technology to ensure buy-in from stakeholders and residents. As timing permits, we would look to reap the benefits of this for this coming tourist season. So now we've got Liz Palmucci to speak to this.
Yes. My address is 3233 Matthews Drive, for the record. I just found out about your motion for surge pricing, examining that as part of the fees for the increase in parking. And I was looking at the Pembina Institute report that was published in August 2021. The interesting thing about this report is, in the executive summary, it mainly talks about 3 pricing models. So it's going to be hourly pricing, progressive hourly pricing, and time of day pricing. But as you go into the report, all of a sudden, dynamic pricing is mentioned. If I wrote a report like this in university and didn't clearly outline what my opening paragraph was, my professor would have failed me. So it just seems like something else was snuck into this report, but it's not what you think the report is. So I have my reservations about going into surge pricing.
If I could just ask you, what is that report?
Pricing options as a curbside management tactic for the City of Toronto.
Oh, for Toronto?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
There's also been other studies recently. New York City is introducing a charge, and it's really a congestion charge for entering the city centre, just like London, England did 20 years ago. And unfortunately, what happened in London, England, it morphed from being a green initiative initially. So if you had a green vehicle, at that time would have been a hybrid vehicle, you were exempt from paying the traffic congestion fee. So over time, what happened was, even if you had an EV vehicle, after Boris Johnson started introducing the ULEZ zones, it's gone from not wanting anybody to drive in the City of London. So this parking measure, to me, I just see a bigger overreach here. I understand that you have a budget deficit, and earlier tonight we heard about all the shortfalls that we have, but let's look at who your customer really is coming to Niagara Falls. And I'm a resident here. I'm not a lifelong resident. I've only been here about 7 years. Who's coming down to Niagara Falls? People who are coming down to Niagara Falls are people that live within a couple of hours drive, for the most part, since COVID, and hopefully more cross-border visitors. And Niagara Falls is their cottage. They can't afford to do much more. If you drive down the Parkway, you're going to see a lot of Southeast Asian families and Middle Eastern families having a picnic. They can't afford all the other attractions. Parking's probably going to be their biggest thing. They're bringing their food, they're bringing their drinks. So I always say, keep in mind who your customer is. I'm a resident and I live here. I don't even go down to the casinos. I don't go downtown strictly because the pricing at the current level is through the roof. So I'm going to ask that you might be looking at this as a proposal, but then you have the technology costs. Are you going to be ripping up all the parking lots to embed sensors? I'm really not a person that agrees with more data collection and data surveillance at all. So I just see technology that's going to be used that will read license plates. Eventually, you might not think about this, that this is how you're going to start implementing it, but the technology is leading everybody toward that. So as I guess it was the senior planner that was speaking earlier, there is a move to get everybody out of their vehicles, and it's not a hidden agenda. It's almost like a Trojan horse. So it's something that you have to think about. You have to think about the fact that people do have cars, people live their lives, they go shopping. People are coming down to Niagara Falls, and if you do this surge pricing, are you going to frustrate them out of a parking spot? Because that is basically what the whole idea of it is. You take a limited good, which is parking, and you do the theory of supply and demand. So is someone going to drive down, let's say from Toronto, come down to a lot and find out, oops, you're hitting peak time now, and now your parking's going to this? Are they going to have to log on to an app to find this ahead of time? This is sort of what the business model is for Uber, Lyft, and our electricity provider in Ontario. So I have my reservations about this. I know you're just at the forefront of looking at this, but I didn't have much time to really do my research, but I will give a shout out to Niagara Independent because that is where I get a lot of my best news locally. I find they're much more nuanced, so a shout out to them. I look forward to doing this journey with you on this kind of parking initiative, because if the possibility is that you can make up some shortfall, I don't have a problem with that. But it's the overreach of technology and the creep of that, the Internet of Things. And I can sort of see that that's where we're going to be going with all of this. And today's word, wealth, is data collection. It's not anything else. It might have been that you would have had, you know, a boat, a cottage, a home. Data and data about humans is what all companies want. So I don't know what I did to deserve being the last speaker tonight on the agenda, but I'm glad I waited to speak to you all. Thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Liz, thank you. I appreciate your input, and tonight I'm simply asking for a report from staff. Right?
Okay.
No decisions are being made.
Okay.
It's a report, and I've been doing an awful lot of research, and I used to work a long time ago when I was a kid in the tourism sector in parking for the Niagara Parks Commission, and it's a combination of objectives. One is parking, you want to charge so you have turn. You don't want people parking all day.
I understand that.
And also, the funny thing is, you go New Year's Eve or long weekends, our parking lot's the first one to fill up at $8 for the day, and then all the guys across the street, as soon as we're full, then their prices go up. You know, they're just waiting, and then you know, we just drive them toward them. But regardless, this is more of a looking for a solution to a problem that was identified during the eclipse. And we're gonna, and I did speak to some parking experts that do this for hospitals and municipalities, and they had said there's a lot of ways that we can just be more efficient with what we have. And I understand what you're saying, because the technology is already out there, and China especially is way ahead on it. And so also appreciate what you said about the Independent. They do some good research when they write their articles. It's very good.
I forgot to mention, even though I know I only have a 5-minute limit, now I lost my train of thought.
Well, you have time to think, because Councillor Pietrangelo got a comment, and so does Councillor Coco.
You go ahead while I'll remember
thanks, Your
what I
Worship.
wanted to measure.
I just wanted to commend Liz for coming and making a presentation 8 hours into a meeting.
Wow.
I don't know how you waited that long. But anyway, Your Worship, I hope that we have her contact information, because tonight is simply the motion to commission the report, so that when the report actually comes, we can get in touch with Liz, we can give her a copy of the report, and then she can come back and give us her comments on it. Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
And Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm all for getting more information and looking at what other people do and how it can fit into our community. I just wanted to give a couple of ideas about some concerns some people had. Accessible parking, about if we make the parking spots narrower, then that's an issue for accessibility. One woman was telling me in order for her to get into her car, she has to open up the door that it locks and then swing in her behind and then feet that way, but she can't do that if the door doesn't lock, and then the door has to be a certain one. Someone else told me that SUVs are wider. I don't know if that's true. A lot of people have SUVs. They told me 50%, but I don't know if that's accurate. Slips and falls for accessibility, population aging. I talked about this when we're talking about the asset management plan, about not everyone has data on their phone, so if we were to go to electronic, somebody called it a gouge bylaw, that it was very opportunistic, and our assets are older, so we are going to have to do something about our parking. And a lot of times when there's a complaint here in Niagara Falls about the hotel prices or whatever, we always say, well, we don't control those. I understand that we would like to make some money off of parking and keep the costs low for the pavement and the snow plowing. I get that, but I don't want to be opportunistic. I would like visitors to come back. I don't want them only to come here and say, oh my gosh, it was so expensive, I'm never going to Niagara Falls again, because I have heard that an awful lot. And if we change our parking to make it the same as the person who was charging way more than $8, then we can't say, well, we don't control that, because that will be us. And I just don't want people to say, I don't want to come back to Niagara Falls. That was all that I had. I'm looking
Now I
forward to the
remember-
report.
Okay, I'm going to come to you. She remembered because I'm afraid she's going to forget again. So,
Okay.
yeah. What was your?
Oh, yeah, what I forgot to mention was, I think just the idea of surge pricing, you're probably going to get also some bad publicity about it if you are considering that as the only model. All it takes is a couple of bloggers and influencers to just write about this, and it just explodes worldwide. Like Wendy's tried to do surge pricing with food. Venice is charging a visitor fee to actually enter into the lagoon system. And locally here in Canada, Ile de la Madeleine, for environmental reasons, decided it wouldn't be a bad idea to charge visitors $30 a day if they weren't staying overnight. So to me, that sort of like says, you're not welcome. I'm going to roll up the welcome mat. So, I know you have to balance having tourists, but I have family that when they want to come down here, I have to really think about the parking scenario as it is. So I'm all for it. Let's not do anything downtown on Clifton Hill. Let's go elsewhere. That's just my default, because I want to not get gouged for the parking.
And you'll be interested in my next notice of motion. Yes,
Okay.
Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Liz. I'm like you. I read Niagara Independent. I'm very old school. I don't have my banking app on my phone. I'm very old school. I'm like you. I'm very careful with my data. But when it comes to parking, I travel to Toronto very often, and we do go to lots of sporting events too. The parking spot I park is $30 on regular days. It's $50 to $60 on the game night. It's a supply and demand. And I pay $30 on the weekdays. The same parking spot, I will pay $60 on a game night. So it is, parking is not free anywhere. And I think every time in Niagara Falls, when I go to Falls too, like all the time. I love crowds. So every time long weekend, if I'm in a city, I'll be down there watching the fireworks. And I always feel what Mr. Mayor said. Our parking spot lot is $18, I think, for the full day. And across the street, guys charging $30 cash. So it is, we have to stay in the market, the same market. And people will pay for parking. Another comment you made about Southeast Asians and Middle Eastern. Being Indian, I can address that. Most of those people who own a parkway are all very careful with their money. It's not that they don't have money, they're very careful and very smart with their money. And it's a culture too that everybody wants to make food from home and food they like and they want to eat outside. I have an uncle who lives in Ohio. He has a 9-bedroom house. He has a mansion. But when he comes to Niagara Falls, he asks me to drop him off to casino so he doesn't have to pay for parking. So money is not the issue.
No, it's not so much that, but it's just that it is like the accessibility also to sort of like, provincial parks, there's fees to enter them. So I see what the Southeast Asian community is doing is what I'm first generation born Italian Canadian, and that's what we did. Growing up, it was like no one had a cottage. We came down to the falls or we went up to Wasaga Beach, and that was our day. I'm just saying it is an outing, and for families that have to really watch things, that's their only chance to.
Oh, well, I just thought I'd provide comment because I'm from that background, so that's why I wanted to tell you that. Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for that. And so, sorry, my one computer here reset. It's rebooting. So, Mr. Clerk, I guess we should call the vote then, or on the notice. What am I doing? I gotta walk me through this.
Well, you can look for a mover and a seconder, and our procedural bylaw does allow you as the mayor to be the mover.
Oh, yeah? Okay. All right. So I will move it. I'm gonna move it. Is that okay? Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. If there's no further discussion, call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And Councillor Strange too. He got that one. And then let me, if I could, just because it's on the same topic, and Liz has been patiently waiting through this long meeting. I have a notice of motion. Yeah, can I read, where do I do it from?
You can.
I can, okay, so I'm good for now. Okay. Okay, I will. Okay, notice of motion. As an addendum to the motion regarding the parking optimization study, request that staff come back with a report outlining the residential convenience pass for the City of Niagara Falls, providing an opportunity for residents to park on street on municipal streets and roads for up to 3 hours at a time, for an annual rate of $35 plus HST. It could be modeled similarly to the Niagara Parks Commission annual pass used by up to 2 cars per household for non-commercial use. And you have one of those. And this, if you don't have, Liz, Parks Commission pass, it's $45, good for 2 cars, good for any lot between Fort Erie and Niagara on the Lake, including Table Rock, the best value. And you could go to the Butterfly Conservatory to go for a walk down the gorge. You can go bring guests to the falls. Such incredible value. And the numbers, they last year sold 18,000 of these passes, so successful, and they're already way ahead this year of last year. I always say the best Mother's Day, Father's Day gift ever, because everyone loves it, and like my mom feels like a big shot, you know, going and parking for free and then goes for a walk kind of thing, you know. So anyway, really, so my notice of motion for the next meeting is that we do the same thing for the City of Niagara Falls within the city, that staff come back, again, with a report, not that we approve it, that they come back with a report. And I've already talked to our parking staff on what might work and how it might work and their input, all the professional input. So, Mr. Clerk, now, where do we go? Consent agenda?
We could go back to consent agenda.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, you made a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag.
Mr. Mayor, I'd
yes,
like
did
to
you have?
pull something.
Yep, okay, we'll deal with that first.
I'd like to pull 9.5 Ontario Avenue.
Okay, let's deal with that one first then. Ontario Avenue at Hiram, intersection control review. Okay.
Yes, there were 8 comments, 6 were not in support, and I've had some residents contact me. They are concerned that if we do that, if we do remove it, that the traffic will increase and it could be safety issues. I did speak with Mr. Bilodeau. One of the suggestions was putting up a no bus sign, that buses couldn't go in the neighborhood because that was an issue before. He did say that there's some signs that no heavy vehicles, but we could put up a no bus sign. The only other thing that I would ask would be that we connect with the residents to ask them if there are issues to please report it, so we have good data to make a better decision. Because quite often residents will just let it go and not say anything, but there are issues, so I'd really like to get that data. Okay,
thank you for that.
Thank you.
I know when they originally opened up Casino Niagara, that was one of the rationale why they closed that. They thought that's why they had the casino parking garage on Stanley as well. Like so many things, they were so worried. None of the problems ever actually happened that they were always worried about. It never had the gridlock that they had anticipated. So, okay, so now that we've got a motion with some updates from Councillor Lococo on Ontario Avenue. Any other feedback from, are we good there? Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion from Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, to receive the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved. Moving on to communications. 10.1, that council recommendation from our clerk that we what is that council approve support. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor
I'd like to, that we are going to approve and support. I sit on the library board and they encourage to support. So not only support it, but I'd like to put a motion forward that we do the exact same letter, but from Niagara Falls, and send it to all of the local area municipalities and the local area libraries.
Okay, so, okay, so they've already sent one, and you want to send the exact same one back to them?
No, this is the township of Wainfleet.
Right.
That has sent it to all of the local area municipalities, and the library would like Niagara Falls to send one to all of the local area municipalities.
Right, so we're going to send them back the same one they just sent us.
And other people, yes. But
Okay,
it's
I just want to be clear
it's-
what we're doing. Okay.
It's just supporting the older adults and library funding. Yes.
Okay, so, okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. 10.2, flag raising proclamation request Azerbaijan Independence Day. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, that's approved. Communications recommendation that, okay, which one do you want first, Councillor Lococo?
11.6, please.
Okay, so let's do 11.1 through 11.5. Recommendation that we receive and file. Looking for a motion to receive and file, 11.1 through 11.5. Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. So now 11.6, Councillor Lococo.
11.6, I'd like to pull to approve. AMCTO gave recommendations that the MFIPA, I'm sorry, I don't know what the M means, the modernization is not comprehensive, it has not been reviewed for 30 years, that we should update the legislation and have accountability and transparency, update because of new technology, and there were 20 recommendations from AMCTO. I think that we should support it instead of receive and file.
Okay, yeah. Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Councillor Lococo, or Strange too, I see you there, thank you. Pardon me?
I just had a question.
Yes?
Like for some of the other resolutions, some of the ones that come from townships and cities, I'm just wondering why staff feel that we shouldn't support them, why it's receive and file, that's all.
Ask our clerk.
If it's listed on the agenda to, this council uses the term receive and file, you'll see that in the agenda it's listed for information. So it isn't staff's recommendation to not support it. It's really on the agenda for your information, and then it's up to this council if they want to do what Councillor Lococo just did and say, you know what, I'd actually like to lend our support towards something. You know, we discussed these at council review with staff, and in some cases, from a staff perspective, we are recommending approval, but they are not on the agenda to just be received and filed. That's a term that council has chose to use.
In that sense, Your Worship, I'll make a motion that we support 11.1 to 11.4. I would support all four of them.
Okay, so the ones that we already received and filed?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to do a motion to reconsider and at the same time? Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to reconsider 11.1 through 11.4 and to support 11.1 through 11.4. A second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, so we got our 2/3 majority. So we're good on that?
And then the other ones are just correspondence, so I don't mind receiving a file.
Okay, so Councillor Pietrangelo moves, second by Councillor Newestag, 11.7 through 11.9. All those in favor? Okay, great. Now, communications comments to the city clerk. Main and Ferry BIA budget.
I would move 12.1 to 12.5.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Oh, wait, we've got a, you want to pull one?
Sorry, no, well, I just have a question, a general question.
Okay.
So on the Main and Ferry one, and maybe Councillor Newestig can answer this, the levy has annual $583.33 times 78 properties, you get $45,500. My experience with other BIAs were that it was an assessed level. Based on their assessment, it was a certain percentage of their assessment. Do BIAs have the choice of which model they can do? I've never seen this before.
Who's going to answer that one? Oh, you're going to, okay, Councillor Newestag?
Actually, we do. It went to, this is a few years back, it went to a vote, and the property owners all decided this was the best method. So you do have a choice. I think we're unique in doing it, but there were a number of reasons why that was brought up.
Okay, it just jumped out at me and I've never noticed it before. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second.
No, one more.
Yep.
12.5, the University of Niagara Falls letter.
Yes.
I'm wondering, what is this letter going to be used for?
Okay, who could speak to that? The University of Niagara Falls, letter of support for proposed new Master of Sustainable Science. Who can answer this one? Let me just get to this. Jeff Garashi. So, Ms. Moldenhauer, could you answer this
Through
one?
to the mayor, I can try. The Niagara University had contacted city staff asking for a letter of support, and we felt it was appropriate to bring this request to the environmental committee, and I know they had a discussion at their last meeting, and this is where the motion is coming from. And the way we read the request was to simply ask for a letter of support for their program. There's no dollars, like there's no financial ask, it was just to support it.
Okay, that answered my next question. There was no financial support. No. And do we have any detail about what the programs are?
Not at this time. It was only a brief description.
Okay. The challenge I have with this is that it's a private university and not a public university, and I'm just wondering why we're writing a letter.
Because they're a Niagara Falls University that's accredited by the province of Ontario, that's why. And we 100% support them. That's why.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we have a motion already? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Yeah, have a motion for 12-1 to 12.
Okay, and who's second? Okay, we need a seconder. Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor?
I'm in favor 12-1 to 12-4.
Okay, you're opposed to the university? Yes. Okay. A ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk? Oh, we gotta go back. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh man. We can make it quick. Huh?
I would put a pen on it.
No, that's your incentive to get out.
Still waiting for Mother Earth Day.
Who's waiting for Mother Earth? You're waiting for Mother Earth Day?
You're waiting since you did your mayor's remark.
Are you waiting for Mother Earth Day? No, she's not. You lies. You lies. Lies. Okay, I need a yes, Councillor Coco?
Are we doing notice of motion and new business right now
We have
before
to
we go back?
in camera.
Could we do in camera at the end?
Well, we can do whatever you guys, do you want to do a notice of motion? Do you have a notice of motion?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can do that then.
Okay.
So why don't we do
So
that?
first I have new business, and maybe the clerk can answer. There was an email from TAPS regarding the noise bylaw. Did that get taken care of, or do I bring it up now?
That was approved today by staff.
Okay, great, thank you. And then under notice of motion, I spoke with the clerk about how to do this quickly because there's a lot of whereases in this motion. So the idea behind this is a provincial cemetery management support request. When cemeteries are abandoned by churches or other entities, it's a provincial requirement that the city takes over the cemetery, and that's maintenance, administration, costs, and everything. So throughout Ontario, there have been an increase in the number of churches and local cemetery boards initiating the process to transfer the ownership or abandon the cemetery to the municipality. Municipalities are responsible for the cost, administration, maintenance of abandoned cemeteries. Several municipalities in the province have passed resolutions asking for annual funding, staff training, as well as appropriate and affordable software development for all municipalities to use to administer these cemeteries. So I spoke with Mr. Richardson and Ms. Moldenhauer, and they supported this resolution. Now therefore it be resolved that Council of the City of Niagara Falls requests that the province, through the Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery and the Bereavement Authority of Ontario, BAO, consider the following to assist municipalities in this growing concern of cemetery transfers. 1, amending the Funeral, Burial, Cremation Services Act 2002 to have the province, through the BAO, identified as the default owner and operator of a cemetery when it is abandoned. 2, to provide annual funding based on the number of cemeteries a municipality owns and operates to municipalities to assist with the maintenance of inactive and active cemeteries. 3, provide free training opportunities for municipalities regarding cemetery administration. And 4, Investigate and support the design of universal cemetery software for use municipal cemetery operators that can be offered at an affordable cost. And this resolution to be circulated to the Honorable Todd McCarthy, Ministry of the Public Business Service Delivery, Jim Casamatis, BAO, Interim CEO, Registrar, MPP Jill Dunlop, and all Ontario municipalities.
Okay.
So that's my notice of motion.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I have a notice of motion for staff to come back with a report or come up with some kind of plan to bring the Springlicious Christmas market, not even run by BI, but this Christmas, our city staff run the Christmas market, somewhere centralized where we can leverage the tourism, maybe around our exchange. That's a perfect spot. We can walk down the main street and there's a festival life happening, so maybe a Christmas market, and we have a night of art. Come up with a night of music or night of culture, something like that. So those 3 events, I'm looking from staff to come up with some kind of suggestion or some plan to come up with those events. So that's a one motion.
Okay. Okay. That's a notice of motion.
Notice of
Yep.
motion.
Okay.
And there's the second notice of motion is, I'm not sure if that's appropriate, but I just need to put it out there. I was at my doctor's office last week, and it's a building right beside the hospital. And the doctor's office has 3 rooms or 4 checkup rooms, and they have centralized area. So I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, once hospital gives up the site, why can't we turn those in affordable housing or apartment or low-rent apartment? Is it possible to look into it?
You mean the old hospital?
No, the 2 buildings, hospital. There's one medical buildings on North Street,
Yeah.
and there's another one on a Portage Road. And they're all working right now. They have elevator, they have heat, gas, water, everything. So I want to see if that's feasible, if they're doable. So I just want to see if...
See,
We're going to be doing a secondary plan last year.
Jay, we're going to be doing a secondary plan on the hospital area?
That is the intent. We might be trying to get out of a secondary plan if we can, and that would speed up the process.
Okay. So Mona's notice of motion is some of the ancillary buildings to the hospital.
Yeah.
Is that, but that wouldn't be part of the whole campus, wouldn't it? Like taking over the hospital. Is it all the buildings? Do we know that?
Could I make it a direction then? It's easier to do direction?
Yeah, for staff
motion?
maybe to come back and find out what
Direction is
buildings.
easier to see what we can use maybe before they bring it down, I'm sorry, or they sell it, or maybe we can buy it.
They're gonna give it that, they're gonna
They're
sell
going
it
to
to
give
us.
us, yeah, so direction, it's more likely direction.
Yeah, just to find out what buildings, because you know there's some separate ancillary buildings
Yes.
on North Street.
If we can use it up to get to affordable housing, because if you're talking about Music City, to attract the artists, we're going to have some low rent places for artists to come and move into city, right? That's the one thing.
So, yep.
Yeah, if they are NHS buildings themselves, they have to provide us a condition report, and we'll make the assessment at the time. So we can figure that out, but we
Okay.
need some of the assessment reports. Some of those buildings might not be able to be easily renovated, would be the challenge.
Okay,
So, yeah, so direction.
direction. And next one is, I'm sorry, I have a few of them. Mr. Mayor, it's
Start
not...
calling you Victor.
I don't have any business.
When I was talking to my residents about the dome, and I asked people about what other concerns they have, right? And one of the concerns there was that our city budget is not readable for normal people. It's hard to understand. And when we started talking, few people brought up the gap dollar. And I understand, I remember last time when we had capital budget, I talked to Mr. CEO and Mr. Dowling about the gap dollar. Like, what do we do with the gap dollar? And then after a month after, St. Catharines Mayor used those gap dollar to reduce the budget. So that's what I was asked, like, what are we doing with our gap dollar? So I just would like to see if when the next budget, I know it's Mayor's budget, but provide the information, what was used from what was carry on from year before and what we are using the next year.
We can do that, can't we, Ms. Clark? You and me? You and me? You and me?
I was just gonna say, we don't, like, gap dollars are what happens when someone leaves a position. Best practice for budgeting is you budget as if everyone's employed for the full year. Realistically, it doesn't happen. The challenge becomes if you start making estimates and trying to use gap dollars, there's enough other surprises in a $100 million budget at any point in time. Usually what happens is some of those gap dollars covers up some of those other surprises, because you can't budget at 100%. Normally our surpluses are within 1 or 2% of our total revenue. So, and that's including gap dollars. So we can tell you what our gap
Yes,
dollars
we're not
were.
talking about using just the.
Yeah,
a number.
like what St. Catharines did,
Yeah.
I want to be promoting that.
No, I'm not talking about using it, I'm talking about just the number, so people
Yeah.
have idea what we are saying.
We can do that. Okay. Yes, Ms. Clark?
Through the mayor, if I could just add to that, we do sort of tell you, maybe not in one cohesive report, but throughout the variance reports that we do give you on the agenda, in the various areas, when there is savings due to gapping, we have identified that, but we haven't pulled that all together in one chart and one total for you, so we could take that away as something to add.
Right, it just can simplify for everybody to understand, that's the whole idea. And last thing, I think, two more things, sorry. Not direction, so this is more like a question. We'd heard lots about those hydrofield grass cutting.
Yes.
And I know Mr. Nickel had to appeal to the hydro. Is there any way we can come up with an agreement that we cut the grass and charge them?
Mr. Nickel, or I don't know, Mr. Clerk, do you both deal with this?
Yeah, I can start, Mr. Mayor. So I would be really concerned about that approach for the only for the reason of the fact at the time of year when the grass needs to be cut, we are at our maximum capacity trying to cut all the other city properties. In fact, we are responsible to cut the boulevards by the hydro corridors, but we can't get to that until we finish all of our other cut cycles, and then we get to those. So it's something that's possible, we just don't have those types of resources right now. We could explore that with the hydro companies. I think they might have some security issues and things like that, but it's definitely something I've talked to my staff about, how we can do better in future on those hydro corridors.
Thank you, because the grass was very long, and if you're walking on the sidewalk, you can't see coyote hiding in the grass. That's the safety concern, that's the one thing. It's just, I asked you, it's not a motion, nothing, it's just the direct, new business. Okay.
And the concern with ticks in that grass is
Exactly,
terrible too.
right.
Yeah.
You can't see fox, you can't see coyote, you can't see anything.
No.
Yeah.
And you had another thing you were saying?
Yes, it's not my motion. I've been contacted by a few business owners, and few residents actually call me. I'm not sure. It's about the Center Street patio. I'm not sure. I told them I will ask the council what the council's will is. So that's why I'm putting it out there. They're looking for those patios again to come back this year.
So who would address this? Would that be you, Eric? Okay. Mr.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Staff did bring a report. I don't have the date in front of me or time, and the recommendation was to not proceed with the patios for this calendar year. So if the council wants to consider something else, I would assume it would be a reconsideration motion. We'd have to go all the way through that. We are meeting with some of the representatives of the BIAs due to the construction projects, and then the weekend closure we had and the Victoria Day long weekend, and all of them were pleased that the patios were not there because of the significant traffic concerns. So, at this point in time, we would not be approving any of those patios for the remainder of the year.
So should I put the motion in then to reconsider or no?
Well, if you have a seconder ready.
But it's a notice of motion.
Yeah, it's a notice of
Okay.
motion, and that would be for the meeting
Right.
in June, and then
Well, if I don't get seconder, they won't go further, right?
yeah, okay.
And if I do get, yeah, I'll give a notice of motion to reconsider.
A notice of motion to reconsider.
So you'd have to do 2 steps in June. You'd have to see if it carries the reconsideration step, and then you can debate the motion.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a notice of motion from Councillor Patel to allow patios on Center Street? Yeah. Okay, so that's notice of motion. Any other new business? Yes, Councillor Baldnelli.
I was speaking to the clerk earlier. I didn't know exact wording, but possibly look into the bylaw amendment for grass to include weeds.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the proper wording?
I think so.
Yeah, I think there seems to be a little bit of confusion around tall grass complaints and whether or not weeds would also be considered or qualify for that. So staff could look at just direction to staff to look at the wording of that bylaw to just clarify we could bring it back to council.
That'd be it.
So the objective is that it include grass and weeds? Because it is
Yeah.
kind of silly. Grass has to be 8 inches, but weeds don't matter.
My understanding is that on some complaints, if it's weeds but not grass, then bylaw would say, hey, it just says grass. So, that, it's green and it's tall, and I don't care if you take it off of a weed, disinfect, whatever they use to it to signify what is weed and what's a flower, but yes.
Okay, all right. Our CAO's, the city's looking forward to looking into it. Okay, any other new business? Oh, Councillor Strange, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's going to be more of a direction what we could possibly do. So, recently it's been announced that 90,000 border services people are going to be going on strike, and the negative impact of that on our, obviously on the border and tourism here in Niagara, also other places, but here in Niagara Falls especially. We had such an impact with COVID, and we're starting to get back, and this could really delay a lot of cross-border crossings, on our bridges here. I just wondered if we might be able to, because we'd like to have a resolution as soon as possible and get this settled, if we could have some sort of letter from you, Mr. Mayor, supporting and asking for a resolution to our federal government and Prime Minister Trudeau to speed this process up if possible, because we're heading right into our prime tourism season. And I don't know how we would go about it. Do we need a motion, or can I just direction of staff or something like that, just to give the board some support and try to find a resolution to this as soon as possible and speed up the federal government's decision?
So since it would be the mayor's office that's sending the letter, I'll take that as direction, and we'll put a letter together this week, and we can get that out. And I agree with you, that's a terrible, terrible timing to have complications on the border, just when international is returning. It's so nice to see American plates back in the city again, and I'm happy to get that letter off right away to the minister and to the prime minister on this important issue. And maybe we can even send it to other border towns, if you like, as well, that have border crossings.
That would be perfect, thank you.
Yeah, happy to do that. Got to know all of them during COVID, because all the border mayors would have our calls, so we've got a list of all of them. So definitely happy to do that. And you know what else I can include, sorry, another thing about it is the duty frees, because they were organizing all these calls. There's duty frees along the border, and maybe get them engaged as well. So I'll take that as direction.
That would be amazing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for that. Great idea. Okay, is there any other new business? Okay, so do we need a motion right now to go back in camera, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there's
I would suggest we
motions.
just go to 15.1.
Motions?
And then we'll go in camera and then come back and do bylaws as the last thing and ratification, but we haven't finished 15.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So, Councillor Lococo.
Yes, these were the notice of motions that I brought at the last meeting. The first one is 15.1 about the casino police unit. Over the years, we've had concerns about the $4.2 million given to the casino police unit. During COVID, the CAO negotiated to 18%, and during the homeless shelter discussions, there was discussions about what unit covered what. So I brought this motion basically to review the agreement and provide some statistics, and for staff to provide some recommendations and possible amendments.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion. Do you have a seconder?
I do.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Baldinelli.
I think this motion is good because when we did meet with the residents in the Main Street area, Dan, I believe you were there, and Mona and Mike, and there were concerns about is it the east side? Is it the east side, or, I don't know. West side of, no, the east side. the east side and who was covering, and certain police on the one side said they covered this, but they didn't cover the other side, and that was so to have some clarification, I think, is justified, and that we're working for the people to find out why it's not being monitored properly.
Okay, and excuse me, just before we do call the vote, I just point out, if you know or you don't know, police levels are 100% at the discretion of the chief, nobody else. Not the police commission, not the councils, nobody else, just the chief. So we would need to, if we found that there were some inadequate levels or concerns, we'd need to meet with the chief and pitch our argument, and then hopefully he would support us in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's fine. Again, getting information is the first step, and once we know that, then we can proceed with what you suggested.
Yeah, and then they can give us crime levels or reports or whatever the case may be. Okay, so we've got the motion seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that.
Okay, the second one was litter in the city. I've had a lot of phone calls and emails, I'm sure the rest of council, about the litter in our community, not just our community, but everywhere. And there's a lot of reasons why you have litter at different times of the year. I brought this forward because I saw that Brampton had a People Against Littering. It's not run by the politicians or City Hall, it's run by the residents. And I'm not suggesting that we go there. What I am suggesting is that staff come back with some options. I know that we have individual cleanup on our website that you can go and sign a waiver, and they'll pick up the trash. I'd like to see, well, what are the statistics on that? How well is that program doing? We have the couple of times a year cleanup. So I would just like some statistics on the programs that we have, and then look at what we could possibly be doing in addition to that.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Yeah, of course.
I know we do have programs. I believe Mike brought up a motion a few years back. He could probably clarify it on the litter and the volunteerism that goes around collecting, and it's very good for the city. But the city has a problem right now with litter, and I understand that staff is shorthanded locally, and hopefully we can generate other incomes through matter or anything else was tourist related. If you drive around, litters around everywhere. In parks, garbages are always overflowing, maybe frequent. And I understand that we don't have the staff, but you got to put feet on the ground, and we got to start cleaning it up. It's not a nice sight for a place that brings in so much tourism. And if you go anywhere, you know, and every time I go to a different city, Guelph, Kitchener, any place in Europe, you go to a tourist site and they're beautiful. And you come here and it's kind of the last 3 or 4 years, garbage flowing around, and no one seems to care. Grass is too high, signs aren't billboards, back of billboards, or not anything up. But, you know, there's so many areas of improvement that we have to jump on. So litter, I don't know what we can do about it. Obviously, we need some kind of study to see what we can do about it. So I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with what Councillor Lococo and Councillor Baldinelli is saying. Our city is a very clean city. I do know there is now and then we do have overflowing garbage, and garbage is around this main street is always a wind that blows over the recycling. It's not people throwing garbage around. And when people are living, there will be some litter here and there. And our city is fairly clean. I would not say our city is very dirty, because that's not what it is. Okay, I go down, but the Falls tourism area, I'm there all the time. No, it's not bad. And if there's no garbage that picked up, it's Niagara Park's property. It's not Niagara Falls' property. And anytime I see overflowing garbage, I will message staff. I will let them know garbage is overflowing. Sometimes, for example, if it's July 1st, there's tons of people there. They can't catch up with that. That happens. I know outsider people are making more mess in the city than our city people, our residents. That's what I meant. And in my neighborhood, I don't see garbage. It happens, garbage now and then. It does happen. But it's not that, I won't say that our city is filthy. That's downgrading our city. Our city is not filthy. I personally have not received any calls about litters in the city. We can always make city cleaner, but our city is not dirty. So I do not agree with that statement. Thank you.
I'll add in, ever since we went to only two garbage bags every 2 weeks, more people now take their garbage to city, Niagara Parks, and private business garbages. And I regularly call into Marianne Ticky when I see overflowing on our trails, and she's great. The staff get out right away and they empty it. They're great. But you can't control when some guy in the neighborhood's gonna go dump all of his household garbage in one of these bins. It does happen, and for a city of 14 million visitors, I agree, I think we are pretty clean, but could we be cleaner? Of course, we could always be a little bit cleaner. I know in my neighborhood, we pick up garbage in the neighborhood. Every time you go walk the dog, you pick up garbage. There's a lady, Albina DiGiacomo, and her husband Tony on Mountain Road. They pick up garbage. I see them walking up and down Mountain Road picking up garbage. They do that as part of their walk. And it'd be great if that was part of our culture, where people just kind of adopted their streets like we did at one time. And you know, we've had these programs, they've been around for a long time. Sometimes they just need a little bit of a priming, you know, wake them up a little bit. And the city does offer garbage bags, gloves, pickers, for anyone that, and insurance, for anyone that ever wants to pick up garbage. They exist, just unfortunately, sometimes, like you said. And then I will say too, down in the area of Fallsview, the wind tunnels that exist down there sometimes blow the garbage over the ledge. And it's amazing, you know how windy it gets down there. I'm down there bringing greetings sometimes. It's unbelievable, the wind that we have sometimes. But definitely good comments on all ends of it. Councillor Lococo.
Just to comment on that, most of them are comments from our residents. There have been a few tourists that have sent them as well, that they come to our community and they say, but most of it is residents. You know, I do get a lot of them, and like you say, a lot of it's about education, or maybe pumping up the programs that we already have, promoting it, so that's where I was looking at. You brought up about the change of garbage as well, and I was wondering maybe do we have statistics about the number of, not necessarily put in garbage bins, but thrown on a street?
Yep.
Do we have statistics that we can look at that as well?
The region does, they're way up. And it's all over the region, it's not just us, mostly in the rural areas. People choose to go dump their garbage in the ditch. Brown Road, Gardner Road, Kaler Road, it's disgusting that people, and a lot of time it's construction garbage, just garbage bags, they just fire them out of their car. And we do have Crime Stoppers, and they have caught some people, and they've gone back and charged them, and there is a reward program with this, and the region will give you a reward as well and recognize you to catch these people. But just some people just would rather do that than, you know, pay to have it picked up properly. It's unfortunate, but I mean, and we knew this was going to happen. We predicted this was going to happen, and it's unfortunate that people just throw their garbage out into the public. It's unbelievable that they do that, but they do. So.
And the statistics we received a few months ago from the region about that, it increased the compost and all of that. That was great, but it didn't show the statistics about the extra street garbage that people... No,
they try to keep that one.
So I'd like to see that, because a lot of times people will contact the city to say, oh, there's garbage out on Brown Road. So we do have that as well.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I can support just getting some information on the current Oh, I'm sorry. Mike, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I saw this come up, and a couple of years ago, I did make a motion for a program where volunteers could come and help clean up litter, especially in parks and trails. And they would get pickers, gloves, sign a waiver, as well as, I believe, walkers. I think grab your bag, free drop off for garbage. Maybe Mr. Nickel can. And maybe it needs a little bit more marketing on it, but maybe Mr. Nickel can just maybe talk a little bit about the program and how people go about just volunteering to do that. Is he still here?
Yeah, and Miss Moldenhauer is actually offering to do it for you. She said she'd love to talk about it.
Love to talk about it. We're like fighting over it here.
Yeah, they were. You should see. They're fighting, literally. We get to speak.
So through to the mayor, one of our community development coordinators, Jeff Gracci, he does coordinate this program. We do have all of the information online, and as Councillor Strange was saying, we worked really hard to make it easy for people to go online, to sign up. You get the insurance, we give you all of the equipment, we've got safety guidelines on our website. So this is a really easy program that anybody can sign up for. We do also, of course, have our spring cleanups, we do our fall cleanups, You can adopt a park, you can adopt a trail, you can adopt a road. Like we really have something, hopefully for everybody that wants to help. And for sure, we can promote our programs more. We're always happy to do that because we'd love to have more volunteers.
Excellent. Okay, great. Does that help, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
How come we can't hear him again?
That's perfect. Can you hear me?
That's perfect.
Did he just say I'm the greatest mayor ever? Is that what I think I just, his lips, I read his lips, that's what he.
This generation. It's getting late.
I love you. I heard that. I could read his lips. He said, I love you. Okay, so we got to call the vote?
Right.
Okay, is there any other speakers to this? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. There's no more motions. We can't do the bylaws yet. So do we need a motion to go in camera, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newestake. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. We're going in camera, baby. Well, welcome back, everybody. It is now Wednesday, 1:30 a.m., and this is now officially the longest council meeting on record. So good job. Congratulations, councillors. Well done. We just came out of our second in-camera meeting, and now we are about to ratify our in-camera meetings. Oh, new business, but just, oh, okay. That was pretty funny. That's pretty funny. So we.
This was going to be a hospital visit.
So we're now going to ratify the in-camera minutes. So I'll go to our city clerk, if you would please help us do that.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Council did meet in camera on a couple of occasions as per the resolutions that was passed earlier on the agenda. The majority of the items were just direction to staff. The one item for ratification is that council delegate authority to the CAO to execute a Section 30 agreement for taking of road widenings on Bigger Road at the frontage 10215 Montrose Road, and to take whatever steps necessary to complete the final transactions where it is recommended to do so by General Manager of Municipal Works, City Engineer, and the Director of Legal Services, City Solicitor. And finally, that staff be directed to submit a budget amendment reflecting the updated property costs as part of the 2025 capital budget process.
Yeah, Your Worship, I had a conflict with this one as my family owns lands that are part of that plan.
Okay, so you won't be making the motion. So I need a motion to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Councillor Patel? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so ratification motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we ratify the in-camera minutes. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Is Mike online? No. Okay.
First, second, third.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Second.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor,
yes,
I just
Councillor.
wanted to pull one quickly. 2024-051, it was Warden Avenue, and I had no idea what it was for the bylaw. So I did find that out after talking to the clerk and then somebody in Committee of Adjustments. I guess my suggestion is that maybe there could be a report just that it was a Committee of Adjustments, because we're approving something that never came to us and we have no idea what it is. That's just a process thing that I think we could do better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so, did I make, yes, so who seconded? Tony? Oh, yes, Ms. Pignarti.
Sorry, I can quickly respond. I believe a question was asked also of planning and legal earlier today, earlier in respect to this bylaw. This bylaw was prepared at the request of planning, and Signe Hansen should be able to speak to it. The bylaw is being brought for housekeeping purposes. There were 2 houses built on Warden years ago that do not currently have legal access to their properties. We are bringing this bylaw to rectify it. And there's an email chain, I believe, which you have, yes. So that's, we're hoping that the contents of that would satisfy any information without the need to bring a further report?
No,
That's
you
okay?
don't need to bring a further report. I'm just saying for next time, if there is something, council is approving a bylaw that they know nothing about, so I would just ask for some sort of report on the agenda, not for this one, but just for next time.
Okay, so you're good with that one now?
Yes,
That gives
I'm
you
fine,
enough?
yep.
Okay, great. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? That's approved, thank you. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Newestag, that was the fastest hand I've ever seen. Seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Cole Guinness. We have 2 world records in the same year.
I'd say congratulations, I don't know if it's appropriate.